The Cowboys Call Ranching Heart Series, Book 1.
Summary. Parker, a young cowboy from Colorado, lived a calm and simple life as a ranch hand. He worked for the Fishers, who were more like family than employer. Calvin and Dawn's son, CJ, was his best friend since childhood. During a trip to the city, he met a petite blonde in a bar, and ended up having a one-night stand. That one night was going to change his life when she showed up at his doorstep, pregnant. Her name was Dakota, and not knowing where else to go, she went to see Parker. She was running away from something or someone, but who and why? Will the spark still be there between them, and is the baby she is carrying Parker's or someone else? Chapter 1. Dawn and Calvin had a baby boy, named Calvin Jr., CJ for short. CJ and Parker grew up in the same town and became the best of friends. CJ, though he loved his parents' ranch, he took a different course in life, becoming a doctor in their small town. His story will come later. Called CJ Fisher Finds Love, Parker works for CJ's father, loving the cowboy life. Parker's father died when he was born, and he lived with his mother on a modest little piece of land. Their home was small but comfortable. He managed to capture wild horses, taming and selling them, making extra money. Though he was far from wealthy, he made a decent living. When he turned 20, his mother married and moved to New York with her new husband, giving Parker the ranch. Stories of the Fishers' romance were a legend in their small town, of Dawn's and Calvin's love and the mystery that brought them together. Parker could only dream of finding the kind of love the Fishers had. He had his share of romances but never felt that certain something, passion, the chemistry that drew two people together. Chapter 2. Parker returned home to Colorado after visiting his mother and her husband in New York. Before heading back to his ranch, he stopped to see his friend CJ Fisher at his office. Walking and carrying 2 cups of coffee, he was greeted by the nurse at the front desk, Judy. Judy was a petite brunette with a killer body, a bit of a flirt who was engaged to another friend of his and CJ's, Joey Palmer. "Hey cowboy, you back from the city already?" "Hi Judy, is the doctor busy?" "No, go right in," she said, giving him a wink. Walking in, he had to chuckle to himself when he saw CJ with his feet on the desk, talking on the phone. And judging from the smile on his face, he was probably talking to a woman. CJ had inherited his father's good looks and his mother's charm. "I'll call you later, baby," he said when he spotted Parker. "Who is it this week? The waitress from the diner or the one from the bank?" Parker asked and placed the coffee on the desk in front of CJ. "Neither. About time you got back. I thought you were coming back yesterday," he said and reached for the cup of the steaming beverage. Parker Saturday and shrugged his shoulders. "I stopped at a bar, had too much to drink and decided to stay the night. You know me, I don't drink and drive." He scratched his face. He needed a shower and a shave, but first, he had to get something off his chest. "Okay Parker, what's wrong?" When he got no reply, he leaned towards him. "Look pal, I've known you my whole life and can tell when something is bothering you. Spill it." "I made a mistake, a big one." "What type of mistake?" CJ asked, sitting back to listen. "On the way back here, I stopped at this one bar and I met a girl. She was standing over at the pool table talking with a girl, and when she looked my way, our eyes locked. There was this instant chemistry between us, a spark. I went over and asked her for a dance. After the dance, I bought her a drink and we talked. One drink led to another and so on." "So what was she like?" CJ asked, leaning back in his chair. "Blonde hair. The top of her head just reached my chin. This girl had the most amazing eyes. Green, not just green, but an emerald color. The cutest little nose, and her lips were not the usual full type, nor thin. They were perfect. She had the sweetest laugh I'd ever heard. Pretty with a hot body." "Okay Parker, sounds like you two hit it off. So what's the problem?" "We had drunk too much, and we ended up in a motel and spent the night together. Hell, we just barely made it inside the room before we tore off each other's clothes. I have to say she was hot, and it was the best sex I've ever had." "What's her name, and are you planning on seeing her again?" "I only know her first name, Dakota. That's all I know, and when I woke up the next morning she was gone. I doubt I'll ever see her again." "So you slept with a beautiful woman. There's no crime in that, so I don't see how it was a mistake." Parker leaned forward. "We didn't use protection." CJ's jaw dropped and he shook his head. "Christ Parker, you know better than that. What the hell were you thinking?" "That's just it CJ. I wasn't thinking. I got carried away. Never even thought about using a condom. It was like she had cast a spell over me. You know me. I have never had sex without using one. The last thing I need right now is a kid, especially with a stranger. This Dakota is a city girl, so I'm sure she's on the pill, but that's not your only problem. You have to worry about sexually transmitted diseases. I'm going to set up an appointment for you and get you tested. Parker shook his head. That's not necessary. She really didn't seem like the type to sleep around. Will you listen to yourself, Parker? You don't know this girl or who she's been with. If she would jump into bed with you, after only knowing you for a couple of hours, she may have done it before. Now I've got to get back to work. I have a patient coming in 5 minutes. Parker stood. I guess you're right. Make the appointment. See you later, CJ. Leaving the office, he headed straight home. He needed something to eat and he was tired. All he wanted was a bite to eat, a hot shower and his bed. Tomorrow it was back to work at the Fisher's Ranch, and he was itching to get back in the saddle. He loved working on the ranch, rounding up the cattle and helping around the place. Calvin and Dawn were the best bosses anyone could ask for, but they were more than that to him. They were his family in a sense. Once home, he went and checked on his horses, all 6 of them. He had left them in good hands with Calvin, who offered to check on them while he was away. Going inside, he stripped off his shirt and flung it over the chair. Grabbing a beer from the fridge, he sat her down and his thoughts wandered to Dakota. She looked so damn hot, in her tight leather pants and pink silk blouse, and a pair of dangling earrings hung from her ears. She smelled so good when she walked up to the bar, where he was sitting and Saturday next to him. His eyes went to her lips when she ran her tongue over them, making the lip gloss she wore shine. In bed, she was passionate, a little on the wild side, which he liked. For hours they satisfied each other until they fell asleep. Exhausted, thinking about his time with her, he realized he didn't know one thing about her. She mostly kept him talking about himself, where he lived, his name and what he did for a living. When he did try to find out about her, she would stop him by putting her lips on his neck. Her lips kissing and running her tongue along his skin made him forget all about talking, and he made love to her again. Now that he thought about it, he wondered why she wouldn't tell him about herself. She was gone when he woke up. Fearing she had robbed him, he jumped out of bed, but all his cash was still in his wallet. He felt a bit hurt and angry that she left without so much as a goodbye. Now he understood how some women felt when a man did that to them, and he didn't like the feeling at all. He found it hard to fall asleep that night. He missed the feeling of warm, soft flesh next to his. It felt like something was missing in his life. He avoided getting close to a woman, after having been hurt 4 years ago by Emily White. They had dated for several years and at the time thought he was in love. And when she ran off with a biker, who came roaring into town causing havoc, he swore he would never give his heart to another woman. His body, yes, but not his heart. Parker let out a disgruntled groan when his alarm started blaring at 5:30 a.m. Reaching over to the end table, picked it up and threw it up against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Shit, now I'll have to buy another one. Getting up, he went to the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee. Waiting for it to brew, he jumped in the shower, then later changed into a pair of clean jeans and a t-shirt. Between gulps of coffee, he scrambled eggs and popped bread into the toaster. Later, tossing the dishes in the sink, grabbed his hat and headed out to the Fisher's Ranch. It was going to be a long day. What with the extra cattle Calvin had bought, not to mention repairing some fences. Calvin and some of the men were already busy at work when he arrived. Sorry, I'm a little late, boss. I slept in. That's okay, son. You've had a long drive from New York, Calvin said as they rode off to round up the cattle and move them to another area. After a few hours, Calvin said it was time for lunch, and as was the norm, took Parker back to the main house to eat with him and Dawn. You outdid yourself again, Mrs. Fisher. This stew is to die for. Thanks, sweetie, she said and ruffled up his hair. You look tired. Had a restless night's sleep, he answered, giving her a smile. You need to get yourself a girl and settle down, she said as she picked up his empty plate and filled it up again. You available? He asked jokingly. Hey, watch it, boy. Calvin chuckled and pulled Dawn down onto his lap. His arms went around her as he started nuzzling her neck. She's mine. Parker loved watching the two of them. After all these years of being married, they were still hot for one another. He was always so protective of her, and no one dared to harm her in any way. Seeing the love between them and the passion, he knew he would never have what they had. It just wasn't in the cards for him. They were heading back out to mend the fence when he glanced back as Calvin was kissing her goodbye. It wasn't just a peck on the cheek. It was a full-blown, outright passionate kiss. Turning away, he waited outside, laughing to himself. CJ had told him stories about how he has walked in on his parents on several occasions, once in the kitchen, another time in the living room. After that, CJ always knocked loudly before entering the house. It was different in his home growing up. There was just him and his mother. That was until a stranger showed up in town and swept her away, falling hard for each other. He was happy for his mother. She worked hard all his life to keep them in their home, and made sure he always did the right thing. So when she said she was getting married and moving to New York, he felt a pang of sadness, but as long as she was happy, he would support her in whatever she wanted to do. After the work was done for the day, he headed back home. Tonight he would make something quick to eat, and after cleaning up would go to bed early. He hadn't given Dakota much thought throughout the day, being kept busy and all. But now as he sat there alone eating chops and potatoes, he thought about the blonde beauty. If only she had stayed and not slipped out before he woke, they could have had breakfast together. He became bitter and angry. He was nothing more than a quick bouquet for her. Parker wasn't one for caring about those kinds of things, but for some reason, it bothered him this time. There was something different about Dakota. He just wasn't sure what it was. Chapter 3. 6 months later, Parker was watching a program on TV. There was nothing else to do since there was a storm. The rain was pouring as the thunder roared and lightning struck. It wasn't fit for man or beast out there. The lights kept flickering on and off, so he lit some candles in case the lights went out. Hearing a knock at the door, he cursed, wondering who in God's name would be out on a night like this. A loud clap of thunder hit just as he opened the door and stared, mouth wide open, at the woman who stood on his front porch. She was soaked to the bone. Her hair was dripping wet and glued to her face. The white cotton dress she had on was also soaking wet, plastered against her body, and his eyes went wide when he saw she was pregnant. "Dakota," he said, his voice raspy when he spoke to the woman he had the one-night stand with. He never expected to see her again, and was floored to find her on his doorstep 6 months later. "Parker," she said, and crossing her arms over her chest, she shivered. Seeing how pale she was and shivering, he was drawn out of his shock, and standing to the side motioned for her to enter. "God, get in here out of the rain." When she stayed by the door after he closed it, he rushed to the guest bathroom and grabbed a fresh, clean towel. Coming back out, he handed it to her, which she happily accepted. "You're soaking wet. You better come with me." Leading her upstairs to the full bathroom, went and got one of his shirts and handed it to her. "Take a warm shower and put this one. It's all I got to offer you." "Parker, eh?" He held up his hand to silence her. "We'll talk later after you've had a shower." Leaving her to it, he went downstairs and waited for her to return. His heart was pounding in his chest, felt like drums were beating. It had taken him months to forget about her, and here she was, in his home, taking a shower. His mind was swirling with memories of that night, how it felt making love to her, and she was so yielding. She explored his body with as much enthusiasm and passion as he did with hers. He wiped the beads of sweat that formed on his forehead with the back of his hand. Clearly, she was pregnant, and he wondered if she had come here to tell him it was his. Pacing, he ran his hand through his hair. He wasn't ready to be a father. If it was his, then why wait till now to tell him? What did she want from him? Dakota stepped under the warm water, letting the heat warm her frowning limbs. As soon as she saw the look of utter horror on Parker's face, she knew that it was a mistake to come here. She wasn't even sure why she had. Tears ran down her face, and she leaned her back against the wall. Her life had gone from bad to worse in the last few months. Moving her hand over her belly, felt the baby moving, and more tears fell when her stomach growled loudly. She needed food. If not for her, then for her unborn child. She would forget about her pride and ask Parker for some food, and maybe he could get her car working. Then she would leave, to where she wasn't sure, but she knew there was no going back to New York. It was too dangerous. Stepping out of the shower, she dried off and slipped on the shirt Parker had given her. Taking a whiff of it, she could smell his scent on it and closed her eyes. Even after all this time, she remembered it. That night 6 months ago was the best time of her life. He was so sweet and charming. His cowboy hat only added to his extremely good looks and muscular body. The moment they locked eyes, there were instant sparks between them. When he held her on the dance floor, crushing her body to him, his hand on her lower back, pulling her closer, it was apparent he was aroused. Her panties damp and the throbbing between her legs intensive. After drinking some more beers and a couple of tequila shots, they went outside for some fresh air. She didn't resist when he put her up against the cold brick wall, and his mouth came down hard on hers. Though he had her hands held captive above her head, she returned his kiss with as much exuberance as he was, their tongues teasing, roaming. She felt his manhood moving when he pushed up harder into her, her chest heaving, and her lips felt bruised when he pulled his mouth away from hers. She licked her lips and watched his mouth when he asked if she wanted to come back to his hotel room. Nodding her head, he took her hand and they walked across the street. Their clothes were completely off by the time he had closed the door behind them. He was tender, yet forceful, so skilled in the art of making love. He made her feel things she had only dreamed about. When she woke just before dawn, she watched him sleep. He was on his back, his hands behind his head, no sound coming from him. She liked the fact that he didn't snore. Checking the time on her watch, she slipped out of bed quietly, not wanting to wake him. Putting on her bra and panties, slipped her clothes on. Taking one last look at the naked hunk laying on the bed, the sheets and blankets had fallen on the floor, leaving him totally exposed. She raced down the stairs and jumped into her blue sedan and sped off. She had to get home before she got in trouble. Towel drying her hair, she did up the buttons on the shirt she was wearing and went downstairs to where Parker would be waiting and wanting answers she wasn't sure she could answer. He stood up when she entered the room. Her legs felt like rubber and the room began to spin. She felt familiar arms going around her as she was carried over to the sofa and laid down. Her eyes focused and she saw him leaning over her. There was a touch of concern in his eyes. "Dakota, you almost passed out. Could I have some water, please?" "Of course, I'll be right back." He rose and left the room, returning moments later with a glass filled with cold water and handed it to her. "Can I get you something else?" He heard her stomach growling and mentally slapped himself. He should have offered her some food, especially since she was carrying a baby. "You must be hungry. I'll fix you a bite to eat." Being emotional, all she could manage was a nod. "Stay here and rest. I'll rustle something up for you." Grabbing one of the throw pillows, a blanket, placed it over her when she laid down. Her eyes closed. In the kitchen, he checked the fridge and cursed. There wasn't much in there. He had planned on doing some shopping but hadn't gotten around to it. Taking out eggs and some fruit, he could make her some scrambled eggs and toast. Before he started preparing the food, he dialed CJ's number, knowing he would be finished work and on his way home. "Hey CJ, can you drop by my place before you go home? And bring your medical bag." He listened to his buddy for a second before answering. "No, I'm fine. Look, I'll explain everything to you when you get here. Bye." The food was prepared, so he carried it into the living room. Her eyes opened when he walked over to her. "Here, eat this and you can tell me why you came here." He handed her the plate when she sat her day up, taking it from him. "Thank you," she said as she put a forkful of food into her mouth. She knew he was watching her as she ate. She avoided looking at him, dreading the questions he was asking. "How far along are you?" 6 months, she replied, looking down at her hands. "Is it mine?" His eyes never left her face. Looking at him, she found it hard to read him, his face void of emotion. He was so different from every other guy she knew. Parker was kind, one of those nice guys that in this day and age were rare. She shouldn't have come here. What if he had a girlfriend or a wife? It wouldn't be fair to him to turn his life upside down. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, set the fork on the plate that was now empty. She couldn't look at him when she answered. "No, it's not yours." She heard a sigh of relief escape his lips before he asked the next question. "So why did you come here? And how did you get here? I don't see your car out front." I really don't know why I came. I was just passing through and remembered you said this was where you were from. I asked in town about you and was told where exactly to find you. My car broke down about 2 miles from here, so I walked the rest of the way. I wasn't able to carry my luggage. Then it started to pour. I guess I just wanted to stop and say hello." Parker wasn't sure whether or not to believe her about the baby. It was usually a sure sign that someone was lying if they couldn't look you in the eye when answering questions. Seeing how pale and sickly she looked, he didn't want to upset her. Not when she was pregnant. "You'll stay here tonight and tomorrow I'll go and check your car. See if I can get it working. Can I get you anything else to eat?" "No," she says, shaking her head. "I don't want to impose." "It's no problem. I have a spare bedroom. I called my friend CJ and asked him to come over and check you out." She sat her day up, pulling the covers up to her chest. "I thought you were a decent guy. I don't know what your sit plan is, but I'm out of here." Standing up, she got dizzy and once again Parker caught her in his arms. "It's not like that," he said, making her sit back down. "CJ is a doctor. I asked him to come and take a look at you, to make sure you and the baby are okay." "Oh," she replied. "I think you should go upstairs to the spare bedroom and lay down till he gets here." Helping her up, kept his arm around her waist, making sure she didn't fall down. It's not the Hilton, but it will do. Getting her to the bed, pulled the covers down and helped her in. When she was settled, he pulled the covers back up and over her. Thank you, Parker. I am sorry for putting you through so much trouble. As I said before, it's no trouble. Get some sleep, and when CJ gets here I'll bring him up. Shutting the door, he went back downstairs, taking the dishes back into the kitchen. There was a knock at the door, and Parker knew it was CJ since he was the only one who knocked and then just walked straight in. He went to greet his friend and tell him what was going on. Chapter 4. What's up? CJ asks, setting his bag down and looking at Parker. Remember that girl I told you about? The one I met in New York? Yeah, the one-night stand. What about her? She's here, and she's 6 months pregnant, Parker said, glancing towards the stairs, making sure she hadn't come down. Holy shit, CJ said, running his hand through his damp hair. Is it yours? She says it's not, but I have to wonder. I mean, the time frame is right. 6 months, and we didn't use protection. So why am I here? Dakota showed up here soaking wet and fainted. She doesn't look too good, so I fed her and she's in the spare bedroom. I was hoping you would take a look at her and make sure she and the baby are okay. Grabbing his black bag, he walked up the stairs, telling Parker to wait. He saw her sitting up when he walked in. Hi, I'm Dr. Fisher, but you can call me CJ. I hear you fainted. Let's have a look at you. His friend was right when he described her 6 months ago. She was beautiful, her eyes the nicest shade of emerald green. There was something about her, a sweetness, but she was pale and seemed frail. I'm okay, just got tired from driving. So you're 6 months along, he said, and proceeded to examine her. Is the baby active? Dakota laughed. It was a soft one as she touched her belly. Yes, keeps me up at night, but not so much lately. Parker tells me you're just passing through. Are you going far? He looked up when she didn't answer. I only ask because long drives might not be good for the baby. You really need to maintain a regular routine of rest, exercise, and eating healthy. He took her pulse and checked her from head to toe. I'm going to have Parker bring you into my office tomorrow and run a variety of tests. Her eyes went wide with fear and her hand moved lovingly over her baby bump. Why? Is there something wrong with the baby? Her voice quivered. It's just routine. Blood test. Scan. He gave her one of his smiles that usually had the women melting. Is the father in the picture? He asked, and noticed how she sunk further into the bed, as if she were trying to disappear from sight. No, that was all she said. Okay then, get plenty of rest and stay hydrated. I'll see you tomorrow. He took one look at the woman before closing the door behind him. Parker was waiting at the bottom of the stairs for CJ to come down. So, what's going on? Walking into the kitchen, CJ went and took 2 beers out of the fridge and sat her down, handing one to Parker. She's exactly as you described her. Very pretty, and those eyes, a man could get lost in them. Cool your raging hormones, CJ. She's pregnant and certainly not your type, Parker said with more than a hint of annoyance in his voice. CJ grinned. It appeared his buddy still had the hots for her and was being territorial. Take it easy, Parker. You're my bro. I would never try to take your girl. She's not my girl. She was a mistake I made a few months ago. Now answer me. Is she and the baby okay? He asked, pacing back and forth. Dakota is really weak and dehydrated. Make sure she gets plenty to drink. I'll set up an appointment for her tomorrow. Bring her in and I'll run some tests. Don't let her leave till I've examined her. Finishing his beer, got up to leave. Make sure she gets lots of rest. Picking up his phone, he called Kevin, explaining he had to take the day off tomorrow for personal reasons. Before going to bed, he poured a glass of milk and put some cookies on a plate and took it up to the room Dakota was staying in. He knocked lightly and walked in. She was asleep, so he set the snack down on the nightstand by the bed. Turning off the light, he turned and walked out, leaving the door open a crack. In his room, he stripped down and got in under the covers. She was even more beautiful than he remembered. He couldn't help thinking that her being pregnant only added to her beauty, and a strange feeling pierced his heart. He wasn't sure what it was. It was still dark when Dakota woke up needing to use the bathroom. Ever since becoming pregnant, she had to get up to go through the night. Turning on the table lamp, saw the snack and smiled. Using the restroom, came back and got into bed, grabbing the plate of cookies and greedily gobbling them up. Finishing the milk, she then turned off the light and went back to sleep. The sun was shining through the window when her eyes opened. Parker must have already risen, she thought when she saw her luggage by the wall. Putting on fresh clothes, she went downstairs. The smell of waffles and bacon filled the air. "Morning," she said sleepily when she saw Parker dishing out food onto plates. "Morning. You're just in time to eat. I picked up your bags and took a look at your car. It needs a new carburetor." "Is that expensive?" she asked and started digging into her breakfast. "I can pick one up real cheap at the scrap yard and put it in for you. You're looking a little better today. Did you sleep well?" "Yes, thank you. And thanks for your hospitality. I'll get out of your hair as soon as my car is ready." He wanted to talk to her about that night they spent together, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to. "CJ called this morning. He can take you in this morning. We'll go as soon as we're done eating." "Hi, handsome," Judy said when Parker walked in, followed by Dakota. "Who do we have here?" she asked, looking at Dakota. "This is Dakota," he said, looking at her, and it dawned on him he didn't know her last name. She spoke up. "Gray, I believe the doctor is expecting me." "Follow me, Miss Gray," Judy said as she picked up a file and walked into the back room. "Doctor will be right with you. And dress and put on the gown," saying as she walked out and shut the door behind her. Putting the gown on, she sat her day on the table just as CJ walked in. "Morning. It's nice to see you again. How are you feeling today?" he asked. Giving her a warm smile, asked her to lie down. "Much better, thanks." CJ began to examine her, checking the position of the baby, taking her blood pressure and all the other normal procedures. He had Judy take some blood and had her set up the scan. Parker's out in the waiting room pacing back and forth. "Would you like him to come in when we do the scan?" Dakota started to squirm. She wasn't sure if it was a good idea, but then again it would be nice to have someone with her. "I don't know if he would want to." "I'll go ask," he said, winking at her. Parker stopped pacing when he saw CJ. "How is everything?" "So far her blood pressure is high and her ankles and feet are swollen. She will have to stay off her feet as much as possible. The blood test will show if there are any problems. I'm about to do a scan on her. Would you like to come in and keep her company? I think she could use a familiar face with her." Yeah, if she doesn't mind." Parker followed CJ into the back room. CJ tossed the gel over to Parker. "Rub this over her stomach, will you?" Judy usually does it, but she left on her break. When he saw the look on both their faces, he chuckled to himself. It wasn't as if Parker hadn't touched her before. "Go on. It won't kill you. I have to get this thing running." Parker cleared his throat and squirted some of the gooey liquid on her belly and started rubbing it around. Seeing her shiver, he apologized for it being cold, just touching her bare skin. He felt that tinge of desire heating up in the pit of his gut. Her stomach, though soft, was hard where the baby lay. It felt awesome, knowing there was a baby in there and that he was almost sure was his. If only she would tell him the truth. Dakota closed her eyes briefly when his hand touched her. His touch was so gentle and yet firm, just like it was that night they made love. After all this time, she felt that familiar desire creep up. Her inner core began to throb. Shaking the feeling away, opened her eyes and turned her head toward the monitor when CJ ran the wand over her belly. Both she and Parker stared in awe when they saw what was clearly the baby. He wiped his hand with the towel CJ threw at him. "Damn, is that the baby?" he asked excitedly. "That's your baby, Dakota. Would you like to know the SX?" CJ asked, looking at her. She was blinking back tears, but happy ones, he was sure. "Yes," she nodded her head. "It's a boy." Thrilled at learning she was having a boy, she looked at Parker and grabbed his hand. "A boy," she squealed happily, and realizing she was holding his hand, let go. "Now, young lady, you need to go and put your feet up. I'll have all the results from the blood work back in a few days. Till then, get plenty of rest." She sat her day up and wiped her stomach. "I won't be here. As soon as Parker fixes my car, I'll be leaving." CJ looked over at Parker and shook his head. A secret message passed between them. "About that, Dakota, I had to order a new part, and it won't arrive for a few days," Parker said, rubbing the back of his neck. He hated lying, but it was the only way to keep her here, at least until the test results came back. "But you said you could get one from the scrap yard." "I know I did, but they didn't have any." CJ grinned. "Looks like you'll be sticking around a while." Standing up, he handed Parker a piece of paper. "Have this prescription filled and make sure she takes them." Annoyed that they were treating her like a child, she snatched the paper from Parker's hand. "I'm more than capable of doing it myself." "Okay then, we'll wait outside while you get dressed," CJ said, and opening the door, both men walked out. "She's a feisty little thing, Parker. You might have your hands full, CJ said as he slapped his friend on the back. When she had tidied up and dressed, she went back out to the waiting room where Parker was waiting. Let's get your prescription filled, and then we'll stop at the grocery store and stock up, Parker said as he held the door open for her to walk through. Don't go to any trouble for me. Unless you want to eat eggs and toast for the next few days, we'll have to pick up some food. Seeing the look she gave him, he smiled. It's all I've got in the fridge. Chapter 5. After filling the prescription, they went across to the grocery store. Parker pushed the cart while Dakota walked beside him. She felt the tiniest bit of jealousy when several women stopped him along the way and boldly flirted with him. You sure have a lot of girlfriends, she said in a snarky voice. Jealous are we? He asked with a knowing grin on his face. As if, she snapped back, wanting to wipe that smart-ass look on his face. Can we just get on with it? I'm tired. Everyone greeted Parker, who stopped to introduce her to them. Is everyone in this town so friendly? Just about. There are some who aren't, he said as he reached over the top of her to grab some cereal off the top shelf, his body coming into close contact with hers. At the cash register, there was an elderly woman with brown hair which was turning gray. Seeing Parker, she smiled. Hi, Parker. Had not seen you in here for a while. Packing up the items, she glanced over at Dakota. Now who's this lovely little lady you've got with you? Hey Martha, meet my friend, Dakota Gray. She'll be staying with me for a few days. Hi sweetie, so how far along are you? 6 months, she replied, smiling back at the woman. Oh, I remember when I was carrying my tot. I had so many cravings I drove my poor hubby crazy. You got any cravings, honey? Dakota blushed. She wasn't used to people being so kind to her. Well, I can't seem to get enough of strawberry ice cream and chocolates. Martha gave Parker a stern look. Go get the girl some ice cream. Oh no, I didn't mean that as a hint, she said, holding up her hands. You heard me, Parker. You know where it is, Martha told him, pointing to the freezer. She winked at Dakota when he turned and minutes later came back with the biggest tub of ice cream they had. After paying for the items, they went and loaded his truck up. Before leaving, Martha came running out of the store and over to them. Here, sweetie, you want this later on. She handed Dakota a box of chocolates. You shouldn't have. I can't accept these. She was close to tears from the stranger's kindness. Yes, you can. Hope to see you again, she said and waddled back into the store. Martha has always had a kind heart. She likes you, Parker said as he started the truck and they headed home. Back at the ranch, he made her go lay down on the sofa while he put the food away. She was curled up asleep when he finished and went into the living room. He placed a blanket over her and went out to do the chores he had been neglecting all day. Done feeding his horses and cleaning the stall, went back to the house and going into the kitchen. He could smell meat and potatoes cooking. There she was, slaving over the stove, her head swaying to the beat of the music coming from the stereo. As much as he was enjoying the show, he was pissed and snapped at her. She jumped and turned to look at him. Didn't you hear what CJ said? You are to stay off your feet. Her eyes narrowing, she snapped right back at him. I heard him, but I'm not a freeloader. I plan on pulling my weight while I'm here. Besides, dumbass, I'm only making supper. She turned back to the stove and continued stirring the gravy. Parker could not stop the smile that crept upon his face as he walked up behind her. She had spunk and he liked that about her. Looking over her shoulder, he licked his lips. Smells really good. Tilting her head, she looked back at him. Her nose wrinkled up like she was trying to avoid the odor that came from him. It's not you, that's for sure. You smell like horse shit. Go shower and change. Your clothes stink. Taking a whiff of his shirt, laughed. You're right, it does smell. He removed his shirt and was pleased to see the way she was ogling his chest. There was no doubt that she was still attracted to him. I'll be back soon. Here, he said and threw his shirt at her. Walking out, he started laughing when she let out a disgusted squeal and dropped the shirt. When the meal was eaten and she went to clean up, he stopped her. No, you've done enough. Go and relax. What am I supposed to do? Just sit there like a dummy? Read, watch TV, but you are to follow the doctor's order. Go, he ordered, pointing to the other room. Okay, fine, she said and saluting him turned and stormed out. 20 minutes later, he walked into the living room carrying a bowl of ice cream to offer her as a peace offering. The TV was on and she had her legs on the sofa, trying to reach her feet so that she could rub them. Handing her the dessert, he lifted her legs and sat her down, placing them on his lap. He then proceeded to massage her ankles and feet. "You don't have to do that," she cried out, feeling embarrassed. "I don't mind. Your ankles are really swollen." He moved his hands slowly and seductively over her ankle, adding only the slightest amount of pressure. His eyes traveled up her leg. How he wanted to move his hands up but knew it would earn him a slap. That's so good," she moaned softly, her eyes closed as she took another mouthful of ice cream. Parker wasn't sure if she meant what he was doing or if it was the ice cream. "Dakota, now that I've got you right where I want you, I would like to talk." "What about?" she asked, scooping another spoonful of the ice cream into her mouth. "About that night we spent together." "There's nothing to talk about, Parker. It was one night and we were drunk. It meant nothing. Just forget about it and move on." "It meant something to me and I was hurt that you disappeared before I woke up. I would have hung around for a while. At least we could have had breakfast together. At the bar we only talked about me. You never told me anything about you." He couldn't help the anger in his voice when he stared at her feet, rubbing them. "There was nothing to tell. I live a boring life. Work, eat and sleep. I wasn't in the habit of going to bars on my own, or sleeping with a stranger." "Okay, so tell me what you do for a living," he said, his eyes going to hers. "Ouch," she gasped and touched her belly. "What's wrong?" he asked, leaning over. "The baby just kicked me and he moving around." She smiled as she rubbed her stomach. He stared at where her hand was resting, curious as to what it felt like. "Can I feel?" he asked, and when she nodded her head, he placed his hand over her. She placed her hand over his and moved it to the spot where it was more active. "There, do you feel that?" she asked excitedly. "Oh wow, that's amazing. And this doesn't hurt you?" "No, it's the best feeling in the world." "Is this my son?" His gut told him it was, but she was still refusing to be honest. Setting the empty bowl down, she removed her hand from his and rubbed her temple. "I already told you it wasn't your baby. Why do you keep asking me? God, let it go." "Then tell me who the father is," he barked, his temper getting the better of him. If it was his child, he had a right to know. It was tearing him apart inside not knowing. "That is none of your damn business. We spent one drunken night together. We were both drunk and it doesn't give you the right to ask me who the father is." When she went to get up, he gave her a push back, and she landed on her back with him on top of her. "We weren't that drunk, and it did mean something to both of us. I felt it when you kissed me and the way you touched me." His eyes locked with hers, and he saw a single tear fall from her eye. He lowered his mouth to hers, his breathing coming out ragged and his heart was beating wildly. His lips caressed her lips before he deepened the kiss. It became more demanding when he felt her arms going around him, lips still locked together. He unbuttoned her blouse and spread the material, exposing her full breasts. His hand caressed them over the silk material of her bra. Her lips tasted just the way they had that night in New York, soft and sweet. He was like a savage beast the way he crushed her lips, his tongue darting inside her mouth, making her moan. Taken by surprise, she didn't have time to stop him, and when he kissed her that night they spent together came rushing back. They were like two magnets being pulled together. His touch sent flames of sexual desire coursing through her, and his mouth did things to her that had her panties wet, and her inner core throbbing. Frustrated that she couldn't undo the buttons on his shirt, used her hands and ripped it open, the buttons flying off and onto the sofa. When he raised himself up and took it off, threw it to the floor, going back to attacking her mouth. She moaned when his hand moved under her dress and up her leg till he reached her panties. She was powerless to stop him. Her desire was too strong and she let common sense leave her brain. It felt good having him touch her, making her feel SI and alive. Just when things were getting really hot, Parker, with a throbbing erection, which was straining against his zipper and wanting to be free of its confinement. Dakota, with the dampness pooling between her legs and the ache deep in her core, wanting him inside her. They stopped when there was a knock at the door and it opened. Jumping off her, he adjusted himself and she quickly did her buttons up. Knowing it was CJ, since he was the only one with a key, he cursed out loud. "I gotta change the fucking locks on all the doors." CJ walked in just in time to see her doing up her top. Her face flushed and Parker was shirtless, looking out of breath. He didn't have to guess what was going on. It was all too obvious. "Hope I'm not interrupting anything." He looked from Dakota and then Parker. Picking up his shirt and putting it on, was unable to do it up, due to having no buttons. "No, I was just rubbing her feet and ankles. They were a bit sore." CJ smiled, knowing damn well he was rubbing more than her feet. "Did you want something, CJ?" Parker asked, letting his annoyance show. "Actually yes. Mom wanted me to invite you both to dinner tomorrow night. I told her what was going on and she's dying to meet Dakota," he said, and looking at Dakota gave her a smile. Chapter 6. CJ went over and Saturday next to Dakota. "Since I'm here, why don't I check and see how you're doing? I must say you are looking better than the last time I saw you. You have more color in your face," he said as he checked her pulse and the baby's heartbeat with his VTAS coat that he removed from his bag. "I'd love to meet them," she said and stood up. "It's getting late. I'm going to bed. Night." "CJ, go grab us a beer. I'll be right with you." He walked her over to the stairs when CJ left the room. Taking hold of her arm, he stopped her from going up them. "Dakota, about what just happened." Removing her arm from his firm grip, she shook her head. "Let's pretend it didn't happen." "But I don't want to forget it. It felt right." "No, Parker, it wasn't right. I will be leaving soon. Starting something now would be a huge mistake on both our part. Promise me you won't try that again or I'll leave now." Her body was still trembling from his touch, and sadness hit her like a tidal wave crashing against rocks on a stormy day. His eyes dulled. Hanging his head, he knew he couldn't let her leave, so he lied and told her what she wanted to hear. "Okay, I won't touch you again. Not until you want me to." "Thank you. Good night, Parker." She turned to leave when he stopped her again. "Can we at least be friends?" Smiling, she nodded. "I'd like that." When she was out of sight, he went into the kitchen, where CJ was wolfing down the leftovers from dinner. He laughed and shook his head. "How can you eat the way you do and stay in such great shape?" Wiping his mouth, he grins. "I wear it off when I'm with the ladies." "Gee, CJ, you're such a man whore. When are you going to settle down with one woman?" "When I find the right one." "Never mind me. Tell me what's going on between you and Dakota," he said, pushing a beer across the table when Parker sat her down. "Nothing is going on. Her ankles were sore and I was only rubbing them," he said as he took a long swallow of his beer. "Yeah, right. It looked to me like you were rubbing more than her ankle. Since when do you wear a shirt with the buttons ripped off?" He pointed to Parker's shirt. "You were both flushed in the face and breathing heavily." He ran his hand through his hair. "Things got a little out of hand. We got carried away. She told me it better not happen again or she would leave. I can't let her go till I know if this thing between us is real or not. I think that you are in love with her. You should tell her." "Hell, CJ, if I did that she would leave for sure. I really think she has feelings for me. I just have to get her to realize it." He smiled. The way she kissed him back told him she felt the same. "Good luck, buddy," CJ said as he stood to leave. "I'll see you at dinner tomorrow." When Dakota woke the next morning, Parker had already left for work. Having left her a note telling her to take it easy and rest, she made herself some cereal and toast and took it into the living room where she would be more comfortable. Later, after showering, they headed to the Fisher's ranch. He thought she looked beautiful in her white cotton dress, her hair pulled back into a ponytail, and she wore a pair of stud earrings. "You look lovely," he told her as he helped her into the truck. He made a mental note to himself to put running boards on the passenger side. It would be easier for her to get up considering her condition. "Tell me about CJ's parents. What are they like?" On the drive, he told her how they had met in high school and fell in love and everything her father did to keep them apart. About how when Dawn came back from Paris, Calvin saved and protected her from an evil fiancé. How she had lost Calvin's baby when she was 16 and thought she would never be able to have children. Their love story is a legend around these parts. To this day they are so deeply in love, and no one dares to harm her or they'll have Calvin to deal with. "They must be an exception when it comes to love," she answered bitterly. "What? You don't believe in everlasting love?" "No, I don't." "Oh, it all starts off loving and sweet, but before you know it things change. It becomes ugly and cruel." He glanced over at her and saw how her lips trembled. "Who hurt you? What makes you think someone hurt me?" "It's written on your face and you're so cynical when it comes to love." She didn't answer, just kept looking straight ahead. Pulling into the driveway, she gasped when she saw the place. It was huge. The house was more like a small mansion. "This place looks amazing. The Fishers must be rich." "They are. Calvin is one of the richest men in these parts, but you'd never know it. They are so down to earth. To them the most important things in life are CJ and each other. You like them." Both Calvin and Dawn came out to greet them when the truck came to a stop. After the introductions, Dawn put her arm around Dakota's shoulders and walked her inside. Parker was right. She did like the Fishers, but they were not what she was expecting. She was expecting Calvin to be heavy-set and balding. Instead, he was tall, with thick dark hair, and had an amazingly muscular body for a man in his 50s. Dawn was like her, petite and blonde. She looked to be in her 30s and not in her 50s. "You have a beautiful home, Mrs. Fisher. Please, call me Dawn. First names around here hon." After being served drinks, CJ arrived home from work, giving his mom a kiss on the cheek, and they all went into the dining room for dinner. "So I hear you're from New York. What is it you do there?" Dawn asked as she handed the platter of meat to CJ. "Nothing special. I usually work in clubs." She quickly changed the subject from her to Dawn. "Parker tells me you're a photographer and that you've won awards." "That's right. After dinner, I'll show you some of my work if you like." "Yes, please. I'd love to see them." When dinner was finished, Dakota stood to help Dawn with the cleaning up but was told to sit and relax. "Calvin always helps me. You go sit with the other two and take it easy," she told her with a genuine smile on her face. CJ made a point of sitting next to her before Parker could. "I should have your test results back by Monday. Now tell me, have you been taking it easy? Are you experiencing any discomfort or headaches?" "No, the only thing is I get tired so easily, and all I do is sleep." "That's normal. How is the swelling in your feet and ankles?" Before she could answer, he kneeled down in front of her, and taking her leg in his hand felt for swelling. "It's still a bit swollen, but not as bad." They both turned their heads to Parker when he cleared his throat, louder than was necessary. He appeared a little pissed off when he looked at his best friend. "Don't worry, CJ. I'm keeping an eye on it. If there's a problem, I'll let you know." There was an awkward silence between the three, but thankfully Dawn and Calvin returned, carrying 3 bottles of beer. "Hey, boys, let's go outside for a cold one and leave the women to talk." Both CJ and Parker followed Calvin out. "Wait right here. I'll be right back." Dawn said and disappeared into the kitchen, returning moments later, with 2 bowls of ice cream with berries and cream on top. Handing one to Dakota, she sat her down. "Can I ask you about the father of your baby? Does he know about the baby?" Looking into the bowl, she shook her head. "No, but it's better this way." She looked up at Dawn and tears filled her eyes. "You must think I'm a horrible person, getting pregnant and not telling the father." Dawn leaned over, touching her arm in a motherly gesture. "Not at all, honey. I really understand. I too kept Calvin and my child from him, the one we lost. I did finally tell him, and trust me, it's better. To be honest, keeping secrets only makes things worse." Dropping the subject, Dawn showed her around the house and her pictures until the men came back in. Coffee and dessert were served in the family room. Both Calvin and Dawn delighted in telling her about the embarrassing things the 2 boys have done throughout the years. Parker looked at his watch when he saw Dakota yawn. "We best be getting back home now." After the goodbyes and promises to visit again, they left the Fishers' home. "You were right. I really like them. I also see what you mean about them being in love. When I was coming from the bathroom, I caught them necking in the hallway like a couple of horny teenagers. It was so sweet the way they were carrying on. Maybe true love is possible for some." Back at Parker's place, he helped her down from the truck. His hands lingered on her waist. "This town is a good place to raise a child. You should consider moving here permanently. The folks are really friendly." "I can't," she said, and moving away walked towards the house. She had a feeling about what he was hinting at and didn't want to go there. "Why not?" he asked behind her back. Turning back, she raised her hands in frustration. "Christ, Parker, we had one night of sex and you act like we're a couple, that we are going to be together. Look, you're a really nice guy, but I am going to live with my aunt and uncle." Turning back around, she walked into the house and hurried to her room. She didn't want to discuss it anymore with him. If he knew about her past, he would change his mind and want nothing to do with her. It would have been great staying here with him. He had her heart that night they were together, but it would never work. He would only end up hating her and being disgusted. Leaning against the truck, he watched as she walked away. He wasn't going to give up, knowing they were meant to be together. Chapter 7. Dakota expected to find Parker gone to work when she woke up, but looking out the window, she saw him working on his truck. Still, in her nightgown, went into the kitchen and made herself some tea. She would have preferred coffee, but being pregnant thought it was better to drink decaffeinated tea instead. She was sitting at the table when he came rushing in and over to the sink. She jumped up when she saw the blood coming from his hand. Going to his side, watched as he turned on the faucet, sticking his hand under the water. "What happened?" she cried out. "I was putting running boards on the truck and it slipped, cutting me." "Where is the first aid kit?" He turned and saw the worried look on her face. Under the sink. Pulling out the kit, she opened it up and took out the disinfection and bandages. Grabbing his hand, she dries the water off it. Then she looked at him before applying the disinfectant. "This is going to sting a little." "I think I can handle it," he said with a smirk on his face. Then he cursed and winced when she touched his cut with the ointment. "Not so tough, are you, cowboy?" she snickered. "Damn shit stings," he growled. He watched her face as she bandaged up the cut. She had the prettiest face. Her skin was so soft and she smelled so sweet. She must have had a bath because he could smell the scent of lavender. His right hand went to the side of her face where it lingered, stroking her cheek with his thumb. "Thank you," he said as he lowered his head. Just as his lips touched hers, the phone rang. She was rendered motionless when he touched her and his lips brushed softly against hers. If the phone hadn't sounded at that moment, he would have kissed her. She didn't know if she would have had the strength to stop him, or if she even wanted to. "You should get that," she said and moved away from him. Hanging up, he turned to look at her. "That was CJ. Your results are in and he asked me to bring you to his office." Fear raced through her mind and she hugged her stomach. "Why? Is something wrong with my baby?" She looked at him, wanting him to reassure her everything would be all right. He went over and put his hands on her shoulders. "I'm sure the baby is fine. He just wants to discuss the results. Go get dressed and I'll take you." Sitting in the waiting room, she held his hand, not realizing she had grabbed it. Her mind kept racing. Terrible thoughts flooded her brain. Was something wrong with the baby? Could she lose it? She felt it growing inside her and loved him. She just couldn't lose him. CJ appeared at the door and waved her in. Parker, still holding her hand, went with her. He stood behind her, his hands resting on her shoulders to soothe her when she sat her down across from the doctor. "Please, CJ, is my baby okay?" "Your baby is doing good, but you have what is called preeclampsia, a condition caused by high blood pressure. If left untreated, could lead to seizures, endangering your baby. We will treat your blood pressure, but if it doesn't improve, you may have to be confined to bed in your last trimester. But I'm leaving in a few days to go to my aunt." "I'm sorry, but that's out of the question. Traveling right now would be dangerous for both you and your unborn child. I'm afraid you're not going anywhere till after the baby is born." Parker went and kneeled down in front of Dakota, taking her hand in his. "It's going to be all right. You can stay with me for as long as you want." "But I can't impose. What will people say knowing you have a woman living with you?" Knowing she had no choice lowered her head. "Why are you being so kind? You don't even know me." "I know you, so let me help you through this," he said, lifting her chin up so that he could look into her eyes. "Don't do it for me, or for you, but for the baby." "Okay." She nodded and wipes her tears away. "But I won't be a freeloader. I want to pull my weight by cooking and cleaning for you, and that's all I'll do. No sleeping together. Will you promise me that you won't try anything?" Glancing over at CJ, wishing he had left the room but knowing he had no intentions of doing so, he turned back to her. "I promise." CJ stood. "I'll write a prescription for your blood pressure. As far as cooking and cleaning go, only if it's light housekeeping. You still need to stay off your feet as much as possible and avoid stress." He turned to Parker. "Take her home and make sure she goes right to bed. She's stressed right now." Shaking Parker's hand and telling Dakota he'll check on her later, walked out to his next appointment. She was quiet on the ride home, so he tried getting her to talk. "You said you were going to live with your aunt. What about your parents? Can't you stay with them?" Dakota stared out the window, not looking at him. "My father is an alcoholic. My mother doesn't give a shit about me. No, I only have my aunt, and even she's not happy about me coming to stay with her." She turned her head so he couldn't see her tears. She felt so alone and scared. His heart went out to her. She was a lost soul, and he would find a way to let her know she wasn't alone. They drove in silence and back home. He stopped his vehicle and getting out went to her side and opened the door. When she didn't move, just staring out the window, he touched her arm. "We're home." He helped her down, his hand still on her waist. "Dakota, we better get you inside and into bed. You're looking pale." She looked up at him. Her bottom lip trembled and tears ran down her face. "I feel so alone, so scared," she sniffed. He cupped her face in his hands, looking into her eyes. "You're not alone. I'm here for you and you don't have to be afraid. I promise that I'll take care of you." "Why are you being so nice to me?" "You don't know. I care about you, Dakota, more than you know." She threw her arms around his neck and sobbed, letting him hold her, stroking her back and holding her close. You shouldn't care about me. I'm not a good person. Yes, you are. Now let's get you inside. With his arm around her waist, got her inside and upstairs. Leaving her to put her nightgown on, he went down and made her a snack. She was asleep when he returned, putting the tray next to the bed Saturday on the edge, and moved a strand of hair from her face. He knew he was hooked. He was in love and was going to make sure she knew she would always have him. He called Calvin and said he wouldn't be back to work for a few days and explained why. Of course, his boss was understanding and told him to take as much time as he needed. Parker was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner when she came in 5 hours later. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, still wearing her nightgown. Something smells really delicious, she said and walked over to see what he was making. I'm impressed. You made my favorite dish, lasagna. How is it a rough and tough cowboy knows how to make this? Seeing that smile on her face had his heart racing. He loved the way her face lit up when she smiled. I got the recipe from Dawn. It might smell good but not sure of the taste. Taking a bite, she closed her eyes and made a purring sound. Oh God, this is delicious. You did good, cowboy. Tomorrow is the fair in town. If you're feeling up to it, I'd like to take you. I'm also competing in bull riding. I've won it 3 years in a row. Isn't that dangerous? She asked in between bites. Not if you know what you're doing. I have not been to a fair since I was 5 years old. I'd love to go with you, but only if you buy me cotton candy. It's a deal, he said, and getting up dished out more lasagna for them both. Later they watched a movie on TV, and when she noticed him rubbing the back of his neck, she asked if he was all right. I must have pulled a muscle. My shoulders are killing me. Take your shirt off and turn around, she ordered. Why, Miss Gray, are you coming on to me? Rolling her eyes, she swatted him. No, you moron. I'm going to give you a back rub. She couldn't help it when she licked her lips as she started massaging his shoulders. He got in front of her between her legs on the sofa, his skin so warm against her hands, his muscles hard. His manly scent was intoxicating, and she wanted to put her lips on his back, to taste his flesh. That night they spent together was magical. The way they savagely attacked each other's body, touching, kissing and tasting. The pleasure was unlike any other, filled with animal passion, and she had lost count of how many releases he brought her to. It would be so easy to give in to him again, but he was a good man, too good for her. Feeling the dampness between her legs and the desire building, she abruptly pulled away. Her face flushed when her core started to ache. Is that better? She asked and moved from behind him. Much better, he said and took her hand. Looking at it, I still remember how your hands felt on my flesh when we made love. Your hands touched more than my skin. They touched my heart and soul. Cupping the back of her head, drew her closer and planted his lips on hers. Lowering her down onto her back, his kiss deepened as he greedily devoured her lips. Just when she was returning his kiss passionately, he felt her hands on his chest, pushing him away. Stop, Parker. We can't do this. Coming to her senses, she pushed him away. There was no denying that there was this strong sexual chemistry between them, and she wanted him just as bad as he appeared to want her. Getting up, he looked down at her, his heart racing and snake aching for release. So close, he thought to himself. Even in her condition, she was beautiful, and he wanted her in the worst way. He was also sure if he hadn't stopped when she asked him to, she would have given in to her lust. But he was not the type to keep going if a woman said to stop. I'm sorry, Parker, she said and stood up, straightening her clothing. I just can't do this. Forgive me. There's nothing to forgive. It is I who should ask you to forgive me. I did promise not to make a move on you. It's okay. Let's forget it. I'm going to bed. Good night, Parker. You still go with me tomorrow, won't you? She smiled when she saw that boyish look on his face, like a little boy who was afraid he wouldn't get dessert after being bad. Yes, I'll still go with you. Leaving the room, she headed to her bedroom. Parker waited till she was gone and banged his head once against the wall. Stupid, stupid fool. Stop trying to rush her or you'll scare her off. Chapter 8. Parker came downstairs the next morning to find Dakota making breakfast. She looked so gorgeous in her pale yellow dress. It showed off her long, slender legs. He was taking her to the fair, sort of their first date. He wore his jeans that were snug, showing off his muscular form, and a new white shirt. You look beautiful. Love that dress, he said and sat her down when she put his plate of food on the table. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw him, so clean-shaven and wearing tight-fitting jeans. Knowing what he looked like under his clothes, she blushed. Thanks. It's not too much, is it? I wasn't sure what to wear. It's perfect. He answered back, "Are you sure you're up to going out? I feel good today, and I'm looking forward to the cotton candy you promised me." It was true. She had more energy and felt happy, and it was all down to Parker's kindness. They met up with Calvin, Dawn, and CJ when they walked through the gate. The two women walked together with the men trailing behind as they walked around. Dakota was greeted warmly by everyone who stopped to say hi. The men decided to show off to the women by playing a game, the one where you swing a hammer-type object and hit the button to see how high it would go, hitting the bell and making you the winner. Both Parker and CJ got almost to the top, but not quite all the way. Now, Calvin had no trouble hitting the bell, and he didn't even break a sweat. Then they tried the shooting range. All three men won prizes. Dawn got two, one from her husband and the other from her son. Dakota was given hers from Parker. They stopped and had hot dogs, and there CJ ran into an old flame, taking off with her, saying he'd meet them at the bull riding competition. Dawn and Calvin wandered off to do their thing, leaving the other two alone. Lacing her arm through Parker's, she smiled at him. "How about that cotton candy you promised me?" Stopping, he bought her the largest one they had and helped her eat it. He looked up at the Ferris wheel and back at her. "Wanna go for a ride on that? Is it safe?" "It is. Come on," he said and walked her over to it. Tossing the remaining candy into the trash, they got seated. He put his arm around her shoulder. "Had you never been on one before?" "No, but I've always wanted to." When it started moving, she gasped and snuggled closer to him. When it got to the top, it stopped and she clutched his hand. "What happened?" "It appears to be stuck." "Don't worry. It always happens but only lasts for a few minutes." Little did she know, he had paid the guy to stall it when they reached the top. His thought was that she could see everything from up here and might enjoy it. "Just look around. It's a lovely view from here." Her eyes wandered around the area. Parker was right. She could see the whole park and the people mingling, playing games and eating. "It's really breathtaking," she said and began to relax. "Thank you for bringing me. I'm having a really good time." They stared into each other's eyes, his hand cupping her chin. He was about to lean in to kiss her when the wheel began to move, breaking what could have been a tender and romantic moment. He held her hand as they walked around. It was almost time for the competition to begin and he had to get ready. "The others are saving you a seat. I'll take you to them and then I have to get ready." Once she was seated next to CJ and the others, he leaned towards her. "You have to give me a kiss for good luck." Seeing the look she gave him, he laughed as the others listened in. "You have to. It's bad luck if a pretty girl doesn't kiss the rider before he gets on the bull." She rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right." CJ nudged her in the arm to get her attention. He was on Parker's side and intended to help him any way he could. "He's telling you the truth. If you don't kiss him, he could lose the competition. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you?" Dawn and Calvin glanced at each other and shook their heads. They were always pulling stunts like that to get a girl to kiss them. "No, I suppose not," Dakota said and went to kiss his cheek. But Parker had another idea, so cupping the back of her head drew her in for a long kiss, one that was passionate, leaving her breathless. Her face turned a crimson red as she watched as he sprinted off to get in line for the ride. Dakota was not impressed with what she saw. To her it was reckless and dangerous, the way the men were being tossed around and thrown off the bull. One man got pierced by the horn and had to be carried out. The crowd stood and cheered loudly when it was Parker's turn. Once seated on the bull, his hand wrapped around the strap, he looked up to where Dakota was, waving and smiling, which was meant only for her. Hung on when the gate opened and the bull ran out, trying to kick him off, but he held on tight, his hat flying off. The crowd went wild, whistling and screaming when he broke his record and still hung on strong. Dakota Saturday wringing her hands. Her heart felt as though it would jump out of her chest. She didn't like this at all. All of a sudden Parker was thrown off and landed on his back. He didn't get up. The crowd went quiet and got to their feet. Dakota covered her mouth to stop from screaming, but sighs of relief could be heard when he got up and wiped the dirt from his clothes. "Dakota, are you okay?" CJ asked when he saw how pale she was and the way her hands shook. "Why does he do this? It's so dangerous. I don't like this, CJ. I'm sorry. I can't watch anymore." Getting up, she walked away, heading back to the midway. She knew it was rude to leave them, but she needed some time alone to think. For so long, she had avoided caring about another person. Meeting Parker 6 months ago changed all that. He managed to chip away the ice from around her heart, and seeing him again, she knew she was in love. The only thing is, after a while it all changes. Love usually turns to hate and is often cruel. Parker was thrilled that he once again won and was excited to get back to Dakota. His face showed disappointment when he found out she left. "Where did she go?" he asked, more harshly than he intended. "Dakota got upset when you fell and didn't get up right away. Said she needed to be alone." Parker grabbed his arm. "Why didn't you stop her, CJ? What would you have me do? Tie her to the chair?" "She went that way," he said, pointing towards the midway. Pushing through the crowd, he searched everywhere he thought she might have gone. He began to sweat from worry that something might have happened to her. Then he spotted her over by the bench, her head down and wiping tears from her face. He walked over, stood in front of her and kneeled down. "Why did you take off like that?" She looked at him and gave him a shove which landed him on his arse. "Because you're a big, dumb, stupid jerk." Walking around him went to leave, but he got up and grabbed her arm. "Get your damn hands off me," she cried out. "What the fuck is your problem?" he snapped. "You're my problem. Why would you do something so dangerous? You could have been hurt, crippled, or worse, killed." "I know what I'm doing. I'm careful. As you can see, I'm okay." "You were worried about me," he said, and he knew then that she had deep feelings for him. This pleased him. Using her fists, she started hitting him in the chest, until he took hold of her wrist to stop the beating she was giving him. Though it didn't hurt him in the least. "Yes, I was worried that you could have been killed. I don't like you doing this. I don't want to lose you," she stammered, and a tear slid down her cheek. Letting go of her wrists, he placed his hands on each side of her face. "Getting this upset is not good for the baby. If it makes you feel any better, this was going to be my last year competing. I'm getting older now, so it's time to let the younger ones take over." "Really? You won't do it anymore?" "I won't," he said, and his mouth came down hard on hers. His heart was bursting with joy when she put her arms around his neck, and her mouth moved frantically with his. Leaning her up against the bench, his kiss became more deep, passionate, not caring that people were staring as they walked past. Needing to breathe, she freed her mouth from his. Her eyes glazed over and stared into his eyes. "Take me home, Parker." "Are you sure about this?" he asked, knowing what she meant. "Yes, I want you," she replied, wiping the lipstick from his mouth. Taking her hand, they started walking towards the exit, through the crowd, when one of the carnies stepped in front of them. "Hey, man, wanna win your lady a prize?" "No thanks," Parker said, and went to move past the man, but he held up his hand to stop them. And looking at Dakota, a wide grin appeared on his face. "Hey, I know you, don't I?" The man looked her up and down. "No, we've never met," she answered politely. "Yeah, I do remember you." Parker was beginning to get irritated by the man's persistence. "Look, the lady said she doesn't know you. Now get out of our way." He gave the man a light shove, and still holding her hand, they went to walk away. "Now I remember. You're that stripper from New York, Candy." Dakota and Parker stopped walking to look at each other. He saw how her eyes widened, fear and horror in them. The man made the mistake of talking at that moment. "I see you've been banging that juicy piece of meat." Letting go of Dakota's hand, he turned around and punched the carny smack in the jaw. "Shut your damn mouth," he yelled as the man went flying backward, landing on his arse. A crowd had gathered around, and Parker looked at her. "Is it true? Did you take your clothes off in front of men for money?" Anger and bitterness were heard in his voice. Dakota's eyes filled with tears, seeing that the crowd was listening to them, and heard every word. She wished she could have curled up into a ball and disappear. She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment, before turning and fleeing as fast as she could. Parker chased after her. Chapter 9. Parker couldn't believe how fast she could move for a pregnant woman. He caught up to her just as she opened the door to his truck. "Dakota, stop. Leave me alone," she cried. Grabbing her arm, swung her around to face him. "Just explain to me what that was all about." "I don't have to explain anything to you. Just take me home," she said, pulling her arm from his grip, and climbing into the truck, slammed the door. Tight-lipped, he swore under his breath and getting in spun his tires as he drove off. The thought of her taking her clothes off in front of a bunch of strangers had his blood boiling. He couldn't imagine her being that type. They drove home in silence. Their mood matched the weather as it changed from warm and sunny to dark as the clouds rolled in and it started to rain. By the time they reached the ranch, it was pouring. The sky had opened up and thunder roared. Putting the car into park and turning it off, they Saturday there, staring out the window. "You should have told me you were a stripper. I would have tried to understand." Dakota felt her heart breaking. Things had changed between them in a blink of an eye. Did she really think she could escape her past and find happiness with Parker? He was a good guy and maybe he might have understood, but at some point, he might throw it back in her face. Not getting an answer from her, he became angry and barked, "Say something, will you?" Hearing the anger in his voice, she opened the door and got out. Getting soaked immediately, she heard his door open as she went to walk in the opposite direction of the house, only to be grabbed from behind. "Where do you think you're going? You're soaked. Come back to the house." "No," she screamed at him over the roar of the thunder. "I'm going as far from you as I can." He grabbed her shoulders in his hands, looking down at her. "Just tell me why you did it. How could you do that?" "You know what, Parker? Not everyone can live in a perfect world like you, where everyone is either family or friends and also damn nice. Out in the real world, some have to do whatever they have to do to survive." Her tears fell down her face, mixed with the rain that pelleted down, drenching her. "To live, I did what I had to, and that was to take off my clothes to a bunch of filthy and horny bastards." "You took everything off." His eyes narrowed into slits. "Everything but my panties, but they didn't leave anything to the imagination." She smirked and licked her lips seductively just to piss him off. Her behavior did anger him, and the moment he spoke the next few words, when he looked down at her stomach, he regretted it. "Do you even know for sure who the father is?" She slapped him as hard as she could across his face. "You bastard," she screamed at him. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that," cried Dakota. "What happened to you?" Raising her voice to be heard over the wind and thunder. "I didn't want to strip. I had no choice. You could never understand or forgive me." "You're wrong about that. I don't care that you were a stripper. I just want to know what made you do it." His grip tightens on her. "Maybe not now, but someday you will, and I saw the look of disgust on your face when you found out. I can't stay here, Parker. Not anymore." Pulling from his hold on her, she ran to the house. There she went upstairs into the bathroom and removed her clothes, wrapping a towel around her. Parker stood in the rain. His legs wouldn't move. He knew that there had to be a good reason for her doing what she did, and he was afraid of losing her. No way was he going to let her leave. So forcing his legs to work, he headed inside, stripping off his shirt, and grabbing a towel from the kitchen to dry off as best he could. Removing his boots and pants, headed upstairs. Instead of going to his room, he went to hers. Not bothering to knock, he walked right in. She turned to him wearing only a towel around her, her breasts heaving and a look of surprise on her face. "Parker," she gasped when he rushed towards her, pulling her into his arms. "Shut up. Just shut up," he said, and his lips came crashing down on hers, pulling her in tighter against him. He moved his hand over her shoulder and over the top of the towel, removing it and letting it fall to the floor, her naked body flush with his. He slowly walked her backward till they were at the end of the bed. Lips still locked, he placed one hand on her back, the other on the bed as he lowered her down. Like a man craving food, he devoured her mouth savagely as his hand traveled down her body, caressing her breast, moving down her leg and back up till he touched the soft flesh between her legs. Her moans of pleasure rang loud in his ears when he stroked between her sensitive folds and feeling how wet she was, added to his arousal. Removing his hand, he moved his mouth down her body, leaving feather-like kisses along the way down till his head was between her legs. He felt her squirming and moaning when he caressed inside her, flicking his tongue in and out again, licking her clit. He knew she was about to peak when her release came, making her scream out his name. Moving so that he was on top, he saw her eyes were closed and her mouth open as she moaned. Smiling, he eased his erection inside her. She was so warm and tight as he started moving. He had been waiting so long for this moment, ever since she left him in that motel room. Dakota knew she should have stopped him, but damn, his touch sent shock waves of heated desire racing through her veins. His forcefulness and the way he kissed her told her that her past didn't bother him. His cruel words were said out of anger, but would he still want her if he knew the whole truth? When Parker was done, bringing them both to a new height of ecstasy, he rolled off and over onto his side, his hand touching her belly. "I've missed this, but I've missed you more. There's no denying that we have something special. I want you to stay with me, even after the baby is born, and see where this goes. I really believe we have a shot at a future together." Her heart was still racing from the intense lovemaking they shared. She reached up and stroked his cheek. A stubble of growth felt rough on her fingers. "You still want me after knowing I stripped for a living? I care a great deal about you and believed you when you said you had no choice. You're a good person with a big heart. I can't see my life without you in it." Maybe it was because she was pregnant, the whole hormone thing happening, or because his words touched her deeply. "I feel the same way about you, Parker, and I want you to know stripping was all I did. No lap dances or sleeping with the customers. In fact, I have not slept with anyone in almost 2 years." Parker leaned over her, his hand still on her stomach. Almost 2 years, he said, looking at her face. So this is my baby. She blinked back tears. Yes, Parker, this is your son. His eyes lit up like a kid in a candy store. I knew it. I just knew it. Even though deep down he knew the baby was his, it still felt amazing to hear the truth from her finally. Parker, what about your friends and family? Now they should have all heard what happened at the fair. They're going to hate me and think you are crazy for sticking by me. Baby, they're all good and understanding people around here. They won't judge you or me. Besides, I don't give a damn what anyone thinks. Tell me you'll stay and give us a chance. Yes, I will, she said, and cupping the back of his head pulled him down for a kiss. After another amazing release, they collapsed side by side, their fingers intertwining. I'll move your things into my room later, he said, raising her hand kissed it. She let out a small laugh. Aren't you rushing things a little? I don't think so, and I see no point in coming into your room at night, since I wouldn't be leaving it until morning. My bed is so much more comfortable than this one. He kissed her tenderly. You best get some sleep. Curling up into the crook of his arm, she was soon fast asleep. When she woke, the spot beside her was empty, but there was a note on his pillow and a single rose. I had to go to work. See you later. Make sure to rest and stay off your feet, Parker. Getting up, she picked up the flower, taking a whiff of it. Smiling, she takes them downstairs and puts them in a tiny vase. No one had ever done anything this sweet for her. Parker and Calvin were busy tearing down an old shack that was falling down and planned on building a new one. People are talking about what happened at the fair. Is everything okay? Calvin asked. Parker removed his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. We talked about it. I understand why she had to do it. It's not that she liked doing it, so no one better give her a hard time about it, Calvin. Calm down, son. No one will judge her, least of all me. I like the girl. She reminds me so much of Dawn at that age. Hell, they resemble each other. So you two are getting along, right? Yup, he smiled. Dakota finally told me the truth. The baby is mine. I kind of figured that. We all did. Congrats, son, Calvin said, giving him a friendly slap on the back. So what happens now? She's going to stay and we're going to take it one day at a time and see where it goes. But I can tell you this, Calvin. I am going to marry her. Moving kind of quick, aren't you? I mean, you barely know the girl. Wasn't it you that once told me the second you laid eyes on Dawn that you knew you were going to build a life with her? Like you, I just know she and I are meant to be together. I love her, and when the time is right, I'm going to tell her. Calvin laughed. You're right, Parker. When you meet the one, you just know it. If you don't mind some advice, give her time. I have a feeling she's had a rough life. There may be more secrets she's keeping, but I'm sure she will open up to you when she feels she can trust you more. Oh, I know there's more, but I won't push her to tell me. Dakota opens up to me a little bit every day, and soon she will tell me everything. That's good. Just remember to listen with an open mind. Calvin sat and motioned for them to get back to work. Chapter 10. When Parker got home, he found Dakota asleep on the sofa. She reminded him of the story of Sleeping Beauty and how the prince kissed her, bringing her to life. So squatting down next to her, he placed his lips on hers, softly kissing her. His kiss had awakened her, and she reached up and touched his cheek. Hi, cowboy, she said sleepily. Sorry I woke you, baby, but I couldn't stop from kissing you. Your lips look too good to pass up. Stretching, she smiled. What a nice way of waking up. I didn't think you would be home so early. I'll start dinner. She went to get up, but he wasn't moving. Parker, move. Let me take you out, he replied, and leaning over kissed her. We can grab a bite to eat and then take a drive. Or we could eat here and then go for that drive. She was afraid to be seen in public after what happened at the fair. People would be staring and whispering about her. If they only knew how embarrassed she was about her past. Also, there was the backlash that Parker would have to put up with. He could lose friends because of her, and she didn't want that for him. He was too nice a guy. He placed his hand on the side of her face when he saw the worried look in her eyes. He sensed what she was thinking and wanted to reassure her that things were not as bad as she thought. I'm not ashamed to be seen with you. We're a couple now, and I want everyone to know it. He stood up, holding out his hand to help her up, and held her in his arms. Knowing how stubborn he could be, she knew there was no point in arguing. Go take a shower first. You stink of sweat and dirt, she said, and gave him a playful push. You're a bossy little filly. I'll go shower. Wanna join me? He asked with a devilish grin. Rolling her eyes, she shook her head. Oh, you, just go. I'm starving. Grabbing a book, she sat her down and pretended to read it. Actually, she was hiding her face from him since it was turning red. The thought of showering with Parker was enticing, the water running down his hard body. His wet skin against hers was getting her all hot and bothered, but in her condition, she felt a little self-conscious. Yet he acted as though she had the size body, even for being in her condition. Her heart was fluttering like crazy. When he returned wearing clean jeans and a pale blue shirt, his hair was still damp and drops of water dripped down his neck. Everything about this man got her hot, his extremely handsome looks, his muscles, and what was between his legs. Not only was it beautiful, she thought, but he sure knew how to please her with it. You're staring at me, baby. What are you thinking about? As if I didn't know. He chuckled and drew her into his arms. He saw the lust in her eyes when he entered the room, and if not for the fact she said she was hungry, he would have carried her up to bed. But he knew she had to eat, if not for her, for the baby. His own horny desires would have to wait until later. Her face, a bright pink, pulled away. You think you know everything, she scoffed. He helped her up into the truck and was glad he had the running boards on. It made it easier for her to get in. They would have taken her car, but he had yet to fix it, and was putting it off in case she decided to leave when he was gone. He knew it was selfish of him and made up his mind to fix it. Soon it would be too difficult for her to get into his truck as it was high up. They were seated at the best table in the restaurant, overlooking a view of the mountains. It was fancy for this part of the country, with white and red tablecloths and crystal light fixtures hung from the ceiling. This place is so nice. I hope I'm dressed okay, she said, looking down at the white and black dress she was wearing. He took her hand from across the table. You look amazing. You're the prettiest woman in the place. The waitress came over to take their order. Parker ordered 2 of the specials and 2 glasses of wine, 1 non-alcoholic. I have to ask you, Parker, how is it you aren't with anyone? Surely there must have been a woman you were close to. There was no one. I've been waiting my whole life for you. I'm not a wealthy man, and most women only want a man who has lots of money. What about you, Dakota? Was there a man in your life before we met? He noticed how her demeanor changed. She became sullen and wouldn't look him in the eye. There was this one guy, Ben. At first, he was so sweet, kind, and after we'd been together a few months he changed. He started drinking and hanging out with some bad people. He turned out to not be a very nice person. Did you leave him? Parker, please. I don't want to talk about Ben. Can't we just enjoy spending time together and eat this delicious meal? Nodding, he decided to drop the subject, since she obviously was uncomfortable talking about it. Done eating, she rubbed her stomach. I'm so full. Ate way too much. Thank you for bringing me here. I had a lovely time. It's not over yet. He stood and held out his hand for her to take. There's dancing out on the patio. Come dance with me? Taking his hand, she let him lead her outside where other couples were already dancing. She melted against him when he put his arms around her, resting her head on his shoulder. The sound of his heart beating rang in her ear. He made her feel safe and loved. Her parents never showed her any love. Ben did at first, but then he turned into a vicious monster, abusing and forcing her to do the most disgusting things imaginable. Running away from him was the best thing she could ever have done, and regretted not doing it sooner. Parker loved the way she feed into his arms like she was made for him, resting his head on top of her head, taking the scent of her shampoo, his hand moving up and down her back. His heart was racing, knowing he was in deep and wanted so badly to tell her he was in love. The feel of her belly against him, holding their child, had him smiling. He had never thought about being a father, didn't even know if he wanted any, but she changed all that, and he looked up at the sky and mentally thanked God for sending her here to him. Parker, take me home, she said as she brushed her lips against his lips, letting him know she wanted him. Capturing her lips, he kissed her passionately. His body was burning to make love to her and hoped he could wait till they arrived home, though the idea of taking her in his truck was getting him hot and bothered. Taking her hand, lead her back inside. Stopping at their table, dropped cash down to cover the bill, and they headed out, his hand on the small of her back. She could feel the heat from his fingers as they made a circular motion on the lower part of her back, sending flames of heated desire right down to her very core. They had made it to the truck when a voice shouted out, stopping them from getting in. Hey, Parker, how did you get so lucky as to Fouquet the stripper? I bet even knocked up she's a juicy piece of ash. Parker turned to the man, glaring at him. Shut your mouth, Trent. Trent shrugged his shoulders. Why are you getting so worked up? She ain't nothing but a dirty whore. He then looked at Dakota. Hey, Candy, I got some candy for you. Dow. He grabbed his crotch. Parker raised his fist, connecting it to Trent's jaw, who stumbled backward and landed on the dirt ground. Lifting his bulky body up, stood facing Parker. "She ain't worth fighting you, Parker." Spitting out some blood, he turned and walked away. He wasn't a stupid man by any means. No one stood a chance against Parker, not alone anyway. When he looked back at Dakota, her lips were trembling and she was close to crying. Moving closer, he took her face in his hands. "Pay no attention to Trent. He's a first-class jerk. It's not just him. There will be others. What if someone else recognizes me and makes a crude remark? Are you going to punch them all out?" "I don't care what anyone says or thinks, and yes, if I have to, I'll punch anyone who hurts you," he said, stroking her cheek with his thumb. "People around here are good, with the exception of Trent." "Parker," she said when she looked past him, and her face turned white, causing him to look behind him. Turning around to face Trent and the two men with him, he barked at her to get in the truck. "What do you want now?" he snapped at the three men. "It's payback, Parker. The boys and I are going to teach you a lesson, and then the girl will put on a private show for us. Don't matter she's knocked up. I bet she still has some good moves," Trent said and grinned at Dakota. Dakota let out a scream when two men charged at Parker. The third one, a skinny man with a beard, grabbed her and held on so that she couldn't do anything. Not that she could in her present condition. Parker was doing great taking on the two men, until one went and grabbed him from behind as the other one kept punching him in the stomach. She kept screaming at them to leave him alone. Parker lifted his legs, kicking the one doing the punching and knocking him down. Her head turned when she heard the squealing of tires, and CJ jumped from his car and came to Parker's aid. The skinny man let Dakota go and joined in the fight, shoving her into the truck. Clutching her stomach, she was helpless to do anything but watch. The three men, knowing they were losing the fight, took off running with their tails between their legs. Parker and CJ high-fived one another. CJ's suit had gotten dirty and bloody. "I was just coming off a date, and saw the commotion and figured you could use a hand. Damn cowards. 3 against 1. CJ looked over at a very pale Dakota. Parker looked over and hurried to her side. "Are you okay? Did that bastard hurt you?" He took her in his arms. "No, but look at you. You're hurt," she cried out and touched his swollen lips. "Hey, what about me?" CJ snickered. "I'm hurt too," he said as he touched what would soon be a black eye. She couldn't help but smile at CJ's childish whining. "You're right. Come back to the ranch and I'll fix both of you up." "Nah, that's okay. I'll go home and shower. But you, young lady, take care of this wussy and then get some rest. This is too much excitement for you." Giving Parker a slap on the back and kissed her cheek, he then got in his car and drove off. Chapter 11. Dakota stood between his legs after making him sit down. With a bowl of warm water and a clean cloth wiped the blood from his face. "You're going to have a fat lip and black eye," she said as she unbuttoned his shirt to check for any cuts or bruising. Seeing the welts on his chest and stomach, she broke down and cried. "This is all my fault that they did this to you." Putting his hands around her waist, drew her in closer. "You listen to me, baby. None of this is your fault. Trent is a bully and always has been. He had no right to talk to you the way he did, and if I hear him harassing you, I'll make him suffer." He wiped her tears away. "You don't deserve to be treated like that. No one does. You heard CJ earlier. Let's get you to bed." Parker was in bed waiting for her when she came from the bathroom in her nightgown. Her eyes widened, and she smiled when she saw the sheet that was over his waist rising. "I can't believe you are getting a boner right now. Not after the beating you took." A sly smile crossed his face, and he pulled the sheet off him and motioned for her to get in. "This is what happens whenever I look at you." Climbing in, she shakes her head and rolled her eyes. "I'm huge and you still get horny. First thing, you're not huge. Second, you are more beautiful than the first time I saw you. But if you're not in the mood, I'll turn around and go right to sleep. Good night," he said and turned his back to her. He felt her hand on his shoulder when she pushed him onto his back. Straddling him, she could feel his hard erection. "Did you hear me say I didn't want it?" Lowering her head, kissed him, and she felt him entering her. "Ride me," he ordered. His breathing was hard and he moaned when she rotated her hips slowly. Hands on her hips, he helped her when she moved up and down faster. He kept his eyes open to watch as she arched her neck back and her hands cupped her breasts. It was such a turn watching her and hearing her soft moans. She brought him to the best release he'd ever experienced. Flipping her onto her back, still embedded inside her, began thrusting hard till she came, moaning his name, her fingers digging into his back. "You're amazing," he said, holding her in his arms when they were finished, running his hand over her belly. "We'll have to slow down when you get further along." She laughs. "I don't see why. I've heard you can make love till near the end as long as you take it easy and are gentle." "I can do that, but after I won't be gentle." He smiled to himself. Now he was being careful, not giving it his all, but after the baby was born he wouldn't hold back. Waking up alone in bed, he rose and threw on a pair of jeans that lay next to the bed. The aroma of bacon and eggs drifted upstairs. Leaning against the doorframe, he watched as she was busy cooking. She was wearing one of his shirts, and he was sure she had no panties on. He sneaked up behind her and made her jump when he moved her hair over to the side to kiss her neck. His free hand moved up her leg and smiled when he found he was right. She wore no panties. "Parker, you scared the shit out of me." Feeling his hand slide between her legs, she shrugged him away with her shoulder. "Down, cowboy. The baby and I need food, so keep it in your pants, you horny freak." She laughed when he growled. "I could easily bend you over and take you right here if I wasn't hungry myself," he said and sat her down. "You really shouldn't come down dressed that way." "Why not? I thought men found it SI when a woman wears their shirt." "Oh, it's SI all right. Too damn SI. Gets me hot and bothered, but CJ has a key and drops over whenever he wants and walks right in. I don't want him seeing my girl like this. After all, he's a man and won't shy away from looking." Setting his plate in front of him, she smiled at his comment about her being his girl. "I'm your girl." He pulled her down onto his lap. His fingers started unbuttoning her shirt. "Yeah, you're my girl. If you have a problem with that, tough. I won't allow another man to ogle you." His hand fondled her breasts, moving down to her sensitive folds, making her squirm. "Parker, stop. What if CJ walks in?" Ignoring her, he stood her up and tore off her shirt. She stood naked before him and he pulled her close. Her bare body touching his, he kissed her passionately, her arms going around his neck. "Parker, your breakfast is getting cold," she cried out between breaths. "I'd rather have you," he groaned through his heavy breathing, tearing away from her luscious lips, backed her into the counter and turned her around, grabbed her hands, rested them on the counter. Dropping his pants to around his ankles, he went between her legs, his finger sliding inside her and finding she was wet. Her heavy pants and moans sent his desire to a new high of heated desire. Taking his time, he entered his throbbing erection inside her. Closing his eyes and holding her hips, moved in and pulling out till only the tip of him touched her entrance and back all the way, earning him some cuss words from her. "Fuke, Parker, stop teasing me. I can't take it. Just fuke me already," she said through breathy pants and pushing her rear against him. "You want it, baby. Tell me what you want. Say it," he whispered into her ear. He never heard her talk dirty before, not like this, and he had to admit it was a turn on. "I want you to keep your snake inside me and fuke me hard and fast." When he started pumping harder and going deeper, she let out a scream. "Yes? Oh God, yes." She forgot about them being in the kitchen, forgot everything except how amazing it felt with him inside her. Her inner core was on fire and throbbing, and she was sure her eyes rolled into the back of her head when he brought her to and release, and her release flowed around his manhood. Resting her forehead on the counter, she felt his warm liquid filling her to the core and letting out a breathy groan. He leaned his head on her back and pulled out. Her knees felt weak, and she was glad when he lifted her up and turning her around held her close to him. "That was so amazing, Parker. You are amazing," he said as his lips came down hard on hers. Bending down, he pulled on his pants, and after doing them up, grabbed the shirt she was wearing and helped her to put it on. "Your food is cold and I'm not making any more, so you'll just have to eat it that way," she said, and going to the counter poured him a cup of coffee. "I'll eat it. I'm sure it's still good. Come, join me." They talked while he ate, and giving her a kiss told her to put some clothes on and to get some rest. Standing by the door, she waved when he rode off on his horse. Never had she met a guy so sweet and tender and a great lover. For the first time in a long time, she felt she had a chance at happiness. Shutting the door, she went to take a shower and then a nap. Tonight he was bringing pizza home, and they were going to spend the night watching movies and eating popcorn. A quiet night in. She liked it better this way, alone where no one would recognize her and make vulgar comments like that Trent guy had. She honestly didn't know why she stopped here to see Parker. It was like an invisible force pulling her in his direction, and she was glad she had. Things were moving so quickly between them, and at times it frightened her, afraid that something would come between them, breaking up their happiness. In less than a month, she knew without a doubt that she was in love with him, and has been since that night in New York. Laying in bed, she woke several hours later, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Hearing the front door opening, she crawled off the bed and went downstairs. Parker was home early and carrying 2 large pizzas and a case of beer. "Don't you cowboys drink anything besides beer?" she asked, and going over took the pizzas from him, giving him a kiss when he leaned towards her. "Nope, we love our beer after a long day in the saddle." Placing the beer on the counter, turned to give her one of his killer smiles. "I need to shower and change. Put some of the beer in the fridge for me, please." On second thought, "Why don't you join me in the shower?" Rolling her eyes, she smacked him in the arm. "I already showered. Now go. I'm starving, and if you don't hurry, I'll eat without you." Okay, I'm going. Geez, you're getting to be one bossy woman." He chuckled when she gave him a shove towards the door. Dakota picked out 2 movies for them to watch. One he might enjoy, Fast and Furious, and one she wanted to watch, The Notebook. Now the question was, which one would they watch first? Him being a guy, she knew which one he wanted to watch first. The problem was, if he got to see his movie first, would he sit and watch the other one? He came down all clean and shirtless. Water drops dripped down his chest, and she had to look away so as not to jump his bones. She couldn't help feeling this way. Just looking at him, she felt that familiar throbbing between her legs. Why does he have to look so damn hot? She asked herself silently. He flopped down next to her on the sofa, putting his feet up on the table, reached for a slice of pizza and grabbed the beer she had opened and waiting for him. "What movie are we watching?" Smiling, she picked up the DVDs. "We have a romantic one and an action one. Which one would you like to watch first?" she asked, but already knew the answer. After devouring most of the pizza, she laid her feet over his lap and let him rub them while they watched the movie he wanted to see first. When it was over, she reached for hers and handed it to him. "Now we watch this one." He took it from her and read the title. "This is a chick flick. So, I watched your dumbass action movie, now it's only fair you watch mine," she said, giving him a stern look. "Come on, baby, admit it. You enjoyed it." "Maybe I did, but that's not getting you out of watching this one." She held up the DVD, moving so that he was towering over her, laid her down, taking the movie from her hand and tossing it on the table. "I can think of something more fun to do," he said, and lowering his head started sucking on her neck, his hand undoing the buttons on her top till he had her shirt wide open, caressing her breasts. She started laughing and tried pushing him off. "You're not being fair, Parker. Get off me." Hearing a noise, she turned her head and placed her hands on his bare chest. "Someone's at the front door." He lifted his head to listen and heard the door closing and cursed. "Goddamn CJ, I really do have to get those locks changed," he said as he looked back down at her. Chapter 12. CJ entered the living room just as Parker got off Dakota, and she was buttoning up her shirt, their faces flushed. "Hey kids, hope I'm not interrupting anything," he said, and sitting in the nearest chair grabbed a slice of pizza. "Got a beer for me?" Dakota stood up. "I'll get you one." She looked at Parker. "Would you like another?" "Yes, thanks." When she had left the room, he turned angrily to CJ. "You really have to stop barging in unannounced." Swallowing the piece of pizza that was in his mouth, shrugged his shoulders. "You gave me a key, remember?" "Yes, for emergencies." "Take it easy, Parker. I did knock but no one answered. How was I to know you'd be making out on the couch like a couple of teenagers?" Dakota walked in with 2 beers and handed them to the guys. Sitting on the opposite side of the sofa, she told CJ to have more pizza. "Is there a reason for you being here so late?" Parker snapped, getting a scolding from Dakota for being so rude. "Yeah, Mom and Dad are having a BBQ tomorrow night, and we're wondering if you 2 wanted to come." "You could have phoned, and Calvin never mentioned it," Parker said, and took another swig of his beer. Mom just decided to have it, sort of a welcome to our town for Dakota. She thought it was time for the town folks to meet her, since she's going to be hanging around. He winked at her and smiled. "Don't worry, Trent and his buddies won't be there. So how about it? Can I tell Mom you'll both be there?" "It's up to you, Dakota," Parker said. "Sure, I'd love to. I think I'll go up to bed now and leave you boys to talk." "But what about your movie?" Parker said, and stood when she did. "As if I can get you to watch a girly movie." She scoffed and saying goodnight to them walked out. "Things are going well between you 2, I gather." Parker smiled. "Yeah, she's going to stay and see where this takes us. I'm going to marry her, CJ. Do you love her, or is it just because of the baby?" "I love her," he answered. "Have you told her that you are in love with her?" "Not yet. I'm waiting for the right moment." He leaned forward. "I never felt this way about a woman before." What about Emily? You once said you loved her and was planning on marrying her. I thought I was in love then, but I now know it was just the idea of being in love and getting married. Being with Dakota, I know now will love us. It makes my heart beat faster whenever we're together and my gut does somersaults. She's all I can think about, and it feels so good going to sleep and waking up with her in my arms. Yup, you're in love all right. I'm happy for you, bro. She is a sweet girl. Good thing you met her first instead of me, or you wouldn't stand a chance with that little beauty, CJ said, tossing the cushion from behind his back at Parker. CJ stayed till after. He had a couple more beers and more pizza. Dakota was fast asleep when he went up to bed. Stripping down naked crawled in beside her, and she snuggled right into him when he put his arm around her. He listened to her breathing and watched her chest rising with each breath she took. His thoughts went back to what she had told him about the guy she used to be with. He wondered what she meant when she said he turned into a monster, making her do things she didn't want to do. It angered him to think that this Ben guy might have abused her in some way. All he knew was that if he ever met the man, he'd kill him. Well, maybe not kill, but give him a beating he'd not soon forget. He rose just as the sun was coming out, dressed and ready for another day of work. He sat on the edge of the bed looking down at her. When she felt the bed moving, her eyes slowly opened and smiled at Parker. I'll make you some breakfast. She went to get up, but he put his hands on her shoulders. No, you need to rest. I'll grab a bite at the Fishers. I'll see you later. He leaned over, giving her a passionate kiss. Before walking out, he kissed her belly. Be good for Mommy. Don't kick her so hard. She rubbed her stomach, close to tears from Parker's tender show of love and affection for her and their baby. We're going to be okay here with Daddy. He's a good man. That night she was a nervous wreck. She had met some of the people, but not all of them. Wanting to make a good impression, she wasn't sure what to wear. Most of her clothes didn't fit, and she sat on the bed and cried. That was how Parker found her. Going over, he sat next to her, his arms going around her. What's wrong, baby? I don't have anything to wear that fits me, she sniffed. Sure you do. Getting up, he goes to the closet and looks through her stuff, finally pulling out a black skirt and a pink blouse. What about this? But won't everyone be wearing jeans? Mine don't fit me anymore. Most of the women will be wearing dresses. Come on, try this on and tomorrow I'll take you shopping for clothes that fit you. She looked at the outfit and thought it might work. It was stretchy and was loose on her. To begin with. Okay, thanks, Parker. Won't people be curious as to this pregnancy? I mean, as to who the father is. I'm sure they already know by now. It's a small town and word gets around. What if they don't like me? He takes her face in his hands. They will love you. Just be your sweet self. He pulled her into his arms and his lips came down on hers, kissing her with so much passion it made her weak in the knees. The party. Parker had worked on her car before getting ready for the party so they could go in it. He thought it would be easier getting in and out of instead of the truck. Going around to the passenger side, opens the door and seeing how nervous she was, he took her hand in his and held it as they walked toward the crowd. They were greeted by Dawn, who put her arm around her shoulder and whisked her away from Parker. I want you to meet the ladies. They are all dying to meet you. Dakota looked over her shoulder at Parker, wishing he was by her side and still holding her hand. Dawn walked her over to where the women were gathered and introduced her to them. They all greeted her with friendly smiles and open arms. The men were in small clusters spread around. From time to time she would look over to where Parker was. He was laughing and he looked so happy. Her heart did a flit when he looked over at her. Giving her a smile, he winked at her. One woman struck up a conversation with her. She too was pregnant and looked to be around 9 months along. Her name was Kathy, married to another friend of Parker's. 2 little girls clung to her before running off to play with the other children. So Dakota, how far along are you? Kathy asked, patting her own stomach. 7 months now, she replied. Oh my gosh, me too, but look at me compared to you. I'm huge, she laughed. You're so lucky to be tiny. Must be easier to get around. Though the woman was being kind, she looked down at her belly and wondered why there was such a difference in their size. This caused her great concern. So seeing CJ, she excused herself and went over to where he was with a woman he seemed to be hitting on. CJ gave her a friendly smile when she approached. Hi Dakota, are you getting to know everyone? Yes. CJ, could I have a private word with you? It was obvious to him that something was upsetting her, so he turned the brunette. Would you excuse me for a few moments? Sure, Doc. Don't keep me waiting too long, she said, giving Dakota a warm smile and left them alone. What's wrong? Is the baby okay? I hope so. I was talking to Kathy and she's 7 months pregnant. The same as me, yet she is showing more than I am. I'm scared, CJ. What if something is wrong with the baby? Putting his hands on her shoulders, he smiled, trying to reassure her everything was fine. The baby is fine. Heartbeat strong. The scan shows that it is growing. You need not worry. Every woman is different. Some gain more weight and show more than others. You happen to be one who may not get too big, and some don't even show much till they're in their last month. Are you sure everything is all right? She asked, letting out a breath of relief. Yes, Dakota. Just enjoy your pregnancy. Soon you'll have a precious little bundle to hold in your arms. Parker walked over after seeing how deep in conversion they were, and CJ's hands on her. If it were any other man touching her, he would have punched him, but he knew he could trust his lifelong friend. Hey, why the serious faces? Dakota was worried about not showing as much as Kathy. I assured her everything is okay with her and the baby. If you both will excuse me. I have a very sad brunette waiting for me. Giving Dakota a kiss on the cheek, hurried off to find his date. You can't compare yourself to other pregnant women and worry. I know, but I've never been pregnant before, and with my high blood pressure I got scared. She moved into his arms when he opened them for her. You have nothing to worry about. CJ is an excellent doctor, and he is keeping a close eye on you. Our baby is being well taken care of. The burgers and hot dogs are ready. Are you hungry? She laughed when she pulled from his embrace and took his hand. Are you kidding me? I'm always hungry. After having 2 hot dogs, and the biggest burger she had ever seen, she let out a loud belch. Embarrassed, she covered her mouth and looked around at everyone who turned to see who had done it. I'm so sorry. She apologized and lowered her head. She then heard the burst of laughter coming from the crowd. Calvin, who was standing next to her, placed his arm around her shoulder. No need to apologize, Dakota. We all do it. Besides, it's a compliment to the cook to burp. Smiling down at her, him being so much taller than her, he asked if she would honor him with a dance. Feeling better about the embarrassing situation, nodded her head. Looking over at Parker, followed Calvin over to the area that was set up for dancing. Chapter 13. The Party. Part 2. Dakota couldn't get over how handsome and toned Calvin's body was. Dawn was a lucky woman. I've never seen Parker this happy. You're good for him, Dakota. I can see you have deep feelings for him, as he has for you. He's a good man and will make a good father. He'll take care of you both. I do care about him, but if I'm to be honest, I can't help but worry that someday my past will catch up with me and he will begin to resent me. There are other men out there like that Trent guy. It might be too much for Parker to put up with. No, dear, Parker's not like that. He will never let what happened in your past change the way he feels about you. Speak of the devil, here he comes now. Parker tapped Calvin on the shoulder. Mind if I cut in? Be my guest, son. Letting go of her, he told them he was going to find Dawn. I've been waiting to get you in my arms since we arrived here, he said as he pulled her close, his arms going around her waist. Have I told you how beautiful you look tonight? Not yet, she answered, resting her head on his shoulder, taking in his scent. Well, you do, and as hell. I have half a mind to take you to the barn, tear off your clothes and make love to you on a bed of straw. Lifting her head to look at him, her shock showed on her face, which was turning red. Don't you dare, Parker Stevens. With all these people here, what would they think? That I was one lucky son of a bitch. He laughed and pulled her closer. But seriously, are you enjoying yourself? Yes, everyone is so kind. I feel welcome and like I belong here. You do belong here. This is now your home, Dakota, for as long as you want it to be. And if I have my way, it will be forever. A smile crept up on her face as she snuggled closer. God, this man is perfect, she thought. Parker, I'm getting a little tired. Mind if we sit down for a while? He stroked her cheek, his eyes full of love when he looked down at her angelic face. I'm sorry, I should have taken you to sit before now. Taking her hand, he leads her over to the bonfire where some of the others were gathered. He pulled his chair close to hers and rested his arm on the back of her chair, his thumb caressing her shoulder. He didn't care if anyone saw him. He liked touching her, feeling her warm skin against him. The kids were roasting marshmallows, laughing and having a ball. The sun had gone down and the night was warm, yet the fire felt good as it burned away. All were chatting and enjoying each other's company when a white Toyota came up the driveway and parked. A woman got out. She was tall, long black hair, slender. She was wearing tight-fitting jeans and a cashmere pullover. What is she doing here? CJ asked when he saw who it was. We didn't invite her. I didn't even know she was back in town, Dawn said, and for a brief second looked over at Parker. Dakota noticed how Parker's muscles tensed up. Anger showed on his face, and she was curious why this intruder was having such an effect on him. A shiver went through her when the woman walked towards them. She was so beautiful, looked like a model. Her makeup was applied perfectly, her hair styled. Dakota couldn't stop the feeling of dread that raced through her. Being from Texas, the men were all gentlemen and stood when she approached, except for Parker, who remained seated. "Hello everyone, I'm back," she said as she looked around the group, her eyes momentarily stopping to look at Parker. "Emily, when did you get back?" Dawn asked after greeting the woman. "This morning. I heard there was a party going on, and you all know me. I love a good party." Her eyes flickered back to Parker. "Have a seat. We're having a get-together to welcome Dakota Gray to our town," Dawn said, and walked the women over to where she sat. "Emily, this is Dakota." She rose and shook hands with the woman and sat her back down. When Emily took a seat next to Parker, after the woman was asked how living in Paris was and finding out she was here visiting her aunt and uncle, everyone started talking and some getting up to dance or to grab more drinks. "You're looking good, Parker," Emily said, her eyes checking him out. "You too," he grunted. Dakota wondered why he was behaving so weirdly, squirming in his seat and not looking at Emily. A thought crossed her mind, one that frightened her and had her jealous at the same time. She felt the tension between the two and knew there was something going on between them. Getting nowhere with Parker, Emily stared at Dakota. "I see you're pregnant. How far along?" 7 months now," she answered. "Where is your husband?" "I'm not married." "Oh, I see. And is the father here?" Before she could answer, Parker spoke up. His voice sounded harsh. "She's with me and I'm the father." He stood and looked at her, then back at Dakota. "I'm going to grab a drink. Want anything?" When Dakota shook her head, he went to walk away, but before he could, Emily put a hand on his arm. "I'll have something. You know what I like." Letting go, she looked over at Dakota and smiled. It was not a friendly one. She then turned her back and started a conversation with the person on her other side. Parker did not return. Grabbing a beer, he went over to a group of men standing around. Glancing over to where Dakota and Emily were still sitting, she was the last person he wanted to see, though he had to admit she looked great. Modeling entranced her beauty. It was only a matter of time before Dakota asked him about her. It was not a discussion he wanted to have, so instead decided to avoid both women. He knew he should explain but wasn't sure how. She might not understand. Dakota wanted answers, but when Parker didn't return, she went over to where Dawn was, sitting in the empty seat next to her. "Dawn, that woman, who is she?" to Parker. She noticed that Dawn was uncomfortable, not really looking at her. "You really should talk to him. It's not my place." "Please, Dawn, tell me." They used to go together before she left for Paris. For how long? Dakota felt her stomach turning. Did she really want to know the answer? Dawn finally looked her in the eye. 2, maybe 3 years. Seeing the shock and hurt flash across her face, she felt terrible. "Look, honey, talk to Parker. Let him explain everything." Dakota turned her head in time to see Emily walking over to him, and her heart sank. The woman was drop-dead gorgeous, and they had a history together. What chance did she have with him now that Emily was back? Parker had his back to her when she approached and placed her hand on his back, causing him to turn around. "Emily, is there something you want?" She could tell from his tone he was not happy to see her. "I'd like to talk privately," she said, glancing at the others, who took the hint and walked away. "We have nothing to say to one another. Parker, please. After all we meant to each other, the least you could do is listen to me." "You've got 5 minutes," he growled. "I've missed you, and I should never have taken off the way I did. Just so you know, that man meant nothing to me. He was my way out of this place, and he opened doors for me in the fashion world. Well, you got what you wanted, and I honestly hope you are happy." Saying it, he realized that he meant it. For a long time, he carried around anger and resentment towards her, but having met Dakota and falling in love with her opened his eyes to what true love was. "I was happy at first, but life is so hard in the fashion world. People are cruel, and one day you're on top and the next day someone younger, thinner and prettier comes along and you get knocked down a notch." Her eyes watered up when she stared into his eyes. He was always a sucker for her tears, could get him to do anything she wanted. Arms folded across his chest, he bit his bottom lip and knew her tears were fake. "So where is he? The man you left me for?" with the new model that took my place. God, she's like 19 years old. So now you think it's okay to waltz back to town and expect us to pick up where we left off. Sorry, it's not going to happen. I'm with Dakota now and we're having a baby. So go back to Paris or wherever and leave us alone. Just because you knocked the girl up doesn't mean you have to be with her. Take care of the baby physically if you have to, but seriously, Parker, you bring home a stripper to live with you, one who hasn't the brains to use protection when she opens her legs to a man. Christ, Parker, are you sure the kid is even yours? Hearing her talk about the woman he loved became angry and grabbed her arm. Don't ever talk about Dakota that way. You know nothing about her, and yes, I'm sure the baby is mine. Can you really throw what we had away for someone like that? You loved me once and you still do. A smile appeared on his face. You're wrong, Emily. I never really loved you. I thought I did, but I realize now it wasn't real love. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going back over to Dakota and stay away from us. Emily placed her hand on his chest. She looked up into his eyes and spoke softly. It'll never work between you two. When you come to your senses, I'll be waiting for you. He suddenly felt sorry for her. He knew she didn't love him and once she became bored would take off again. But that was her problem. He was in love with only one woman, and that was the mother of his child. He placed his one hand on the side of her face. I have come to my senses the day I met Dakota. I love only her. Go back to Paris. That's where you belong. Hearing a gasp, he looked to his right and saw Dakota standing there, her hand covering her mouth, and he saw her tears falling. Right off, he knew how this must look to her. Emily's hand on his chest and his hand touching her face. Dropping his hand, shook his head. This isn't what it looks like. Let me explain. But she turned, running away from them. Chapter 14. Dakota stood there, staring, not believing her eyes. Her heart was breaking. The ache was so strong she was finding it hard to breathe. Trying to stifle the gasp, she covered her mouth with her hands and felt the tears falling. Parker was having a tender moment with Emily, touching her face as he caressed it tenderly. She barely heard his words when he turned to her and she ran, her tears blurring her vision, and bumped into CJ. Gripping her shoulders, he stopped her from running. My God, Dakota, what happened? He was worried about her blood pressure. This much stress was not good for her or the baby. Hearing the concern in his voice, she went into his arms when he drew her close. Luckily they were far enough from the others that they didn't see what was going on. It's Parker and Emily. I just caught them together, she sniffed. What? No way, CJ said as he tried to calm her down. Parker would never betray you like that. There's has to be an explanation. Parker saw them off to the side and rushed over. Dakota, let me explain. He knew he sounded desperate, and he was. Go away, you bastard. I never want to talk to you again, she cried out, and pulling away from CJ took off towards the barn. When Parker went to go after her, his friend gripped his forearm tightly. Whatever you did, fix it. It might be best if you leave her to be alone for a while. The stress is not going to help her. Let go of my arm. I've got to go and explain. Do I have to remind you of the fragile state she is in? Yanking his arm from CJ's grip, took off after her as she ran into the barn. Going in, he closed the door. Baby, he said, but was cut off when she whirled around, glaring angrily at him. Don't you dare call me baby. I want to be alone, so leave, she hissed at him. I'm not leaving till you heard me out. What you saw back there was not what it looked like, and you have to listen to me. What I saw were the two of you being very friendly. You never told me about her. When I asked if there was someone you were close to, my God, you were with her for 3 years. Crossing her arms over her chest, she stared at him. You made love to me in the bed that you two shared. You did to her all the things you did with me. No, we never did the things that you and I shared. What you witnessed back there was me telling her goodbye for good. Did you have to do that by touching her? What if I hadn't shown up? Would you have kissed her? Fouquet, no. I felt sorry for Emily. The man she was with left her for another woman. A younger one, and her career is not doing as well as she hoped. So why is she here? Dakota asked, still not believing him. Tell me the truth. Is she here for you? Does she want you back? He cleared his throat. Yes, but I told her I'm with you and that I don't love her. Moving closer to the door, she stopped, and with tears in her eyes, she looked at him. I can't do this with you, worrying if you'll go back to her. I think you're only with me because of the baby. She lowered her head to look down at the floor. Go to Emily. You must still have feelings for her. After all, you were with her for so long. Parker lost his cool. It seemed no matter what he said, she wasn't going to believe him. In anger, he slammed the barn door close and locked it, grabbing her arms and pinned her up against the wall, putting her hands over her head. Damn you, Dakota. I don't want her. It's you I want, not just the baby. His mouth came crashing down on hers as he greedily and savagely attacked her lips. He felt her struggling, but he wasn't giving up. Forcing his tongue into her mouth, he let it roam over her tongue and the roof of her mouth, and he moaned when she began to respond to his kiss. Her moans riveted against his mouth. Releasing her hands, picked her up, their lips still locked in a passionate kiss, as he laid her down on the bed of fresh straw, moving her skirt up over her hips, pulled off her panties, his hand exploring between her thighs. She moaned when he stroked her sensitive folds. He felt her wetness, and his own arousal was hard and throbbing. Unzipping his pants, he kicked them off and climbed on top, his mouth going to her neck and taking in the sweet scent of her skin as he kissed and sucked lightly. She raised her hips, wanting him to go deeper. His lips and the mere touch of his hands on her flesh turned her into jelly. She couldn't fight him. She was powerless when it came to the desire he stirred in her. She wanted to resist. Her head told her to stop him, but her heart and flesh wouldn't listen as she wrapped her arms around him. His pace increased as he pumped inside her, just feeling how hard he was and the way it made her heart pound, her core crying out for him to take her. No longer could she stand it and felt herself coming along with him, her fingers piercing his back through the material of his shirt. Together they both let out a moan when he finished. Hovering over her, leaned his head down, his kiss tender, sweet. As he looked down into the face of this beautiful woman, his heart filled with love and happiness and joy. "I love you," he said, his eyes teared up and thinking he should have told her this before now. "You love me?" she asked, looking up at him and caressing his cheek with her fingers' tips. "Yes, I've been in love with you the moment I first laid eyes on you in that bar. I love you to Parker." Pulling out, he reached for her panties and pulled them up over her legs, and after placing them on her, got up. Doing up his jeans, he held out his hand to help her up, taking her in his arms. "Please believe me when I tell you I have no feelings for Emily. I only want to be with you, now and forever. I do, but if you ever touch another woman, I'll kill you both. I love how passionate you are, and I give you my word. I won't lay a hand on anyone except you," he said and kissed her. A pounding on the door, and CJ's voice yelled out, "Open the stand door, Parker. Is everything all right in there?" Removing some straw from her hair, he released her and shouted out as he went over to unlock the door, "Hold your horses, I'm coming." CJ looked from Parker then over at Dakota. "You okay?" he asked, giving his friend Parker a look that told him he was upset with the way he was behaving. He had grown fond of Dakota and didn't want her to get hurt. Walking over to where the two men stood, she let Parker put his arm around her waist and smiled at CJ. "Yes, we talked and he explained everything to me." "That's good, but I think it's time for you to go home and get some rest. Don't forget about your appointment on Monday. I want to take another blood test and do a scan." "He's right. You've had enough excitement for one night," he said, pulling a strand of hay from her hair. Looking at CJ, he asked if Emily was still here. "No, Mom told her to leave. I have to warn you both," CJ said and looked from one to the other. "Emily is pissed and says there's no way she'll allow you and Dakota to be together. That girl is out to cause problems, so beware. Oh, she also told me to tell you that if you change your mind, you'd know where to find her." "What does she mean by that?" Dakota asked, waiting for Parker to answer. He cleared his throat before answering. He thought about not telling her, but if he didn't, she would get angry, and there was sure to be an argument. "She told me that if I come to my senses, she would take me back. That bitch," she cursed. "I'll rip her hair out next time I see her." Both men chuckled, both thinking the same thing, that she would do exactly that. Parker was laying in bed when she came from the bathroom in her nightgown. Hands behind his head, he watched her. Her gown was white, sheer, and showed the outline of her body. She looked like an angel. His angel. "What are you smiling about?" she asked and got under the covers. "That I'm a lucky man to have such a beautiful and hot woman." "I'm pregnant, not hot." "You're both, and as much as I like what you're wearing, I want you to take it off before I destroy it. Didn't you hear the doctor? I need my rest. Besides, you already had it." He pulled her into his arms and slid the straps over her shoulders and started kissing her flesh. "I rushed it back there. Now I would take my time and explore every inch of this delicious body of yours." The sun was shining through the window when she woke up. Parker was getting dressed and she called out to him. "Come back to bed," she purred sleepily. He gave her a big smile and walked over and sat her down on the edge of the bed. "There's nothing more I'd like to do than spend the day in bed with you, but I have work to do. But I thought the Fishers didn't need you for a couple of days." "They don't, but I need to feed my horses and have my own chores to tend to. I have been distracted lately and got behind." He pulled her up, his mouth going to hers in a deep and passionate kiss. "Now you follow the doctor's orders and stay in bed. Tomorrow after your appointment we'll go shopping and get you some clothes, though I would rather keep you in bed and naked." She gave him a playful swat in the chest. "Oh, just go and do your work. I'm tired and I'm going back to sleep." She pulled the covers that he removed back up over her. As he was leaving she called out, "Parker, I love you," she said. Her eyes sparkled and her face lit up when she smiled at him. He stopped to look at her, hesitating for a moment, before he started stripping and ripping the covers off her climbed on top, their flesh already aflame with lust and desire. "I love you too." "What about the horses?" she asked as he claimed her lips. "They can wait a little longer," he answered before he covered her with kisses, his hand going to his favorite place between her legs. He wasn't planning on jumping back into bed, but hearing her say those 3 words and the way she looked at him, he couldn't stop what his body wanted and needed. Knowing soon the SX would have to stop till after the baby was born, wanted her now as much as possible. Chapter 15. Having time before her doctor's appointment, he took her to the one and only clothing store in their small town. It had a variety of clothing for men, women, and children. Dakota was pleased to see how modern it was and large. She was disappointed that there wasn't a lot of maternity wear. She picked out 2 pairs of jeans with stretchy waistbands, several cute tops, and 4 cotton dresses, picking out a couple of bras and some maternity panties. Parker came up behind her and grabbed one pair of panties and held it up, snickering. "Why can't they make cashier panties for pregnant women?" He smirked. "Better yet, don't wear any at all." Not amused, she grabbed them from his hand. "Seriously, Parker, did you have to say that so loudly that everyone in the store can hear you?" Leaving him standing there, went into the dressing room to change. The clothes she had on were too tight and wanted to wear one of the new dresses. Alone in the changing room, she looked at the panties. He was right. They were not the least bit SI, but they weren't meant to be, and it was only for a little while. Parker knew he was in the doghouse after embarrassing Dakota, but he grinned to himself. He had a way of making her forgive him. He rose when she came out wearing the cream color dress, with spaghetti straps, showing off her bare shoulders. He was floored by her beauty, the way she glowed, and the blood in his veins started heating up. "Damn, is it bad to be getting sexually turned on right now?" he mentally asked himself. "So what do you think?" she asked him, turning to look at herself in the mirror. He walked up right behind her, his hands on her shoulders. "You look stunning, the most beautiful pregnant woman in the world." Risking getting a lecture, he lowered his head to her neck, his kiss soft, intimate, and was thrilled when she closed her eyes and a quiet moan escaped from her lips. Knowing she was no longer angry with him, tore his lips from her neck. Smiling, feeling the heat rise to her face, she cleared her throat. "We better go. It's almost time for my appointment." When she saw him pulling out his wallet to pay, she shook her head. "No, Parker, you are not paying for these. I have money." Her tone warned him that she meant it, so he placed his wallet back in his pocket. He carried her packages to the car and placed them in the trunk. Taking her hand, they walked over to CJ's office. The office was buzzing with people. Judy was busy making sure the doctors had all the files for their patients. When Dakota was called in, Parker went with her into CJ's office. "You look really lovely. How are you feeling today?" he asked as he took her blood pressure while Parker stood back watching. "Really good, and my feet no longer hurt or swollen." After the routine checkup, he told her to lie down on the table and got the machine ready for the scan, squirting the gel on the one over her stomach. "Your son is growing and he's very active. Are you having any discomfort?" "No," she answered. Taking Parker's hand, they stared at the monitor. "Look at that. Our baby is getting so big." She turned to look at him with tears in her eyes. "That's our baby." His own eyes teared up, giving her a kiss. "I can't believe I'm going to be a father. I think maybe it's time we start talking about names." "Okay, we're done here. Why don't you get dressed? Parker and I will wait in the other room for you," CJ told her. Alone, Parker turned to make sure she wasn't coming out. "Is everything ready?" "Mom says another hour," he replied. "An hour?" Parker whined. "She's going to want to go home now. How am I going to keep her busy for another hour?" "You think of something," CJ chuckled. I'm ready to go home now, Dakota said when she appeared at the door. I need to stop at the hardware store first. What for? She asked suspiciously. I have to pick up some nails, some small stuff. All right, but I'll wait in the car, she said as she followed him out. 20 minutes later she looked at her watch, wondering what was taking him so long. Finally, she saw him. He was carrying bags so couldn't see well he had. I thought you were never coming out, she said sarcastically. Wanna go for some ice cream? He answered, ignoring her mood. We have lots at home, which is where I want to go. Okay, but we need to make one more stop first. Parker, where now? The Fishers. Sighing, she leaned back in the seat. He was behaving strangely but was too tired to figure it out. He was driving so slow and it was making her crazy, and she snapped. Can't you go a little faster? What's the hurry? He asked, looking at his watch. Reaching the ranch, he parked the car. Let's go in for a minute. Can't I just wait here? No, you've got to come in and say hi. Getting out, he went to her side and opened the door. If you don't, they'll be insulted. She liked Dawn and Calvin and wouldn't want to offend them, so she followed Parker. They were greeted by Calvin, who walked them to the family room, both men letting her enter first when the door was opened. Dakota's eyes went wide when people stood up and shouted surprise. She looked around the room, which was decorated with blue and white balloons. One table held a cake and snacks, another held gift-wrapped presents. Turning to Parker, she spoke quietly. What's going on? It's her baby shower. For me? She asked. Her eyes glazed over. Yes, for you, he said, and ushered her further inside, where Dawn came over to hug her. You ladies have fun. Parker went to leave but felt her hand on his arm. You're leaving? Yes, I have things to do. I'll come back for you in a while. Giving her a kiss, he left. Turning to look back, he saw the women making a fuss over her and he smiled. It was really something to see how they welcomed her and threw her a baby shower. Calvin was waiting for him outside. The men are at your place, anxious to get started. I think Dakota is going to love it. I appreciate all your help, Parker said when they jumped into Calvin's truck. Dakota was touched by the woman's kindness and generosity towards her. They had a seat made up for her, and after playing some party games, it was time for the gifts. There was everything from diapers to clothes, 2 stuffed animals, a lamp with a pony and cowboys on it. Caressing her face with one of the baby blankets, tears pricked her eyes and she felt overwhelmed. When Dawn brought in a bassinet, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She felt along it with her fingers. It was the most amazing thing she had ever seen, and cried harder when Dawn put her arms around her, patting her back. Here, sweetheart, there's no need for tears. It's just all so nice, and no one has ever done anything this nice for me in my whole life. How can I ever thank you? No need for thanks. Just be happy and take care of the 2 men in your life. Now wipe your tears. It's time for cake. They ate, laughed, and told jokes. Save some food for the men. They'll be back soon, Dawn said as she prepared 6 plates of food to give the men. Where are they? Dakota asked. They just had something to do, she replied. The guys showed up an hour later. Parker, Calvin, CJ, and 3 others. Dakota's heart soared when she saw Parker walk in and headed straight for her. Where were you? She asked him. Doing stuff, was his only answer, and leaning down kissed her. So did you have a good time? She smiled brightly. Oh yes. Taking his hand, started pulling him towards the table where the gifts were. Come see what the women got us for our baby. Hearing her say our baby filled his heart with joy and he beamed with pride. She took his breath away, watching how her face lit up when she held up the tiny sleepers and blankets. Not caring that the others were watching, pulled her into his arms and kissed her with the passion of a man in love. It was now getting late, and seeing she was becoming tired, announced it was time to go home. CJ helped him load up the car, and after all the hugs and well wishes, they took off for home. He had another surprise for her. He opened the door for her to walk through, carrying bags of baby stuff. I'll bring the rest in later. First, I want to show you something. Can't it wait till later? I'm tired. Cupping the side of her face, he saw in her eyes just how tired she was. This will only take a minute. Taking her hand, led her up the stairs, stopping at what was once her bedroom. Close your eyes, he ordered her. Rolling her eyes, she decided to play along. Once they were shut, he took her arm, and she heard the door opening and he guided her inside. This better not be a scene from 50 Shades of Grey, she snickered. Maybe the next room will be. Now you can open your eyes. She looked around and was in awe. It was changed into a nursery. It had been painted a light blue, One wall was wallpapered with horses on it. There were a wooden crib, a changing table, and a rocking chair. New curtains had been put up and new carpet from wall to wall had been laid. She was choked up with emotion. It was perfect and knew now this was where he was during the shower. Walking over to the crib, she ran her hand along the finely crafty piece of furniture, too choked up to speak. I'm afraid the crib is not new. It belonged to CJ when he was a baby. The Fishers gave it to me, and all I did was sand it down and varnished it. But everything else is new. The rocking chair I thought you might like, for when you're feeding the baby. He was starting to get worried that she didn't like it when she said nothing, just stared at the crib. If you don't like it, I'll change whatever you want me to. Say something. Anything, he said, and when he went to touch her, she backed away from him, her tears falling down her face. He was left speechless when she turned and ran into their bedroom and locked herself in the bathroom. Dakota, what's wrong, baby? Come on, open the door and talk to me. He ran his hand through his hair. His temper rising, he shouted angrily through the door. Open this fucking door now, or I swear I'll kick it down. I'll give you to the count of 5 and then it's going down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chapter 16. When he called out 5, the door opened and she flung herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest, diffusing his anger, wrapping his arms around her, feeling her body tremble and her shoulders shaking when she sobbed. Stroking her back, he kisses her head. Tell me what's wrong, baby. I don't deserve all this. I don't deserve you, she said, stammering through her sobs. Picking her up, carried her over to the bed, and with her sitting on his lap, he lifted her chin up so that she had no choice but to look at him. What nonsense is this? Please, talk to me. He wiped her tears away. It broke his heart every time he saw her cry. I appreciate what you did, and I love the nursery. It's perfect. What you and the others have done for me, the kindness you all showed me is something special, but I'm not a good person. The things I've done, I don't deserve any of it. Now you listen to me, Dakota. You are a good person with a kind and generous heart. Whatever you've done in the past is in the past. Besides, strutting is not all that bad. You told me it wasn't what you wanted to do, and I hope that someday you'll tell me what happened to you. I love you. The room, is that what you were doing during the shower? Yes, along with the others who helped me. He lowered her down onto her back, his mouth kissing her passionately. I think I'd better let you sleep. You look exhausted. Maybe you're right, Parker. Thanks. The nursery is beautiful. I wouldn't change a thing. I'm so sorry for being so emotional. Before I became pregnant, I never cried. Now that's all I seem to do. It's your hormones. It's to be expected. I love you, Parker. Hovering over her, he smiled. I love you too. But if I don't move off, I'll end up making love to you. Getting up, he helped her up. Get ready for bed and I'll go and bring up the rest of the baby things. Kissing her once again, hurried out before he changed his mind. Going out, he fetched the rest of the gifts from the baby shower. At times she had his head spinning with her roller coaster of emotions. 1 minute laughing, the next crying. She had no idea how much it tore his heart apart to see her tears. Putting the packages in the baby's room, went back to his bedroom. She was fast asleep on her back, her one hand resting on her belly as if protecting her unborn child. Removing his clothes, got in next to her, placing his hand on top of hers. She smiled and made a soft moan but remained asleep. God, he felt like a pervert at that moment when his snake got hard, wanting her, but he didn't want to wake her, so he closed his eyes and prayed for sleep. Waking up with a hard-on, he reached for her but she wasn't there. Jumping out of bed, he threw on his jeans and walked out into the hallway. The door to the nursery was wide open. He leaned against the door frame with his arms crossed over his chest and stood to watch her. She was folding up the tiny sleepers. She looked so sad. He went over when she looked up and saw him standing there. What kind of mother will I be? She asked, and her eyes were glossy from crying. What? He asked, totally confused. When I was shopping for clothes, the thought of what I'd need for the baby never crossed my mind. I should have been buying things for him, not just thinking about myself. He cupped her face in his hands. You're going to be a great mom. How do you know that? I just do. You have a beautiful soul, a kind heart, and you're fucking hot. She couldn't help but smile. He had a way of making her feel better. What's being hot got to do with it? Pulling her into his arms, slid the straps of her gown over her shoulders and started kissing them. Maybe nothing, but it works wonders on me. Letting her gown fall to the floor, scooped her up and carried her back to bed. He shifted his position so that she could unzip his jeans, her teeth nipping on his ear. Later they lay totally drained and satisfied, his arm around her when she rested her head on his chest. He was about to make one of the biggest mistakes of his life when he spoke next. "With the baby coming, I ought to marry you," he said, not realizing how it must have sounded to her. Her eyes shot wide open and raising herself up on her elbow glared at him. "What did you just say?" Not realizing his screw-up, he smiled at her. "I think we ought to get married." "You think we should marry?" "Yeah, the baby deserves a home with two parents. Why do you look mad?" Tearing out of bed but naked, went over and grabbed her clothes and threw them on. She felt her heart breaking. She thought he loved her, but the only reason he wanted to get married was for the sake of the baby. "You're a fucking jerk, Parker," she said, and tore out of the room, slamming the door behind her. He sat her day up, bewildered. What the fuck just happened? Getting out of bed, went to the window. When he heard a car door slamming and heard her car starting, she shouldn't be driving in her condition, he thought as he dashed down the stairs and out the front door, but naked. "Dakota, where are you going?" he yelled out, but she tore out of the driveway. Feeling the cool breeze on his member, turned and went back inside. He had to get dressed and go find her, still clueless as to his mistake. Not knowing where else to go, she went to the Fisher's ranch, parked her car and sat there, her tears flowing. She jumped when she heard a rap against the window, looking up and seeing Dawn gets out and into her arms, sobbing. "I'm sorry, I didn't have anywhere else to go." Dawn patted her back. "You're always welcome here, honey. Let's get you inside and you can tell me what happened." Arm around the girl helped her inside, and walking past, Calvin led her into the kitchen. "Sit and I'll make us some tea." "Now what's got you all worked up? Did you and Parker have a fight?" Dawn poured them both a cup of tea and sat across from her. No fight. I think he asked me to marry him," she said, sniffing as she wiped her tears with the tissue Dawn handed her. "That's good news. I know he's in love with you, but why does this make you sad?" "It's the way he came out with it." She looked at Dawn, knowing she would understand. "He said we ought to get married so that our son could have two parents." Dawn looked at Calvin, who had walked in and heard what was said, and back at Dakota. "Oh no, he didn't. That is the worst proposal I have ever heard. Why, I ought to go over there and beat some sense into him." "So what did you say to him?" "I told him he was a jerk and walked out. He said he loved me, but now I think he didn't mean it. He only wants me around because I'm having his baby." "He does love you," Dawn said, still fuming over what Parker said to the girl. "How can I be sure he really loves me?" "That's easy. It's in his kiss. The way a man kisses, you can tell you." She stopped talking when she saw how pale Dakota turned and she was shaking. "Honey, are you okay?" She stood up. "I should go back, but I don't want to face him." She felt the room spin, and then strong arms carrying her before she blacked out. Dakota woke up to find she was in a strange bed, wearing a nightgown with CJ standing over her. Opening her eyes, she looked around at her unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I?" "In my parents' guest bedroom," CJ answered. "Why, and how did I get here?" "You fainted, so my dad brought you up and Mom changed your clothes. I called Parker. He's worried sick, wondering where you had gotten to." She sat her day up, shaking her head. "I don't want to see or talk to him." "Okay, you don't have to, but I must insist you lay back down and try to relax. I'm concerned about your blood pressure. It's dangerously high right now. I've given you something to help calm you. Now get some rest and I'll be back to check on you in a bit." She felt sleepy and couldn't keep her eyes open, so closing them she drifted into a deep sleep. When Parker got the call from CJ, he drove like a bat out of hell to the Fisher's place. He was worried sick and had looked everywhere for her. He should have known she'd be there. Jumping from his truck, he ran into their house without knocking and was greeted by Calvin, who walked him into the kitchen. He was expecting to find Dakota, instead was met by an angry Dawn. "Sit down, Parker," Calvin said, kicking out a chair from the table. He sat her down, removed his hat and placed it on the chair next to him. "Where's Dakota?" "She's upstairs resting. CJ's with her." Dawn snapped at him. "I have to go talk to her," Parker said, and when he went to get up, Dawn pushed him back down. "You do no such thing, mister." She then slapped him upside the back of his head, making him wince. "We ought to get married. What kind of proposal is that? What the hell were you thinking? I thought you loved her." "I do love her and want to marry her, even if she weren't carrying my baby. I didn't mean for it to come out the way it did." "You don't ask someone to marry you that way. You made it sound like you were only wanting to get married because of the baby." "God, Parker, you are such an idiot. A woman wants a romantic proposal, wants to know it's her you want. And not because you're having a baby together. Parker looked to Calvin for some help, but all he did was shrug his shoulders. Okay, I screwed up. Now I have to make it right. I'm going to take her home and make it up to her. Like hell. You are. CJ's voice rang out and they all turned to look at him. That girl can't be moved. She's in a fragile state. And I'm putting her on complete bed rest for the next 2 days. I've got to see her. Just for a minute, Parker said, and when he went to walk past him, CJ placed his hand on his chest. She doesn't want to see you. You think you can stop me from going up? Parker snapped. If I have to bro, I will. CJ stared back at Parker. Calvin knew there was a fight about to break out, so he got in between them. Okay boys, you two need to settle down. Let's have a beer and talk it over. Dawn was busy preparing something for Dakota to eat, setting it on a tray. Yes, you two need to calm down. I'm taking this up to her. Dawn. She stopped to look at Parker. What? Will you let her know I'm here and that I'm sorry? She felt her anger leaving her when she saw how upset Parker was. It was obvious the man was deeply in love with Dakota, just too damn stupid with his careless words. I'll let her know. Parker rubbed the back of his head where she had smacked him and looked at Calvin. That wife of yours sure can be mean. Calvin chuckled. She can be when someone hurts the ones she loves. Chapter 17. Dawn slipped into the room quietly in case Dakota was asleep. You're awake. Good. I brought you something to eat. She walked over and placed the tray on her lap. I'm so sorry to be such a bother. Dawn reached over and put her hair behind Dakota's ear in a motherly gesture. You aren't a bother, honey. CJ says you are to remain in bed for the next 2 days, so you will be staying with us. You're very kind, Dawn, and you don't even know me. I know Parker loves you, so you must be a good person. I also like you, and if I had a daughter, I'd want her to be just like you. He's here, by the way, and is desperate to talk to you. Would you like for me to send him up? No, I'm not ready to face him. Okay, I'll leave you to eat and then get some sleep. Dakota grabbed her hand. Could you stay a little longer? I will if you eat everything on your plate. The two women smiled at each other as she dug into her meal. What was going through your mind, Parker, when you asked Dakota to marry you that way? CJ asked, taking a swig of his beer. Shit, I don't know. What do I do to fix this? He asked, looking at Calvin. You know nothing about women, Parker. They need to be wined and dined. You have to make them feel special, especially if they're pregnant. If you want to win Dakota back and want to make her your wife, then you have to make a grand gesture when you propose. Like what? He asked, hoping Calvin could give him some ideas. That's for you to decide. He smiled. You could start with flowers and get on your one knee and pop the question, CJ added. Parker shook his head. That's not good enough. I have to think of something more romantic that will convince her I want to marry her, because I love her and not just because she's carrying my son. Parker tried to talk them into letting him go upstairs to see her, but they wouldn't allow it, and Dawn came down and said she was asleep and didn't want to see him, so he went home alone that night to a cold and lonely bed. There was no sleep for him that night. Her sweet scent lingered on the bed, and his arms felt empty without her in them. For 2 days she refused to see him, so he would ride his horse around the side of the house and would look up at the window of the room he knew she was in. He hoped to get a glance of her, but she never came to the window. On the 3rd day, he had enough of waiting. It was time to take action. Galloping off, he headed into town to see CJ. Walking into his office, he sat across from CJ. I need you to do me a favor. After discussing the plan, he went to the men's clothing store and made a few other stops. If this plan of his didn't work, he wasn't sure what he'd do. Dakota was now a part of his life and he had to get her back. When CJ returned home, Dakota was resting on the sofa reading a book. You know, it's been 3 days and you're doing much better. Let me take you out to dinner at the steakhouse. I don't know, CJ, she said, putting her book down. You can't sit around moping about Parker all the time. It's time for you to get out and have some fun. She thought about it and knew he was right. You know what? That sounds like fun. Let's do it. Oh, wait. My clothes are back at Parker's. He gave her one of his killer smiles. I just happened to stop there on my way home and picked out a dress and shoes for you. I was hoping you'd say yes to going out. She rolled her eyes before smiling back at him. What if I had said no? But you didn't. I'll leave you to get ready and then we can leave. Whistling, he walked out of the room to shower and change. Dawn came in and did Dakota's hair up on top of her head, and lent her a silver necklace and matching earrings to wear. She took one look at the young woman before her, her eyes tearing up. If only her baby girl hadn't died, she would be doing for her what she is doing for Dakota. But there were things in life that can't be controlled. She liked this girl and knew she was perfect for Parker. You look so beautiful. Thank you, Dawn. But don't you think all this is too much for just going out to dinner? Not at all. The steakhouse is a romantic and classy place to go. Romantic? Dakota said and shook her head. This isn't a date, just dinner. I know, dear. I'm just saying it's a nice place. CJ's waiting for you downstairs. She walked her down and said bye to the two as they got into his car. Dawn and Calvin looked at each other and winked. CJ escorted her into the restaurant. She was expecting to be seated at one of the tables, but instead, they were taken out to the patio. Only one table was there. Red roses Saturday on the table and the lights were dimmed. Candles were lit and romantic music was playing. She swallowed the lump in her throat when CJ pulled her chair out for her. He sat across from her and she had to admit he was really handsome. His thick black hair and dimples were adorable, but she wasn't interested in him romantically. I must say, Dakota, you look stunning tonight. CJ, this is really lovely, the flowers and music, but I hope you know this isn't a date. He reached over the table and took her hand, smiling as though he knew some big secret. Oh, but it is a date. It's just not mine. What? She asked, confused. CJ stood up, looking over her shoulder, causing her to look around. There was Parker, clean-shaven, wearing a brand-new dark suit, white shirt, and tie. She looked down at his feet to find instead of his cowboy boots, he wore black dress shoes. All she could do was stare at him. He looked so different and her heart started racing, wondering what he was up to. It's our date, Parker said and took CJ's seat. Earlier that day, before the date, Parker sat on his horse under the window of the room she was staying in. Looking up, he prayed she'd come to the window. He missed her so much and all he wanted was one glance at her. If she wouldn't come to him, he'd find a way to get to her. He tore off, heading into town. The first stop was the steakhouse, booking the whole patio and getting them orders, telling them what he wanted. Next stop was the flower shop, where he asked for 2 dancing long-stemmed roses to be delivered to the restaurant. He headed to the jewelry store, then off to buy a suit. Having sold to Mayors, he was going to use the money to add an addition to the house, but it was going to have to wait. He was going to use most of the money to give Dakota the most romantic night and proposal ever. Going home with the new satin sheets, he made up the bed and sprinkled rose petals on top and also bought candles for later. Looking around, he was quite pleased with what he had accomplished. The CD with only romantic music on it was ready to be pushed when they got back. Matches by the candles. Taking a shower and putting on his new suit, including a tie which he hated, stood before the mirror, raising an eyebrow. He turned to look at himself in every direction and smiled. I do look good if I say so myself. Opening the small white velvet box, stared at the diamond that sparkled back at him. It had an emerald stone in the middle, one that matched her eyes and was surrounded by tiny diamonds. It dawned on him that she might say no. Running a finger between his neck and collar, he began to sweat. If she said no, it would crush him. She was who he has been waiting for his whole life and couldn't, or wouldn't live without her. He arrived at the restaurant and stood back, watching as Dakota and CJ sat down. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, walked over to them. Chapter 18. What's going on here? She asked and watched CJ leave. You wouldn't see or talk to me, so I had to do something. He leaned forward and tried to take her hand, but she pulled away. Baby, I'm sorry for the other night. What I said was stupid and I want to make it right. So you arranged all this, the table, music and the candles? Yes, I booked the whole patio just for us so that we could be alone. I want you to know I want to marry you because I love you, not because you're carrying my baby. He stood up and going over got down on one knee, took her hand and smiled when she didn't pull away. I'm so stupid at times. The way I proposed to you was thoughtless. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the box containing the ring and with his thumb flipped the lid open. When she saw the ring, her hand flew to her mouth and tears sprang to her eyes. Parker, what are you doing? What I should have the first time. Dakota Gray, I fell in love with you the first time I laid eyes on you. You were always on my mind from that moment. I'm not a rich man and can be dense at times when it comes to romancing a beautiful woman such as you, but I love you with every fiber of my heart and will devote my life to making you happy. Will you do me the honor of becoming Mrs. Parker Stevens? All she could do was stare into his eyes that were filled with love for her, and she knew that after all these years she had found love and knew they could be happy together. Baby, you're killing me. Please say something. Nodding her head, she said the 3 words that would change both their lives. Yes, I will. Getting up off his knee, he shouted out. She said yes. Pulling her from her chair, he wrapped his arm around her waist, his free hand cupping the back of her head, and drew her in for a passionate kiss. At that moment, the music started playing a sweet and tender love song. When he managed to tear his lips from hers, he had tears in his own eyes and slipped the ring on her finger. Having guessed at her ring size, let out a sigh of relief when it was a perfect fit. It's beautiful, Parker. I love it, she said, and threw her arms back around his neck, reaching up for his lips, which he gladly gave to her. Their passionate embrace was interrupted when the waiter brought out their food and set it on the table. I took the liberty of ordering for us, he said as he pulled out the chair for her. I have to say, Parker, I was a bit shocked to see you in a suit. It looks new. It is. I figured I'd need something nice to get married in. Do you like this look on me? I do. It's different. But then you can make anything you wear look good. I still like the rugged cowboy look better though. What if I had said no to your proposal? Putting his fork down, took her hand. His eyes clouded over with sadness. If you had said no, then they could bury me in the suit, because without you in my life, it wouldn't be worth living. Jumping out of her seat, went and sat her day on his lap. Putting her arm around his neck, she stroked his cheek with her fingers. Oh, you say the sweetest things. I love you and I feel the same way about you. Dance with me, he said, and helping her up, took her in his arms as a romantic song started playing. When she rested her head on his shoulder, he kissed the top of it, taking in her scent and holding her as close as he could without hurting her or the baby. Balling her hands in his jacket, turned her head to look at him. Take me home with you, Parker. No, she said, and brushed her lips against his seductively. Not yet. I have one more surprise for you. Saying that, he stopped dancing and turned her around to look past the balcony. Keep watching. Moments later, the fireworks started and she smiled, leaning back into his chest, and felt his arms going around her. Tilting her head, she looked back at him. Did you arrange this? Yes, he replied, and kissed her before they went back to watching the show. How can you afford all this? The rain, fireworks, everything. I sold a couple of stallions. Don't worry about it, baby. Just tell me I didn't waste my time or money, and that you are having a great time tonight. He nuzzled her neck, moving his lips along her flesh, and felt his member twitching. Dakota turned around in his arms, putting her arms around his neck. I have never been this happy. Just promise me that you will stay the same sweet and kind man that you are now. Don't change into a monster. I wish you would tell me who hurt you. His eyes grew serious and he ran his hand up and down her arm. Let's go home. Noticing the goosebumps on her arms, he took off his jacket and put it over her shoulders. As they were leaving, she stopped. Wait, don't forget my flowers. He didn't care about the flowers, but she wanted them, so he went back and grabbed them. Going back, put his free arm around her waist. He was anxious to get her home and into bed. After all, they were apart for almost 3 days. At home, they placed the roses in a vase and then headed upstairs. Outside the bedroom door, he stopped, turning to her. Wait here, and don't come in. Why? She asked, wondering why he was up to now. Cupping her face in his hand, he gave her a kiss. Just wait for me to come get you. No peeking. Leaning against the door, she rubbed her stomach. It seemed to be taking him forever. Knocking on the door, she shouted out, Parker, what's taking so long? The door opened and he scooped her up in his arms, making her squeal. Close your eyes and don't open them until I tell you to. Parker, she groaned. Damn woman, will you please do as I ask without complaining? Sighing, she closed her eyes and put her arms around his neck. Are you always going to be this bossy? Maybe, he answered with a grin on his face. With closed eyes, she smiled. It's kind of SI. Kicking the door shut with his foot, he sat her down. You can open your eyes now. She looked around the room, and her eyes grew moist from the tears that were threatening to flow. There were at least 3 dancing or roses in vases around the room. Candles were lit and the lights dimmed. As the romantic music played, she walked over to the bed, her hand touching the satin sheets. Rose petals were scattered over the bed. She looked over at Parker, who was removing his tie and unbuttoning his shirt. These sheets, are they new? His heart was beating madly inside his chest, afraid she might not like them. Yes. Do you like them? He asked, removing his shirt as he walked towards her. The smile she gave him, which lit up her face, gave him the answer he was hoping for. They're beautiful. You really went all the way out tonight. It was all so romantic. She placed the palms of her hands on his bare chest. feeling his hard muscles. Just touching him got her wet and her heart beating rapidly. "They can't compare to your beauty," he said, taking her in his arms, kissed her as if his very life depended on it. He stopped kissing her abruptly, putting his hands on her shoulders, turned her around, pulled the zipper on her dress down, not slow and seductive, but with speed, and lifted it up over her head and dropped it to the floor. Hearing her gasp, he moved his mouth up and down her neck as he unhooked the bra, tossed it aside and cupped her breasts from behind, slowly moving one hand down over her stomach till he reached her panties. Wedging them down, he whispered hoarsely in her ear. "Take them off," he ordered her. Damn, he knew he was getting close to coming and had to control himself. Tonight was all about her. He had so much more to do to her. When she kicked them off, he ordered her to lay down. "Now get on the bed and lay down." She kind of liked this forceful side of him, and did what she was told, watching as he removed his pants and briefs. Seeing how his manhood was hard and standing at attention, she licked her lips and wished he'd hurry up. Instead, he stood there, staring down at her with lust in his eyes. "Parker," she said, but he held up his hand to silence her. "Don't speak. Open your legs and let me look at you," he ordered. Again she obeyed him. Spreading her legs, his eyes stared at her and he smiled. "Beautiful," he said, then squatting at the end of the bed, lifted her leg up, took a hold of her ankle, and put her big toe in his mouth and began sucking on it. He smiled when she closed her eyes and moaned. Ned, still holding onto her leg, moved his mouth up, his tongue running up to he reached her cat. It was slick with wetness and he licked her clit, running his tongue along it. She let out a muffled scream when his tongue entered her, going deep and teasing her. He knew she was close to a climax. "Fuke, Parker, don't stop. I'm so close," she cried out, her body trembling as she squirmed under his relentless sucking and licking. But he had other plans, so stopping, he almost started laughing when she whimpered and then cursed him out when he smiled down at her. Chapter 19. Dakota Saturday out when Parker walked away, heading into the bathroom. It was a mild understatement to say she was pissed off. "Where are you going?" she snapped angrily. He had gotten her all hot and horny as hell and needed relief, but he quit. Just like that he stopped. "I've got to do something." "Oh, you've got to be kidding me." When he ignored her and went into the bathroom, she pulled the sheet up over her, lying down, rolled over onto her side. So mad at him she didn't want to see him when he came back. She still couldn't believe he did that. Did he no longer want her in that way? Moments later he returned and he called out to her, but now it was her turn to give him the cold shoulder. "Dakota, turn around. I have a present for you." "Keep your damn present." "I don't want it," she snapped back at him. Parker knew she was mad. He couldn't blame her. In the short time she'd been here, the one thing he learned about her was how stubborn she could be. He walked over to the other side of the bed and stood there, hands on his hips. "You want this one," he said with an air of snakiness. "Open your eyes now." When she opened her eyes, she couldn't help bursting out laughing. There stood Parker, a grin on his face and a big old ribbon and bow wrapped around his hard snake. "What are you doing?" she asked, trying to stop from laughing. "Unwrap your gift, baby." "My gift?" "Yup, it belongs to you now. No one else." Reaching over, she pulled the one end and the ribbon came loose, the bow falling off. "Now get in bed and put my present inside me," she said, tossing the sheet from her body. "Not so fast, baby. I'm not done playing with you yet." He grinned. Climbing in, he hovered over the top of her and licked his bottom lip. "Do you know what all I love about you?" Her eyes were glued to his tongue as he ran it over his lips. "No, what?" she asked, her core beginning to throb again. He kissed her forehead. "I love the way your forehead wrinkles when you're deep in thought." He kissed the tip of her nose. "I love the shape of your nose." He moved slowly down. "I love the taste of your lips when I kiss them." Moving his mouth down, he takes one of her breasts in his mouth, his tongue circling around the nipple before sucking on it. His hand went lower to between her legs and felt her dampness. "Love your perfect breasts, and I especially love what's between your gorgeous legs, and I wish I could spend every second of the day embedded inside you. But most of all, I love you," he said and kissed her so hard and passionately she felt her toes curling. "I love everything about you too, Parker," she said, then moved her hands slowly down his perfectly toned body and reached his snake, which was hard and starting to pulsate in her hand. "Now give it to me before I lose my sanity." Spreading her legs wider, she eased him inside, no longer willing to wait for him to take charge. "Anxious are we, baby?" He didn't give her a chance to answer when his mouth went down and claimed her mouth, letting her know they belonged to him and no one else. He moved inside her, going as deep as he could without hurting her, then pulling out till his tip was at her entrance, then surged back in. He felt her nails scratching his back, her hips moving in perfect rhyme to his thrusts, their bodies fitted together as if they were personally made for each other. Sweat dripped from his brow and dripped onto her chest. Using his tongue he lifted from her, and heard her cries of passion when she moaned his name as she came. Her body shook, her neck arched as her cries of utter satisfaction rang in his ears. Knowing he hadn't come when she did, spoke through breathy pants, "Your turn." As exhausted as she was, wanted him to be satisfied, so she started rotating her hips. Every muscle inside her clamped down around his throbbing snake, running her lips along his skin. His muscles and abdomen contracted, and she felt a tremor go through his body when he reached his climax and let out a loud, satisfied grunt. Not wanting to collapse on top of her, he rolled over onto his side, his fingers entwined with hers, and he waited till his breathing became normal before speaking. "That was the best. The way you clamped down on me. Damn, it was hot. I love you so much, Parker," she said, holding up her hand and admired the diamond engagement ring as it sparkled. "I should have bought you a bigger diamond." She looked over at him, her heart swelling with love for the man laying next to her. "No, this is perfect and I love it. I don't need a huge ring or a big fancy house. All I need and want is you to love me forever, despite my shortcomings." He stroked her cheek, loving the feel of her skin. "You're perfect the way you are. I will love you forever. I think we should start coming up with names for our son, and I'd also like to get married as soon as possible. I just can't wait to make you my wife." "Can we wait to get married till after the baby's born? I really don't want to walk down an aisle with my big belly showing." "If that's what you want, but right after he's born we're getting married, okay?" he asked, lifting her chin up to look at him, and smiled when she nodded yes. They slept, and waking up made love, staying in bed till noon. "I have to go take care of the horses. Are you up to cooking us something to eat?" he asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. "Of course. I'll take a shower first and have it ready by the time you come back in. Thanks again for last night. It was so romantic and I loved it. Stick with me, baby. There's more where that came from." After another kiss, he walked out, a smile on his face and a spring in his step. 2 hours later, he returned and they ate the soup and sandwiches Dakota had made for them. Both were starving. They had finished eating when a truck pulled into the driveway and they went to see who it was. Chapter 20. Parker opened the door to let Dawn, Calvin, and CJ in. They all had the biggest smiles on their faces. "We figured when Dakota didn't come back to our place, you'd had made up and she accepted your proposal," CJ said, slapping Parker on the back. He grinned. "Yes, she did." His face broke out into a huge smile, and taking a bottle of champagne from his friend's hand they went into the living room where Dakota was sitting with her feet up. Dawn rushed over to Dakota and grabbed her hand, anxious to see the ring. "Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. Look at this, guys," she said to Calvin and CJ, who went over. CJ smiled and looked at Parker. "Good job, bro. It's really something." "You did good, son," Calvin said, giving Parker a slap on the back. "Have you set a date yet?" Dawn asked Dakota. She looked at Parker before answering. Not yet. I would like to wait until after the baby is born. Don't really want to walk down the aisle in this condition." She looked at Calvin. "I was kind of hoping you would give me away." They all stopped talking and stared at her. "You don't have to. It was just a thought," she said, her face turning red. It suddenly crossed her mind that this man didn't know her, and he might be uncomfortable doing something as personal as this. But she was pleasantly surprised when he broke out into a smile and squatted next to her. "I would be honored to walk you down the aisle." "Of course, I'm the best man, Parker, in more ways than one," CJ announced. Yeah, right. Obviously I'm the better man," Parker said, giving CJ a punch in the arm. "Prove it," CJ said, taking off his jacket and rolling up his sleeves. "Come on, Wuss. Show us what you've got." Dakota was unsure of what was going on. For the life of her, she couldn't understand why all of a sudden they were fighting. Gasping, she covered her mouth to stifle a scream. They began wrestling, rolling on the ground, trying to put the other in a headlock. The table got knocked over in the scuffle, and neither Dawn nor Calvin were doing anything to stop them. "Oh my God, stop them before they get hurt." Calvin stood back with his arms crossed, and Dawn rolled her eyes. "That's enough fooling around, boys," they continued, so she patted Dakota's arm. "They aren't really fighting. They do this all the time, ever since they were little." Dawn stood up, Hands on her hips, she bellowed out for them to stop and act their age. The tone of her voice had the two stopping in their tracks. Smiling, they got off the floor and laughed. "I'm still the best man," CJ snickered. "Well, I say we go into town and celebrate your engagement at the bar," Dawn said, and grabbing Dakota's hand pulled her off the sofa. "I don't know, Dawn. I'm still a little tired from last night," she said, and looked at Parker for some help. But of course, he offered no assistance. He just smirked. "That's okay, sweetheart. You don't have to stay late. You like wings, don't you?" Dawn asked her. "Yes, I love them." "Good. Tonight is wing night. All you can eat?" Smiling, Dawn told everyone they were going out to party. Dawn, Calvin, and CJ went in their truck. Parker and Dakota went in her car. That way they could leave if she got tired and wanted to go home. Before going into the bar, Parker turned to her in the car, his arm going around her. "That was so nice of you to ask Calvin to give you away." Before she could answer, he pulled her closer to him and his mouth came down hard on hers. His kiss deepened when she tangled her fingers in his hair, drawing him closer, her mouth moving in perfect rhythm with his. They were so deep into their passion, the outside world ceased to exist, until a rapping on the passenger window tore them apart. It was CJ. He opened the door. "Come on, you two. We're waiting for you." Taking Dakota's hand helped her out, and putting his arm around her started walking her to the entrance of the bar. Turning his head to look back at Parker, snickered when he saw the pissed-off look on his face and knowing he didn't like being interrupted while making out with Dakota. When they entered the bar, everyone clapped and whistled. There were balloons and a banner over the bar saying congratulations. After being wished the best of luck, the women gushed over the ring. Then they went and Saturday down with the Fishers. CJ had a date with him, Chrissy, a young redhead. Calvin bought a round of drinks for everyone, a champagne glass filled with milk for Dakota. Parker and CJ started their usual banter. "How about a game of pool, Parker?" "No thanks, I'm just going to sit here with my beautiful woman." CJ smirked. "Yeah, it's better you don't play me. I wouldn't want to embarrass you in front of Dakota by kicking your ass." "As if you could," Parker scoffed. "Go play. I don't mind," Dakota said, touching his arm. Parker stood and looked at CJ, who was sitting on the other side of her. "Let's do this and then we'll see who kicks whose ass." CJ grins and says to Dakota, "How about a kiss for luck?" Chrissy didn't seem to mind, just giggled. As he went to plant a kiss on her lips, Parker put his hand over his friend's mouth. "I'll kiss you before I let you put your lips on her." Grabbing him, dragged CJ over to the pool table. Whenever she looked over at him, he would look back and wink, making her heart melt. Calvin and Dawn were on the dance floor, and she smiled seeing how loving and affectionate they were with each other. She was by herself when someone approached. It was Emily. Parker was joking with CJ when he looked over and saw Emily standing by the table where Dakota was sitting. "Shit, this won't end well," he cursed, and handing CJ his pool stick walked over to them. "Hi Parker, I hear you're engaged." "How lovely," she said sarcastically. "That's right. Now go away," Parker snapped. Emily looked at Dakota's hand and seeing the ring scoffed. "Huh, he gave you a ring. He didn't give me one when he proposed to me." Seeing the look of shock that crossed her face when she looked at him, he lowered his head, shoulders hunched over, and he closed his eyes briefly, knowing right then he should have told her before. Now for sure, there would be another fight. He glared at Emily when she walked away with a huge grin on her face. Dakota felt as though she had been slapped hard across the face. Her vision blurred and the room seemed to spin. When she saw the way he hung his head, she knew Emily was telling the truth, and when he reached for her, she held her hands up and backed away. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I don't know." He stood there like a fool, not knowing what to say, and when she walked past him, he grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" He hated seeing that look in her eyes, the look of disappointment. "Outside for some air," she said, pulling from his hold on her. "I'll go with you." "No, I want to be alone." Walking away, she stopped and turned to him when he called her name, despair in his voice. "Dakota, I'll be back. Just give me a few minutes." He watched as she walked out, then felt a hand on his shoulder and saw it was CJ. Emily told her we were engaged. "What the hell, Parker? Didn't you tell her?" Parker shook his head. "Go after her, man," CJ barked. "She told me to leave her alone. Said she wanted to be alone." "Well, she never said I had to stay away. I'm going to see if she's okay." CJ patted Parker on the back and went after her. He found her sitting on the bench, looking so forlorn. "Mind if I join you?" Moving over to let him sit, She felt drained. Could she and Parker ever be happy, or will something always come between them? He should have told me, CJ. You're right, he should have. But tell me, are you going to let this interface with what you two have? I just need a bit of space to think. I know he was with her for a long time, which he never told me about. I had to find out at the party. I'm not mad that he asked her to marry him. I'm hurt that he didn't tell me. When she left him, it hurt more his ego than anything. Weeks after she left, he told me she did him a big favor, that it would have been a mistake to marry her since he wasn't in love with her. He was with her for 3 years. He's only known me a couple of months. What's to say he won't think the same thing about us later? CJ put his arms around her when he saw tears falling down her face. It's different with you. He truly loves you. I have never seen Parker this happy. If you love him, and I know you do, don't let Emily or anyone else prevent you and Parker from being happy together. Now, he's not as handsome or as sophisticated as me, he said, chuckling at his own joke, but he's a good man and will never hurt you. Do you know what he said to me when you first arrived here? No, she said and shook her head. He said, CJ, I'm in love and going to marry that girl. Right now he's in there drowning his sorrows in bouncy. Wipe your tears. March into the bar with your head held high past Emily and anyone else who has a problem with the two of you being together. Let Parker know he's your man and belongs to you. Reaching up, she kissed his cheek. Thank you, CJ. You really are a wonderful friend. Wiping her tears, she headed inside, spotting Parker standing alone at the bar. Walking over to him, he turned around when someone tapped him on the shoulder, pointing her way. He went to open his mouth, but she pushed him up against the bar. Grabbing his collar, pulled him close. Her mouth went to his lips and he put his arms around her waist. He kissed her passionately, not caring they were being watched. All he cared about was that she obviously forgave him. When they finally pulled apart, he stroked her cheek with the back of his fingers. I'm so sorry, baby. Are you no longer upset with me? I had a talk with CJ. He made me realize that the past doesn't matter. The only thing that does is you and me. I love you, Parker, and I swear I'll do whatever it takes to be a good wife and mother to our son. Remind me to thank CJ, he said and leaned over for another kiss. Both Dakota and Parker stopped kissing when they heard a couple of men talking about them. Emily was standing with the two men who kept looking at them, laughing and making crude remarks. You got something to say? Then say it to my face, Parker hissed at the one man. It ain't you, Parker, it's the stripper. Parker's jaw clenched, and when he went to lunge at the guy, Dakota jumped in front and placed her hand on his chest. Please don't. They aren't worth it, she said, taking his face, and her hand shook him till he looked at her and felt his temper dissolving. She let out the breath she was holding in when he smiled down at her. But Lord, wouldn't you know it? Emily whispered something in the one man's ear, and he went over to the band, and seconds later the music started. Not just any music, but music for stripping. Parker looked sharply towards Emily and mouthed the words, You bitch. Dakota turned white and her lips trembled when she looked at him, embarrassed. Stomping over, he demanded that they stop playing that music. You better stop playing that now. From behind him, he heard the one guy that was with Emily say to Dakota, Come on, baby, give us a show. Turning around, he hit the man right in the jaw, knocking him to the floor. From that moment, things went crazy as a brawl broke out. Chapter 21. Dakota backed away, covering her stomach as every man in the place started throwing punches. CJ and Calvin were by Parker's side, and she heard him call out to Dawn to get her out of there. She felt someone grab her arm, dragging her towards the door and outside. Christ, Dawn, shouldn't someone stop them? She cried out. With an arm around Dakota's shoulder, moved her from the door, down the steps, and stopped when they reached her car. There's no stopping them once they start. It's best to let them get it out of their system. Don't worry, our boys know how to handle themselves. Dakota couldn't believe how calm Dawn was. Her husband and son were fighting and might get seriously hurt. She let out a yelp when two men came flying out the window, glass breaking, and the men wrestled on the ground. Seconds later, more men followed through the door. It was CJ and Parker fighting two men. Calvin came out. He too was fighting someone. More came out as the fight continued. A gunshot was fired, breaking up the fight. It was Carl, the owner. That's enough now. I'm calling the sheriff and have you all arrested, he shouted. Swiping the dirt from his shirt, Calvin went over to Carl. Now, no need for that. The guys were just letting off some steam. Steam, Carl shouted. Look at all the damage they've done. You included, Calvin. And it ain't the first time you and your boys have done this. I'll drop a check off tomorrow to cover all the damage. What do you say, buddy? Calvin said, holding out his hand to shake Carl's. Dakota's jaw dropped open when she saw the men all shaking hands, even Parker and the one who started everything, and they were laughing. She turned dumbfounded to Dawn. I don't get it. Oh, honey, they fight and then they forget about it. That's the way it is around these parts. We're all friends, and I'll tell you something. Each and every one of these men would put their lives on the line to help each other. Parker, CJ, and Calvin walked over to where they were. You boys ready to head home? Dawn asked. She hugged Dakota. Take your man home and clean him up. Don't be mad at him, honey. He was defending your honor. Parker placed his hand on her face. You okay, baby? I'm fine, but look at you. I don't like fighting, Parker. Was all that necessary? Well, yeah. I won't let anyone offend you. He puts his hands on her waist, pulling her closer to him. You mad at me? He asked, bringing his mouth close to hers. With the heat from his body against hers, his lips almost touching her lips, she just couldn't be mad at him. No, she answered weakly when he kissed her, and she melted. At home, she stood between his legs while she washed the blood from his face. Your shirt is torn, she said, and started unbuttoning it. Undone, she placed her lips on his chest, savoring the taste of him as she moved up to his neck. Parker leaned back on his hands, loving the feel of her lips on his neck. He let out a moan when she unzipped his pants and she took him in her hand. Fouquet, that feels good, baby, he said as she moved up and down his shaft slowly. Hard and throbbing, he couldn't control his burning desire. Pulling her towards him, kissed her hard, his hand going inside her top, caressing her breasts. I want you now. I'm not stopping you, she said through her heavy breathing. Looking at her, he smiled. Are you sure about this? I mean, won't it be uncomfortable? Not if you're gentle, and probably better if we go upstairs to bed, she said, pulling his head down to kiss him, her tongue darting inside his mouth. He wasted no time in carrying her upstairs and laying her down as he tore off his pants and got on top of her. She opened her legs, giving him easy access to enter. It was difficult, but he made sure not to go too deep, though his thrusts were hard and fast. They lay together afterward. I really don't get how you guys can fight and then walk away happy and smiling. You countrymen sure are different, Dakota said, her fingers stroking his chest. We were just letting off steam. And that guy, Buster, wants to apologize to you. It really wasn't his fault. Emily put him up to it, got him all worked up. Oh, I hate that woman. She's determined to make my life a living hell, Dakota said, cursing. With any luck, she'll leave for Paris soon. In the meantime, just ignore her. Don't let that evil witch come between us. I won't. Not anymore. The next 2 days were uneventful. Buster showed up at Parker's place with flowers and apologized to her for his behavior at the bar. She was now 8.5 months pregnant. Her back ached and couldn't wait for the baby to be born, but she did love being pregnant. There was nothing like feeling your baby growing inside you, a part of her and Parker. He was working at the Fishers today and she was expecting Dawn. They were going over plans for the wedding. She hurried excitedly to the door when someone knocked, expecting it to be Dawn. Her face dropped when she saw Emily standing there and barged inside past her. Parker's not here, so you can turn back around and leave. I'm not here to see him. I'm here to talk to you, Emily said, a nasty smirk on her face. I didn't get a chance to tell you where I've been the last few days. I don't care. Just get out. I've been to New York, she said, ignoring Dakota's orders to get out. I stopped at this quaint little bar called The Rift. That where you used to strip, isn't it? Dakota felt as though the wind had been knocked out of her. I met this charming man, Ben. We had quite a long talk, Emily said, enjoying seeing the look of horror on Dakota's face. He's been looking for you. She swallowed the lump in her throat, holding back tears. You didn't tell him I was here, did you? Of course I did. I wonder, Dakota, does Parker know about all your dirty little secrets? Get out, she screamed and shoved her outside. Going to slam the door, Emily stuck her foot in between the door. He's asked me to pass a message on to you. Told me to tell you he's coming to get you and take you back to New York. Giving her a shove back, Dakota slammed the door on her. Leaning against it, she let the tears fall. Her heart was racing and the room began to spin. Making it to the living room, she collapsed on the couch and broke down sobbing, cradling her belly. She knew it was only a matter of time before Ben showed up. No one could stop him, not even Parker. Dawn showed up and walking in, she calls out to her, Dakota, I'm here, honey, and I brought some of my homemade lasagnas for your supper tonight. She could hear sobbing coming from the other room, so she rushed in and found her sobbing on the sofa. "Honey, what's wrong? Is it the baby?" she asked, going over took Dakota in her arms. She shook her head. "No, Emily was here." "Good Lord, what did that girl do now?" Dakota couldn't hold her secrets in any longer and told Dawn everything, even if it meant she would turn her back on her. But Dawn was understanding and held her, trying to soothe her the best she could. "That bastard," Dawn cursed. "That Ben is a sick pervert and none of it was your fault. I can't imagine what you went through, but you have to tell Parker everything." "I can't. He'll be so disgusted with me and I'll lose him," Dakota cried. "No, you'll never lose him. He'll understand. If this Ben fellow does show up, Parker needs to be prepared. Take it from me, keeping secrets makes things worse." They both jumped and looked up when they heard a noise. It was Parker and he didn't look happy. "What secrets are you keeping from me?" he snapped, looking from one woman to the other. "Tell him," Dawn said, and standing up walked over and stood to face him. "Listen to what she's got to tell you, and think before you speak." Looking back at Dakota, she nodded and walked out. Seeing her cry, he couldn't stay mad. Going over Saturday beside her. "What's going on, baby? You know you can tell me anything." When she looked away, he took a hold of her chin and tilted it back. "Please, tell me." Creating some distance between them, she Saturday on the other end of the sofa, hugging a pillow. "Remember I told you I had an ex named Ben?" He nodded, knowing he wasn't going to like what she was about to tell him. "I was engaged to him, sort of, and was still living with him when we hooked up that night." Seeing the look on his face, she stopped talking. "Are you being serious right now? When we slept together, you were still living with him." He stopped talking, trying to choose the right words before speaking. "I have to ask you this, but is there a chance this baby could be his? Have you been lying to me all this time?" He searched her face, trying to find the answer in her facial expression. "Parker, this is your baby," she replied. "How can you be sure?" "Because he hadn't touched me in way over a year. But that's not what I have to tell you. When we first met, he was so nice, sweet, and I moved in with him after only knowing him for a few days. At first, things went okay, but then he started staying later at his club, drinking and doing drugs. He became mentally and physically abusive. I refused to have sex with him, and he became angry and started beating me. Every time I left, he would find me and drag me back to his place. He said I had to start stripping in his club. I refused, so he pulled me by the hair and took me to the basement. He tore off all my clothes and chained me to the wall and left me there for 2 days. No water, food, and but naked." Parker's body went rigid. His hands balled into fists by his side. He wanted to smash something but kept quiet, letting her continue. "When he returned, he gave me a choice. Either strip or have sex with men for money." She looked at Parker, looking for signs of disgust on his face, but there was none. "So of course I agreed to strip. He gave me water, but no food. He said I had to do something to earn it." Fresh tears fell down her eyes and she couldn't bear to look at him. He pulled down his zipper and took it out, and holding my head made me give him a slow job. Parker's eyes went wide with rage when he heard what Ben did to her. When she began crying hysterically, her body shook, so he moved over. Pulling her into his arms, he held her tight against him. He forced himself on me, while I was chained to the wall over the next few days. After that, he never touched me again. I feel so dirty, and I don't blame you if you want to end things between us. Grabbing her face, he looked into her eyes. "I love you. You have nothing to be ashamed of, but that motherfucker is going to pay for what he did to you." He went to get up, but she held onto his arm. "Where are you going?" "To New York to find him, and when I do, I'm going to kill him." "You can't leave me now. Please, Parker, I need you." Her tears brought him back to reality. There was no way he could leave her in the condition she was in. "Okay, baby, I'm not leaving you. We have to leave here, Parker. Emily says he's coming for me." "Emily, what has she got to do with this?" "She was in New York, and met up with Ben and told him where I am. He gave her a message to give me, and that was he's coming. It's not safe here for either one of us." "Good, let him come." He took her back in his arms. "This is our home and we're not running away. I'll protect you, I promise. Tell me you trust me." "He's dangerous and won't come alone." "Tell me you trust me," he told her again. "I trust you," she said, and let the warmth of his arms comfort her. Chapter 22. Parker had gotten her settled in bed after seeing how distraught she was. His heart was in pieces, knowing what she had gone through at the hands of that monster, and he never once blamed or felt disgusted towards her. He now understood why she never wanted to talk about it. but was glad she finally opened up to him. Now they could move forward with no secrets between them. The Fishers showed up, and he was glad to see them and asked CJ if he would give her a checkup. He was worried about her and the baby. Dawn kept busy heating up the dinner she had brought over earlier, making a plate for Dakota while Calvin and Parker Saturday at the table talking. I made a few calls to some of the guys, and they're going to keep an eye open for any strangers who come into town. They're going to pass the word around, and if that prick shows his face, we'll deal with him, Calvin said, leaning over touched Parker's arm. Thanks. I can't leave her alone. I'm going to stay close to her. Yes, son. I'd agree, Calvin said, nodding his head. Don't worry about work. You keep that little lady safe and we'll all be here to help you. Hearing a noise, they looked up and saw CJ and Dakota walking in. Parker was not pleased and made it clear to him she should be in bed. He gave CJ an angry glare. Don't snap at him, Parker. I made him bring me down. I'm feeling better and didn't want to stay up there alone while everyone else is down here. She stared at the plate of lasagna and took a deep breath, taking in the smell. I'm also hungry. Parker pulled out a chair for her and smiled, happy that at least she had her appetite back. He then asked how she and the baby were while they all Saturday around the table eating. Blood pressure's back up, so I'm suggesting bed rest as much as possible, or at least on the sofa. No cooking or cleaning. No other activities that might cause her heart to race. No excitement. He gave Parker that you know what I'm talking about look. Parker just nodded his head at CJ. Oh my God, this is so good, Dawn, Dakota said as she took another bite of the lasagna. You must give me the recipe so that I can make it for Parker. They all ate and talked, avoiding the subject of Ben so as not to upset Dakota. She slept and rested for the next 3 days, and was feeling much better on the 4th day. So knowing Parker was outside taking care of the horses, she took him out a glass of cold iced tea. Her mouth began to drool when she saw him shirtless and all sweaty. He looked so damn hot, and not from the sun beating down on him. Handing him the glass, watched as he tilted his head and drank it in one shot. She squealed when he pulled her into his arms. Oh gross, Parker, you're all dirty and sweaty. Then come take a shower with me, he said, nibbling on her neck. She forgot about his sweat when she put her arms around his neck. Now you heard the doctor. No more fooling around till after the baby is born. Sweetheart, I wouldn't be fooling around. I'd be inside you, making love. Cupping her face in his hands, he placed his lips on hers, kissing her passionately. She pulled away and looked over at the horses, wishing she knew how to ride. Once the baby was born, she'd want to go riding with him. Will you teach me to ride? She asked, caressing his lips with the tips of her fingers, loving the feel of them. Smiling, he moved her closer to him. Baby, you already know how to ride and you're damn good at it. Oh Parker, you're so naughty. You know what I'm talking about, she said as she swatted him playfully. Yes, I'll teach you after the baby is born, but for now give me a kiss, saying as his hand slid up her leg and under her dress. Sounds of approaching vehicles had them stopping to look up. 3 black SUVs with tinted windows were pulling into the driveway. Parker felt her shake and her face turned ghostly white and she grabbed his hand. It's him. It's Ben, she cried out. She grabbed his hand, squeezing so hard it felt like his bones were being crushed. The vehicle stopped and 6 men jumped out. Parker looked over at his rifle, but it was too far away to reach. A man, in his late 20s with sandy blonde hair, was the one to speak when he saw Dakota. There you are, love. I've been looking for you, and now that I've found you, it's time to come home. He looked at Parker, who had stepped in front of her, trying to hide her from his view. Dakota is not going anywhere with the likes of you, Parker growled at him. You must be Parker, the one who knocked up my girl. Hope she was worth it. Look, I don't want any trouble with you, cowboy. Give me the girl and I promise that once your kid is born, I'll have it brought back to you if you want it. But the girl is coming with me. And you must be Ben, the sick pervert who likes to hurt women. Like I said, she's not going with you, so get in your car and leave before I kill you. He went to walk towards the man, but she grabbed his arm, preventing him from doing so. Ben's head went back and he let out a roar of laughter. You're going to kill me? That's funny. He snapped his fingers and the other 5 men pulled out their guns and pointed them at Parker, who immediately held Dakota behind him. Ben looked around Parker to her. Let me tell you how this is going to go. You, my little money maker, will come with me now or my men will shoot your boyfriend? Okay, just don't hurt him, she cried out, and as she went to walk away, Parker grabbed her arm. The last thing she wanted was for him to get hurt. and if that meant leaving she would. Dakota, no, I won't let you. His hands on her shoulders held her. He wasn't about to let her go. She reached up and touched his face, tears falling as she sobbed. I won't let them kill you. I love you. I'm sorry, Parker. I have to go. But he held on tight, not letting her move, and he turned to Ben. You'll have to kill me before I let you take her. Have it your way. As he was about to give the order for his men to shoot Parker, the sound of rifles being snake, Ed had them all turning their heads. There were CJ and Calvin, rifles aimed and ready to fire. I think it would be in your best interest to leave before we blow your fucking heads off, Calvin shouted. Again Ben laughed. I think you boys are a little outnumbered. Seriously, 3 men, 1 unarmed against 6 men, you wouldn't stand a chance. You're right, we wouldn't, Calvin shouted back, but with another 10 men, or so I say, you were the one outnumbered. Men appeared from out around the house, and some were on the roof of the barn and house. Parker put his arms around Dakota and moved her back, away from the drama that was taking place. If there were going to be shots fired, he wanted her far from it. Ben's face contorted into something ugly. Lips curled, eyes narrowed, he glared at the men surrounding him and his own men. He knew he had no chance in hell of taking all these men on, so he lowered his gun and told his men to do the same. You win. For now. He stared at Dakota and hissed, showing his anger. I'll be back for you, and I will show you what happens to those who screw with me. Breaking free of Dakota's hold, Parker dashed over and punched Ben in the jaw, causing him to fall backward. Get up and fight me, you fucker, or are you only good at beating up women? Ben wiped the mouth from the corner of his mouth and stood up. Not now, cowboy, but the time will come. We'll be back, and next time I'll have more men with me, and I'll kill you in front of the bitch. When Parker went to attack him again, Calvin held him back along with the help of CJ. Don't come back or the whole town will help to take you and your men down. Now leave while you still can, Calvin barked at him. The men jumped into their vehicles and tore out of the driveway. You should have let me kill the bastard, Parker said to Calvin. His heart was beating with so much rage and hate for Ben after what he had done to Dakota. I know, son, but if you had, you'd be the one going to prison, and what about Dakota? She needs you. Parker, CJ said, pointing to her. Turning, he saw her swaying, clutching her stomach. Rushing over, he caught her as she passed out. Lowering her down, touched her face. She was out cold. Baby, open your eyes, he cried out, turning to CJ, who had squatted down next to them. What's wrong with her? Why isn't she waking up? CJ frowned when he checked her. Her pulse was racing. Sweat drenched her body and she wasn't responding to him. Get her in the car. We have to get her to the hospital. When Parker stayed frozen, he yelled at him. Parker, now, move it. Parker was snapped out of it. Picking her up, he carried her to the car, letting CJ drive as he sat her in the back, cradling her in his arms. Come on, baby, open your eyes for me. With tears in his eyes, he kept stroking her face, begging her to wake up. Why isn't she waking up? He cried out to CJ, wanting an answer. I don't know, Parker. Won't know till we examine her. CJ's heart was in his throat. He couldn't be sure what was happening to her, but feared it wasn't good. It was like she had a seizure, but there was no sign of that, and he thought maybe she had slipped into a coma, which was bad for the baby. But he wasn't about to voice his fear to Parker, not till he knew for sure. Reaching the hospital in record time, Parker carried her inside, and CJ started shouting orders to the nurses. When they went to wheel her away, Parker tried to follow, but was held back by CJ's forceful hands. Let go of me. I need to be with her, Parker growled. You can't, man. Let us take care of her. You need to wait here. Knowing his friend was beside himself with worry, tried to calm him. Doctor, Smith is on duty and the best there is. I'll let you know the moment I know anything. Mom and Dad will be here soon. Please, Parker, let us do our job. Okay, he asked, eyeing his buddy, and was relieved when he nodded. Okay, I'm going in to assist. Wait here. Parker Saturday, tossing his hat on the table, putting his head in his hands, he came close to crying. She was so pale and wouldn't open her eyes. He stayed that way for how long he wasn't sure, until he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up. Calvin and Dawn were there, both looking worried. Chapter 23. Parker had never been so happy to see anyone more than he was now. Just having them here made him feel a little better. Dawn's slender hand went to his face. She's going to be all right. I just know it. That girl is strong, and knowing she has you and the baby, she will pull through. Any word yet? Calvin asked. Parker shook his head. Getting to his feet, started pacing and running his hand through his hair. No. CJ showed up wearing his white coat. He looked haggard, like the weight of the world was resting on his shoulders. He looked over at a grief-stricken Parker, seeing the pain and worry in his eyes. CJ, tell me she's awake. Parker moved closer and stared into the other man's eyes. Sit down, CJ says to him. I don't want to sit, just tell me she's going to be okay, and the baby. Dakota is in a coma. Oh my God, what does that mean? Parker said, his voice cracking. It's the way the mind and body can react when it's under too much stress. Gives the body time to heal. I have every reason to believe she will come out of it soon. What about the baby? Parker was afraid of the answer and held his breath, waiting for CJ to answer. I'll be honest with you, the baby is in distress. We have to perform a cesarean section in order to save it. I'm sorry, Parker. We have no choice. She's being prepped now. Parker's legs felt as though they would give out, so he flopped down on the chair, rubbing his forehead. This is going to break her heart. She was so looking forward to giving birth and holding our son in her arms. He thought back to the talk they had late one night. She blabbered on how knowing childbirth would be painful but worth it, how she was looking forward to breastfeeding and even the late-night feedings. She kept him up late many nights reading to him from the baby book she had bought. Not being awake to give birth is going to break her heart, Parker said as he lowered his eyes to the floor. I've got to go now and assist. I'll let you know the moment I know anything. Hang in there, bro. She's going to come through this. CJ left the room, leaving the other three to wait. Parker did up the buttons on the shirt CJ had given him, a spare one he had in his locker, them being the same size and build it fit perfectly. The weight was killing him. He wanted so badly to be by her side. If anything happened to her, he would make the bastard bend hay. Hell, he would anyway. Dawn tried to hide her tears from Parker, but as the minutes ticked away, she broke down. Calvin held her as she sobbed. Still to this day, he couldn't bear to see the love of his life crying and stroking her back. Did his best to reassure her things would be fine. It's going to be okay, baby doll. You've got to know that. CJ and Dr. Smith are the best. She wiped her tears. After all these years, he still called her that nickname. Glancing over at Parker, she knew she had to be strong for him. He was a complete mess and was close to losing it. An hour later, CJ returned, a nurse by his side carrying a small bundle wrapped in a baby blanket in her arms. They all turned to stare, no one saying a word. CJ smiled at Parker. Meet your son, Parker. He walked over in what felt like slow motion, standing before them and looking down at the baby. That's my boy, he asked, knowing the answer. His eyes watered and he reached out to take the baby in his arms. My boy, he's beautiful. He stroked the infant's face lightly with his fingers, and his heart filled with so much love he thought it would burst. Calvin and Dawn moved closer to take a peek. Now what are we calling this little guy? CJ asked, smiling at his parents. We didn't pick out a name yet. We thought we had more time. He looked at CJ. Dakota, how is she? CJ bites his bottom lip. Dakota is still unconscious, and there was some internal bleeding, but we got it under control. Feeling his anger rising, he handed the baby over to Dawn. This is all Ben's fault. He'll die for this. Walking away, Dawn called out to him, Where are you going? He placed his hat on the top of his head and replied, To New York. Watch over Dakota and the baby till I get back. He then tore out of the waiting room. Calvin, go stop him, she cried out. Parker had just put the keys in Dakota's car when an arm reached in, pulling the key out. Jumping out and slamming the door, started cursing Calvin. Give me the goddamn keys. Calm down, boy. Just stop and think about what you're doing. I know exactly what I'm doing. That bastard has to pay, Parker says as he tried to grab the keys but was unsuccessful. Do you not know how long it will take you to get there and back? Ben might not even be there. And what if something were to happen to you? That little lady laying in that hospital bed just gave you a son. What will it do to her if you get yourself killed? She needs you. So does your son. You have to be here, by her side, so that when she wakes up you will be the first face she sees. Look, I know how you feel. I've been there before. I know what it's like to want to kill the man who hurt your woman. Go back inside and be with Dakota. Hold her hand. Tell her how much you love her. Parker leaned against the car, his rage leaving him when he thought about Dakota. I'm afraid, Calvin. What if she never wakes up and I lose her? Cupping the younger man's face in his hands, stared him right in the eye. She'll wake up, and when she does you need to be there. Calvin knew how Parker was feeling. He too almost lost Dawn and tried to kill the man that had hurt her. Parker nodded his head and both men walked back inside. CJ was still there with Dawn, but the baby was taken into the nursery. I want to see her, Parker said to CJ. Of course, follow me. CJ walked Parker to the room where Dakota was and opened the door to let him enter. Talk to her. It may help her to wake up sooner, CJ said, and then turning he left. Parker moved slowly towards her. His heart felt as though it was breaking into tiny pieces. Felt like he couldn't breathe when he saw her on the bed. Her face was pale, and her body looked so tiny and frail under the sheet. At least she didn't have to be hooked up to a respirator since she was breathing on her own. Sitting on the edge of the bed, took her one hand in his, holding it to his face. He felt the first tear falling down his face. Hey baby, I'm here and I'm not leaving till you wake up. We have a beautiful little boy, so you have to wake up so that we can give him a name. Wait till you see him. He has my dark hair and your green eyes. He leaned down and kissed her lips, hoping it might awaken her, but she lay motionless. He moved his hand over her face and another tear falls from his eyes. The door opened. Dawn and Kelvin enter and walked over to the bed. Hey sweetheart, Kelvin and I are here with Parker. We're waiting for you to join us. We saw your precious baby boy. He's perfect and waiting to meet his mommy. I'm so going to love babysitting him whenever you want me to. She stayed by her side, talking while the two men stood back listening. When they were leaving, they wanted Parker to go with them, saying he needed to get some rest, but he refused to go. He was going to stay by her side till she woke up, no matter how long it took. That he did. For 3 days he sat by her side, holding her hand and talking to her. People came and went, bringing gifts for Dakota and the baby. The room was filled with flowers and chocolates from Martha. A dark shadow covered his face from lack of shaving, and if it hadn't been for Dawn, he wouldn't have showered in the room's small bathroom and changed his clothes. He only left her side since Dawn promised to stay and call him as she woke. He would have been there in a flash, but naked if he had to. He didn't care. Since Dakota was unconscious, he was the one to give his son the bottle. He would stare down at the tiny infant in his arms and smile, but a part of him felt some guilt. She will be so upset that she wasn't awake when he was brought into the world and not able to breastfeed him. He looked over at her, still lying so still. Hey baby, I'm holding our son. Please wake up and see him. Much later, Parker got up to stretch his legs, standing by the window looking out. He turned back to stare at the woman he loved with every fiber of his being. She should have waken up by now, and he was really starting to get scared. What if she never woke up? Going back, he sat her on the bed and buried his face in the crook of her neck and started crying like a baby. Come back to me. I love you, baby. Please wake up. His shoulders shook and her skin was wet from his tears. Her eyes fluttered open and felt Parker's face on her neck, which was wet, and heard him crying. Putting her fingers through his thick dark hair, spoke in what was barely a whisper. I thought cowboys never cried. When his head snapped up to look down at her, she wiped his tears from his face. A faint hint of a smile crept up on her face. She didn't say a word for a few minutes. They just stared at each other. Chapter 24. Cupping her face in his hands, he broke out into a smile. You've come back to me. I had to. You wouldn't stop talking, she said, smiling back at him. Though she couldn't speak, she heard everything he said, like she was dreaming. Some things were hazy, but it was the sound of his voice that brought her back. He leaned over, kissing her softly so as not to hurt her. Promise that you'll never leave me again. I promise, she said, her hand holding the back of his head as she pulled him down for another kiss. But what happened? How did I get here? You don't remember. All I remember is you punching Ben, and then everything went dark. We rushed you here, to the hospital. You fell into a coma and the baby was in distress, so they had to do an emergency C-section to save the baby. Her hand flew to her stomach and she looked down in horror. He's here and I was not awake to see him being born. Oh my God. For how long? She cried out. 3 days. Tears trickled down her face. My baby came into the world 3 days ago and I missed it. The one thing she wanted more than anything was to give birth and be the first one to hold him in her arms. I'm sorry, baby. I know how much this hurts you, but he's a beautiful and healthy little boy. Oh, just wait till you see him. I want to see him now, Parker. Please, she said and tried to sit up, but he held her down. You will, but first I need to let the doctor know you're awake, Parker replied firmly. They didn't have to wait when CJ walked in at that very moment. Good, you're awake, he said and walked over to the bed and started examining her. Now maybe this guy will get some sleep. So how are you feeling? Tired, Sore and my stomach feels like there's a ton of weight on it. That's just the bandage. It will be coming off soon. Other than that, is there anything else? A headache or any pain in the abdomen area? No, nothing. Please, I want to see my baby. CJ smiled. I'll get the nurse to bring him in, and then you can give the little guy a name. She looked at Parker. You didn't name him? No, I was waiting for you. Moments later, the door opened and a nurse walked in, carrying the infant and putting him into Dakota's outstretched arms. Cradling him close to her, she looked at his tiny face, touching him and gently placing kisses on his head and face as the tears flooded her eyes. He's perfect, she said, looking at Parker. Yeah, he is, just like his mother. So what about a name? Ted, or Douglas as we discussed, Parker said as he held his son's tiny hand. Chad, she answered. Parker looked at her. Chad, you want to name him after my father? Well, yeah, it's a good name. I like it. If you don't, then we can take another. No, I think that's wonderful. Chad, it is, Parker said, smiling. He never knew his father, only saw pictures of him and heard stories from his mother. Chad must be hungry. When can I feed him? She asked, then frowned when she saw the look between Parker and CJ. What's wrong? Can I not feed him? CJ Saturday on the other side of the bed. It's not that you can't. It wouldn't be safe for the baby. With all the medication you've been given, it tainted your breast milk. Sorry, hon, but he will have to be bottle fed. Her bottom lip quivered when she looked at her son, who had wrapped his fingers around her one finger. I missed out on his birth and now I can't even breastfeed him. Hey, come on now, look at this way. At least now I'll be able to get up and help with the feedings through the night. When she said nothing, just stared sadly down at Chad, he took her chin in his hand. I know it hurts you, baby, but it couldn't be helped. We have our son and he's healthy, and we have each other. Isn't that what's important? Nodding, she finally gave Parker a smile. You're right, and I'm never going to miss another minute of his life. Patting her arm, CJ stood up. I'll leave you two alone to enjoy your son. The nurse will bring in his next bottle for you. Kissing her cheek and shaking Parker's hand left them to get to know their child in private. The nurse came in carrying the bottle, and Dakota eagerly took it, and beamed with love to see how he gobbled it up. She had to wiggle it from his mouth to burp him. Parker roared with laughter when a loud burp came from his little mouth. That's my boy, he said, laughing. Before leaving after his shift, he went to check on Dakota. Now, young lady, I want you to get some rest. Don't overdo it. Let Parker put this little guy in his bed. Don't give me that look. He'll be right here next to you. Letting out a sigh, she handed Chad over to Parker. CJ, will I have an ugly scar from the C-section? No matter how Chad was born, she was happy, but the thought of a scar that could be terrible to look at had her worried that Parker would be disgusted and turned off. You'll hardly see it. It will be so small. I'll see you three later. Oh, and Mom and Dad will be here tomorrow. You should go home and get a proper night's sleep, she said to Parker when she saw how tired he looked. You need a shave. Your face is so rough, she said, stroking the stubble of growth on his face. What? You don't like this new look? Not really. I like you clean-shaven and smooth. He leaned over, rubbing his face along her neck, making her giggle. I'm not going anywhere, baby. I'm staying here with you and Chad. Have you been sleeping on that chair the last 3 nights? Yup. I can sleep anywhere as long as I'm in the same room as you. Giving her a devilish smile, told her to scoot over a little and got next to her, his arm going around her. Yeah, that's better. Now close your eyes and sleep. Isn't this against hospital policy? She asked, laying her head on his chest. I really don't care. I'm not moving. He smiled. It was too long since he held her in his arms and it felt good. The next few days people came to visit, bringing gifts and flowers. Even Martha brought Dakota some chocolates and made a quilt for the baby. Seeing the love and detail that the older woman put into making it, she was overwhelmed and shed some tears. The day came for the bandage to be taken off, and she asked Parker to leave the room. She didn't want him to see the scar. Not yet anyway. When CJ was done, she looked and wanted to cry. It was all bruised. Dakota, CJ says, it's not bad at all. In a couple of days, the bruising will start to disappear and you'll be left with a thin scar that you'll not really see. What if it turns Parker off? She cried out. Now you're talking foolish. He loves you, and even if you grew a hump on your back, he'll still want you. She couldn't help laughing and tilting her head to look at him. A hump. Parker walked in just as she pulled her gown down. waiting for CJ to leave, and when he did, went to her side. "Let me have a look." She was shocked and shaking her head, pulled the covers over her. "No, it looks horrible and you'll be disgusted." "Shit, Dakota. I'm going to be your husband. Do you think so little of me?" Sniffing, she turned her head away, and removing the covers hiked her gown up, exposing her stomach. He was so quiet and she feared the worst, but then she felt the warm touch of his hand when he touched her, and his lips kissed her belly. "You're beautiful," he whispered. "You're not turned off?" she asked. "Shit, no, baby. This is nothing. Would you be turned off if I had scars on my body?" "No, of course not. I see your point and I love you, Parker." He crushed her to him. His lips claimed hers, letting her know how much he loved her, and what he was going to do to her when she was ready. He couldn't help but wonder when that would be, and he would have to ask CJ. When Dakota heard that she could go home once she started getting up and walking around, she had the nurses take her out for short walks along the hall, leaving Parker to watch Chad. This gave him an opportunity to have a chat with CJ. "CJ, I have to ask you a personal question." "Go ahead, bro. Ask me anything." He cleared his throat. He felt a bit shy about asking, but he needed to know. "How soon before Dakota and I can you know?" CJ's back was to Parker while he checked the baby. A grin appeared on his face. Oh, he knew exactly what Parker was getting at and decided to have some fun with him. "It's going to be at least 6 months before you can be intimate with each other." He turned in time to see Parker's jaw drop and had to stop from laughing, trying to look serious. 6 months? You've got to be kidding, he snapped. The very thought of not being allowed to touch the woman he loved, the one who with a mere touch got him hard. But then he saw the corners of CJ's mouth creeping up into a smile and he shook his head. "You son of a bitch," he cursed. CJ couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. "You should have seen the look on your face, Parker. It was hilarious. But seriously, you will have to control yourself for 2 to 3 months. It will take time for her body to heal after all she's been through." Parker went over and put CJ in a headlock. "It's not nice to tease me, bro. I will find a way to pay you back." "What are you two doing?" Dakota's voice rang out. "This is a hospital, not your home." Both guys stopped. For a moment she sounded like Dawn whenever she scolded them. Letting CJ out of the headlock, he helped her back into bed. "You and the baby are doing so good, and with you up and walking around I feel you're ready to go home tomorrow. But only if you take it easy for a few days." Parker was thrilled to hear his family would be coming home, that he gave her a long and passionate kiss. "She will. I'll make sure of it. I've talked to Mom. She and some of the other women are going to be taking turns going over to help you," CJ said to Dakota. "Thanks, CJ." She went over and picked up Chad. "Do you hear that, baby? We're going home with Daddy tomorrow." Chapter 25. Dakota and Parker were both excited to return home with Chad. Now they would bond as a family. CJ was off duty, so he drove them home. He was pleased with her rapid recovery. Looking in the rearview mirror back at them, he smiled. The baby was in the middle and one parent was on each side, gushing over their baby. He was so happy for his friend who in the past was never happy with the single life. He had always wanted a woman to love him unconditionally, one he could grow old with, and he had found her, in the form of a petite blonde. With the baby in her arms, Parker's arm around her, they walked into the house. "Welcome home, son," he said, bending over, placed a kiss on Chad's cheek. "Okay, let's get you up to bed," CJ said, giving her a serious stare, one that a doctor would give. "Remember what I said. You are to have bed rest for the next few days until you get your strength back." "Really, CJ? I'm fine and I need to take care of Chad," she answered, a bit snarky. "Baby, just do what your doctor says or he'll put you back in the hospital. Is that what you want?" Parker asked. "Oh, all right, I'm going." CJ laughed as he went to the kitchen to make some coffee, while Parker got her and the baby settled upstairs. Placing the baby in the bassinet by the bed, she turned to Parker. "Thanks for agreeing to let Chad sleep in here with us. I just want him close to us, especially at night." Walking over, he wrapped his arms around her. "I see no harm in it, for a while anyway. When the time is right, he'll be in his own room. After all, I don't want him seeing or hearing what I'm going to do to his mother." "Oh, you're so bad. Already you're thinking of sex," she said, giving him a smack on his chest. He pulled her closer. "You knew you wanted it, baby." His mouth came down on hers, showing her just how much he wanted her. Knowing he had to wait, he finally pulled apart before his arousal became too great. "Now get into bed and sleep. I'll be back up to check on you both." As he was walking out, she called to him and he turned to look at her. "I love you, Parker. I love you too, baby." Putting on a nightgown, she checked on Chad before climbing into bed. The men were right. She needed rest, was exhausted, and was soon fast asleep. For the next few days, she ate and slept. Throughout the day, several of the women took turns coming over to take care of her and the baby while Parker was at work. The nights were the best. It was just her and Parker feeding and taking care of Chad, though he made her stay in bed and brought the baby over to her when feeding time came around. Parker returned home after a grueling day in the hot sun and was in a foul mood. His mood became darker when he found Dakota in the kitchen, cooking. Chad was asleep in his chair, so he snapped at her, quietly so as not to wake the baby. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He startled her and she swung around to face him, her lips pressed together and eyebrows raised. "Excuse me. You heard me. You should be resting. Where the hell is Dawn? She was supposed to be here, taking care of you and Chad." "You listen to me, Parker. Don't you dare use that tone with me. And another thing, I'll not have you swearing in front of our son. For your information, I sent Dawn home." She turned back to the stove and continued stirring the gravy. "Why would you do that?" he asked, going over to kiss Chad's cheek. "Because I didn't need her. I'm more than capable of taking care of my own child." She was furious with Parker. He had been so wonderful, but tonight, he was grumpy and not his normal self. "But you need rest," he said and attempted to touch her, but she shrugged him off. "I've been resting for days. It's now time for me to take care of my family. But right now, that doesn't include you. So go take a shower and then come down to eat." Judging by the look of anger on her face, he knew it was best to walk away. He felt like shit for snapping at her, and vowed he'd make up with her when he came back down. Showering and then putting on clean clothes, he headed down, stopping to grab a single rose. Dakota was sitting at the table with Chad, who was in his bassinet making baby noises. She heard Parker when he entered the kitchen but ignored him, putting all her attention on the baby. But then she saw the rose when he stood behind her and held it in front of her. "I'm so sorry, honey," he said, and squatting down pulled her chair around to face him. "I had a bad day and it was so hot out. I took my frustration out on you and I shouldn't have. But sweetheart, you are supposed to be resting." "I've had enough rest. I know my body." "The way you snapped at me, the anger in your voice, Parker, it scared me. I was with a man who treated me that way. I didn't expect it from you." She lowered her head to hide her eyes, which were tearing up, tilting her chin up. "I'm nothing like that, baby. I just worry about you." "You don't need to worry about me. I'm not helpless. I'll always worry about you because I love you. Tell me you forgive me." His eyes pleaded with her. "I forgive you as long as you don't take out your bad moods on me ever again. I promise. Now kiss me." She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him close for a kiss. "Now eat while it's still hot," she ordered with a smile on her face. Later that night, as they lay curled up in bed, she asked him what happened today that had him in a bad mood. "For one, it was bloody hot, and then we found one of Calvin's cattle dead. We're sure it was from a bobcat." "Oh my God, I didn't know they were around here," she gasped. "Usually they stay up in the mountains, but one must have wandered down looking for food. Till we find it, be careful going outside. I really am sorry for snapping at you earlier. I'm not perfect. I can be grumpy at times." "You are perfect to me," she said, looking up at him with her emerald eyes. "We're still getting to know each other. You might not think that later on." Laying her down on her back and kissed her, feeling his desire to consume her body growing. "Do you know how much I want to make love to you? It's going to be murder for the next few weeks. God, I love you. You're so beautiful." "Well, guess you'll be taking a lot of cold showers," she laughed. With the wedding getting closer, they were kept busy with the plans. The church was booked, and the reception was going to be held at the Fisher's ranch. Dawn was going to take the pictures, and Dakota was thrilled to be wearing Dawn's wedding dress that she wore at her own wedding. It fit Dakota perfectly. Chad was now 2 months old and the wedding was 3 weeks away. Parker had not tried to make love to her, and she was starting to think he wasn't interested in sex with her any longer. She tried one night by touching and caressing him, her lips leaving soft kisses over his chest, but he said it was too soon and went to sleep. Dawn noticed that Dakota was not her bubbly self and asked her about it. "Honey, is anything wrong? You look sad." "It's nothing." She shakes her head. "It's obviously something. Are you having second thoughts about marrying Parker?" Dakota's head snapped up to look at Dawn. "No, I love him and can't wait to be his wife. He's perfect in every way." "Then what's wrong?" Her eyes teared up. He won't touch me. I think he no longer wants me that way. That's not true, sweetheart. That man is crazy about you. I'm sure he just wants to make sure your body is healed. I told him I was ready, but he turned me down. She sniffed, close to crying. Going over, Dawn put her hands on Dakota's shoulders and looked her in the eye. Then show him how ready you are. How do I do that? You're a beautiful young woman. Make him want you without you touching him. Use what God gave you to entice him. Show him what you've got. Walk around naked, or wear something so revealing that he won't be able to take his eyes off you. You think that will work? I guarantee it. Try it, Dawn said, giving her a hug. Dawn watched Chad, so that she could go into town to buy something special for tonight. She was going to make sure that Parker would be drooling before the night was over. Later, Parker was in bed looking over some papers. Dakota had moved Chad into his own room, and she came out of the master bathroom wearing a robe. I bought something today and I want to know if you like it. What's that, babe? He asked, not looking up. Walking over to the bed, she untied the belt on her robe, letting it fall to the floor. This, she answered, waiting for him to look up. Glancing up, he let the papers fall from his hand. His jaw dropped open, his eyes bulged out and his breathing became heavy, and he got an instant hard-on. She stood before him wearing a black mesh and lace corset, with push-up cups giving her breasts a SI lift. Not that they needed lifting. Adjustable bra and garter straps, and black silk pantyhose. He said nothing as his tongue swiped over his lips. Well, do you like it? She asked, holding back a smile when she saw how the sheet had ridden up over his manhood. Aye, he stammered. Guess you don't like it. I'll just take it off. She turned to walk away but was grabbed from behind and held in place. She felt his member pushing into her spine. I like it, he murmured into her neck, his lips kissing and sucking, and let his hand move down the length of her, and reaching between her thighs found that the panties were crotchless. He growled when he felt inside her and she was wet. So damn wet. You look so hot and I'll be the one to take it off you. She felt herself being lifted up and tossed on the bed. Biting her lip, she watched him while he stood there, staring at her body before getting on top of her, his mouth crashing down on hers in a deep kiss that took her breath away. He felt like a madman the way he was kissing her. He couldn't get enough as their tongues did a dance in each other's mouth. When he finally broke apart and looked down at her, her chest was rising and falling rapidly. Are you sure you're ready for this? Oh God, yes, and don't hold back, cowboy, she said through breathy pants. He knew he couldn't stop now, and sucking on her neck moved lower to her breasts that were practically popping out of the bra, caressing when he sucked on the other. Her back arching and moaning, he switched to the other one, getting on his knees, sifted lower till he was by her feet. Reaching up, he unhooked the stockings from the garter and slid them down slowly and seductively, doing the same to the other. His mouth on her feet, he kissed her leg all the way up, till he got to the special place he missed being in. Head between her thighs, licked and blew on her clit, feeling her squirm and hearing her moan. He could tell she was close to a climax, but he wanted her to wait, wanted them to release together. So stopping, he chuckled when her displeasure was made known when she cursed him out for stopping. Open your eyes. I want to look in them when I fouquet you, he said, slowly sliding the tip of his throbbing erection into her entrance. He smiled when she so quickly obeyed him. Her facial expressions got him more excited as he began thrusting harder and faster. She felt so hot wrapped around his snake, and the deeper he went the more she screamed his name, moving frantically beneath him, raising her hips. How he missed being with her in this way. Her legs wrapped around his waist, her arms around him as she dug her fingers into his flesh. Knowing she was almost to her peak, he let loose like a savage beast, bringing them both to the most amazing release ever. Fearing he might have been too rough, felt bad, until she placed her lips on his chest and let out a satisfied sigh. Her words were like music to his ears when she spoke. That was so hot. My wild SI cowboy is back and you can ride me this way anytime you want. Chapter 26. After getting dressed, Parker headed downstairs. He could smell bacon cooking, so knew Dakota was making breakfast. She was wearing one of his shirts and nothing else, her butt cheeks showing when she reached up into the cupboard for something. She hadn't noticed him standing there watching her, so he quietly walked up to her, putting his arms around her waist, his mouth going to her neck. Parker, she squealed, you scared the shit out of me. You've got to stop sneaking up on me, she said, giggling. He moved his hand down her leg and back up again, stopping between her legs. And you've got to stop looking so damn fuckable. Turning her around, He lifted her up onto the counter and unbuttons her shirt. He began kissing her neck and down to her breasts, her moans echo in his ears, and the sound of his zipper as she pulled it down and took hold of him. Letting his pants fall to the floor, kicked them away. Grabbing onto her legs, pulled her close to the edge of the counter and surged inside her. She was wet, ready for him, so he wasted no time taking her right there. Her warmth covered him when she clamped down on his manhood. Leaning back on her hands, she exploded all over him, and when she let out a loud, satisfied moan, he too came. "What a great way to start off the day," he said, his voice ragged as he tried to settle his heavy breathing and racing heart. Grabbing his neck, pulled him close, her mouth seeking his for a kiss. "I love you so much, Parker. Never let this end." She had this nagging feeling it wouldn't last, that something was going to break them apart. The way she clung to him and kissed with such a great hunger surprised and worried him. Breaking free, his hands on her shoulders. "Why would you say that, baby? I love you. I'm never going to let it end." Lowering her head, a single tear slid down her cheek. "I've never been happy. My parents ignored me. Everyone I know has ended up hurting me." Placing his finger under her chin, lifted it up so that he could look into her eyes. "I will never hurt you. I will love and protect you till the day we die." Wiping her tear away, kissed her. It was one of those warm and sweet kisses. Just then they heard Chad's soft cries coming from the baby monitor. "I have to go to him. Sorry that your breakfast got burned," she said, jumping off the counter. "That's okay, baby. You go get Chad and I'll start on eggs," he said, giving her rear a gentle slap when she walked away. Later, when breakfast was over and he helped her with the cleaning up, kissed her and his son goodbye, and headed off to the Fisher's ranch for another day's work. Chad was asleep in his bassinet in the living room, so Dakota went over to the cabinet and took out hers and Parker's matching wedding bands. Both were gold with cute designs on them. She was counting the days till she becomes Mrs. Parker Stevens. He was such a good man, strong, handsome, and was her hero. With the help of his love and understanding nature, she was becoming more secure and believed in herself. He not only gave her love, but the freedom to speak her mind and do what she pleased. There was no asking permission if she wanted to go somewhere. She was not afraid to be around him when he had too much to drink. With Ben, he became more physically and mentally abusive when he was drunk. She was on cloud nine. In a few days she would be a married woman, but her happiness was about to come to an abrupt end when she answered the knock at the front door. "Hi, love." "Ben." She gasped and tried to shut the door on him, but he stuck his foot in, preventing it from closing. Pushing his way in, he slammed the door behind him as she backed away. "Why do you look so shocked? I told you I'd be back for you." She felt the fear coursing through her, her heart racing, and she began to sweat. "Parker will be back any minute, and when he does, he'll kill you." "No, he won't. I've been watching for the last few days and I know his routine. He won't be back till much later. Now you're coming with me." "I'm not going nowhere with you. You can't control me anymore. I'm not afraid of you." Just then Chad started to cry. It was as if he sensed danger. Ben's eyes turned toward the sound of the baby crying, then back at Dakota, and he smirked when he saw the look of fear flashing in her eye. "Well then, if you won't come with me willingly, I'll take the kid," he said, walking towards the bassinet. Dakota panicked. There was no way she would let that monster anywhere near her baby. Before he reached the bassinet, she jumped on his back, pulling his hair, and pounded him. "You stay away from him, you bastard." Her petite frame was no match for his husky build, and he soon had overpowered her. Reaching his arm up, grabbed a fistful of her hair and flung her to the floor and jumped on top. His weight crushes her as his hand tightens around her neck. "Wow, girl, I never knew you had this much fire in you. It's making me hot. If I had known Fuking, you would have been more exciting. We would have done it more often. Maybe I'll Fuke you now, right here. I'll die before I let you touch me," she choked out, trying to remove his hand, but it was to no avail. "I could choke you out like I used to do," he said, his lower body grinding into her. She was becoming lightheaded due to a lack of oxygen. Those nights he would choke her, when she tried resisting him, came flooding back. He would do it till she passed out and have his way with her. She knew this when she came to. Her puntia tore off and she felt his sperm all over and inside her. He would be nowhere in sight, so showing, she would scrub herself till she bled. He loosened his grip from around her neck. "But I don't have time now. So are you coming, or do I take the kid? I could get a lot of money for it. Lots of people willing to pay big bucks for an infant." Tears filled her eyes when she looked over where the baby was, still crying. "I'll go with you. Just leave my baby alone," she cried out. "Good girl," he said, getting up and adjusting himself, his snake still hard and pressing against the zipper of his pants. "Let's go," he barked, and grabbing her arm headed toward the door. "Wait," she stopped him. "We can't leave the baby on his own." "Then we'll take him with us," Ben snapped. No, he stays here. Let me call someone to come over and watch him till Parker gets home." "I don't give a fuck about the kid. If you don't want to take him with us, then leave him." He started dragging her to the door, his fingers digging into her flesh. "Please, Ben, even you can't be so cruel as to leave an infant alone. I swear it will only take a few minutes to get someone over here. I'm begging you, please. I'll do whatever you want." "Fuck's sake, this better not be a trick. Go ahead, make a call. But I'm warning you, if you tip off whoever comes, I'll have to kill them." Sniffing, she went over and dialed a number, being careful not to give the person on the other end reason to think something was wrong. "Hi Becky, are you busy? I was wondering if you could watch Chad for me. Can you?" "That's great. See you soon." She hung up and went over and picked Chad up, cradling him in her arms till he settled down. Time seemed to stand still as they waited for Becky to arrive, and when there was a knock at the door, Dakota gives Chad one last kiss and laid him in his bed. "Make one wrong move and she dies," Ben said, moving one side of his jacket over, showing her the gun that was holstered to his side. Opening the door, she forced a smile on her face when she greeted Becky. "I'm so glad you could make it on such short notice. I was in the neighborhood and happy to do it. Are you all right? You look a little pale." Dakota glanced over at Ben briefly before answering. "Yes, just tired. Chad had a restless night. Kept me up." "Oh, I see." Becky looked over at Ben, who was standing next to the bassinet. "Have we met?" she asked him. When Ben's hand reached inside his jacket, Dakota spoke up. "This is my cousin, Kenny. He's just passing through." "That's right," Ben said. "I thought I'd stop and say hi and meet this little guy. I wanted to take her out to lunch and catch up." He walked over and shook Becky's hand. He turned to look at Dakota. "We should get going." "Thanks for watching, Chad," she said, giving the elderly woman a hug. "Okay, have fun. See you when you get back," she said, and watched them walk out the door and get into a white station wagon. Something didn't sit right with her. Dakota was behaving very strangely, all nervous and jittery, and that Ben guy with his fancy suit and fake smile. There was something wrong. So she decided to call the Fishers and let Parker know what was going on. No one answered, so she waited another hour and tried again. CJ was home and took the call. She had never mentioned a cousin and instantly became suspicious. So dashing out of the house, jumped on his horse and went to where Parker and his father were working. Both Parker and Kelvin looked up when CJ jumped off his horse and ran up to them. He explained about the call and Parker shook his head. She would have mentioned if she had a cousin. Something's wrong. Dropping everything, he got on his horse and rode as though the devil himself was after him. CJ followed right behind. Making it in record time, both men ran into the house to confront Becky. "This man, Becky, what did he look like?" Parker asked. His heart was in his throat when he heard the man's description. He was a good-looking man, husky build, blonde hair, said his name was Kenny. Parker looked at CJ. "It's Ben. God, he has her. Oh dear, did I do something wrong? Should I have stopped her from leaving with him?" CJ took her hands in his to help settle her down. "No, Becky, you couldn't have known." He turned to Parker. "I don't understand. How did those men come here in black SUVs without anyone noticing?" "He was alone and driving a white station wagon," Becky said, wringing her hands together. Both men looked at each other and CJ growled, "That sneaky bastard. He knew we've been watching for black SUVs with others, so he came alone. We underestimated him." "Becky, can you keep an eye on Chad?" Parker asked. "Of course, but what are you going to do?" He went over and taking Chad kissed his cheek. "I'm going to get her back." "I'll go with you," CJ announced. Placing the baby back in his bed, Parker, his jaw clenched and fury burning inside him, stormed out and jumped on his horse. "Becky, call my parents and let them know what's happening," CJ said and raced out to join his friend. "You don't have to come with me, CJ. This isn't a fight." "Hey, you're like a brother to me. Your fight is my fight. I'll always have your back. So where do we go?" He's most likely taking her back to the city, with only a couple hours head start. And we don't stop, we should be able to catch them in no time. I swear, if he touches one hair on her head, I'll kill him. Parker was seizing and took off, CJ right behind him. Chapter 27. Meanwhile, back to Dakota. As soon as they pulled away from the ranch, Ben pulled over to the side of the road. "Give me your hands," he barked, pulling handcuffs from his pocket and putting them on her. "Don't want you trying to run off." He laughed. "You're a disgusting pig," she snapped. "Parker knows where your club is and he'll come for me. And when he does, he's going to kill you. Good luck with that, sweetheart. I've had to close that dump and find a new location in a different place." "Why?" She looked at him. How would Parker find her now? "Let's just say that the police didn't like what was going on there. So I opened an underground club in Boston." He laughed out loud. "It's exclusive for the sick and perverted. I have girls that the men can bid on. The highest bidder gets to do whatever he wants to the girl for an hour. Any longer they have to pay triple. Believe me, they always want more time. I'm making a killing." She tasted the bile in her throat. It was like acid, but had to ask, "What do they do to the girls?" "Some like to torture them with whips. Toys are just plain beating them bloody. Some men get off on seeing blood and then they fouquet them. Others like having one girl between 3 or 4 of them. I supply whips, chains and other forms of tools. The girls strip first, so that the guys can see what they're bidding on first." "You really are sick, and I won't be stripping." "No, you won't be. You, my little beauty, will be my featured attraction." "What the hell does that mean?" she hissed through gritted teeth, hating him so much she wished him dead. "You are going to be a star in the porn movies I'm making. I've had many requests from the very rich wanting to fouquet a woman, while being filmed doing all kinds of kinky things, from just fouquing to BDSM, so you better be good and go along with it. Not that you have a choice." "I won't do it. You'll have to kill me first," she spat out. "Ah, you will, and if you don't, I'll have an army of men go back to that dump you were living in and have that guy and your kid killed." Seeing that look of doubt on her face, he smirked. "I can make it happen. You see, I have the backing of some very rich men who want my new club to succeed and are more than happy to do it." Leaning back in the seat, she stared out the window, tears falling from her eyes. She knew from past experiences that he was telling the truth and wouldn't hesitate in killing her family, and he wouldn't blink an eye. What choice did she have? But if she ever got the opportunity, she would kill Ben, even if it meant going to prison for the rest of her life. When his hand landed on her leg and started moving up, she squeezed them tightly together and bit her lip, cringing. "Be nice to me and I'll make sure the men who are being filmed with you aren't too rough," he said as he tried to pry her legs open, angry and frustrated that he was driving, and she wouldn't open her legs. He banged his fist on the steering wheel and cursed. "Okay, have it your way, you fucking bitch. I'll let them do whatever the fouquet they want to you." He then backhanded her across her face, making her cry out in pain. She closed her eyes and thought about Parker, knowing by the time he returned home it would be late and would never find her now. No matter how much he looked, the thought of never holding her baby or seeing him grow into a fine man like his daddy was breaking her heart. She prayed that Parker would know. She didn't want to leave him and Chad. "I need to use the bathroom and I'm thirsty." "Is this some kind of trick so that you can try and escape?" "I need to pee," she snapped back. "There's a store up ahead. We'll stop there. I'm sure you can use their restroom, but remember I have a gun, and am not afraid to shoot whoever you try and reach out to." They stopped at the small store, and he took off her cuffs and went in with her. There was a kid working behind the counter, who was busy playing a game on his phone to really take any notice of them. "Hey kid," Ben barked, "my lady here needs to use your bathroom. Where is it?" The kid pointed to the back without looking up. Ben walked her back and went in to make sure she couldn't escape, and seeing no window, he told her to hurry and that he would buy some drinks. When he was gone, she wiped the seat before sitting down. Her eyes scanned the room, looking for something to help her. A pen, pencil, anything to use to write a note with. There was nothing. Feeling defeated, she washed her hands and went to where Ben was standing, paying for the bottled water and some snacks. "Hi, I'm Dakota. What's her name?" she asked, hoping the kid would look at her and remember her face if Parker did come this way, and stopped here to ask if he had seen her. But he never gave her a second look as he handed Ben his change. Didn't even offer his name? So much for hospitality around here with this kid. Grabbing the bag of stuff, Ben took her arm in a tight grip and led her outside. "Nice try, Dakota. If your little scheme had worked, the kid would be dead. Get in," he yelled at her when he opened the car door. Putting the cuffs back on, he cursed as he drove off. She drank the water he bought but refused the snacks. They had been driving for over 3 hours when he pulled up to a fleabag of a hotel and shut off the engine. "Why are we stopping here?" she asked, swallowing a lump of fear in her throat. I booked a room here before coming to get you. We have a couple of hours to kill and I thought we could get reacquainted. You're sick if you think I'll let you touch me. I can't offer your services to others without checking you out myself first. It has been a long time since we've been together. He got out of the car and went around to her side and opened the door. When she wouldn't budge, he grabbed a fistful of her hair and pulled her out, dragging her towards the room. She screamed, but no one was around to hear her. Giving her a shove inside, she fell to the floor, getting up when he locked the door behind him. Please don't do this. Let me go. You have other girls. You don't need me, she cried out. Oh, but I do. You're special, Dakota. Walking over to her, he undid the cuffs. Take off that dress, he ordered her. I said take it off or I'll tear it off you, he barked. Tears running down her face, she lifted it up over her head. Now lay down on the bed. Fuck you, she screamed at him. She was not going to let him touch her without a fight. But then he pulled out his gun, released the safety and pointed it at her. We have no time for games. I will shoot you if you don't do what I tell you. Looking down the barrel of his gun, she knew she couldn't die this way. Not if there was the slightest chance she'd see Parker and chat again. So doing what he ordered, she laid and closed her eyes when she saw him removing his jacket and felt him straddling her, grabbing her hands and cuffed them to the bedposts. She opened her eyes and started begging him not to do what he was about to do. He slapped her across the face. Shut the fuck up. 8. Meanwhile, back to Parker. The men stopped, getting off their horses to ask some people if they had seen a white station wagon. No one had. We'll find her. They couldn't have gotten far, CJ said, putting his hand on Parker's shoulder when he saw how worried he was. If we have to, we'll buy a car and drive the rest of the way to New York. When we get there and find his club, we'll tear it and Ben apart. You're a good friend, CJ. I couldn't do this without you. I know we'll find her, but what will that bastard do to her before we get there? Come on, let's get moving. He'll have to stop for gas at some point and someone might remember them. Let's not give up hope, CJ said and jumped back on his horse. They came upon the store where Ben and Dakota had stopped. Going in, they grabbed some cold drinks and paying for them asked the same kid that served Ben if he had seen them. I don't know, man. We get lots of people in here, he replied in a snarky tone. Already angry, Parker was in no mood for the kid's attitude, so grabbing him by the collar pulled him close. Listen, punk, we're looking for a blonde woman and a blonde man. Did you see anyone like that in the last couple of hours or so? I don't think so, he whimpered, almost pissing himself from fear. Let the kid go, Parker. You won't be of any help to Dakota if you get arrested, CJ said as he pried his hands off the kid. Wait, did you say Dakota? That's right. Why? CJ asked. There was a couple in here. I didn't really get a good look at them, but she did introduce herself to me, said her name was Dakota and asked me mine. I didn't answer her. Man, I didn't even look up at her. How long ago? Parker barked. Not sure. Maybe 2 hours ago. I did see the car going in that direction. The kid pointed out the window. CJ smacked Parker in the arm. That's it, bro. They're not far. Let's move. They came across the motel where Ben had taken her and saw the station wagon standing alone in front of it. Parker's heart started pounding and he jumped from his horse. Asked it CJ. They're here. I know it, Parker said, and they walked over. Wait, Parker. CJ stopped him from barging in. We have to make sure it's them in there before you go charging in. When they heard a woman scream, Parker knew it was her and wasting no time kicked in the door. For a second he frowned. She was cuffed to the bed and Ben was on top of a partially nude Dakota. They both turned to the intruders and she cried out his name. He saw red. His rage exploded as Ben jumped off the bed and went for his gun that was on the table by the bed. Chapter 28. There's nothing like the fury and rage of a man who sees the woman he loves being abused. He had just about died when he saw Dakota stripped down to her underwear and cuffed to the bed, a large bruise on her face and bruises on her inner thigh in the shape of fingers. Lunging at Ben when the man scurried to where his gun lay, grabbed him, flinging the gun to the other end of the room. His fist connected to Ben's jaw and teeth and blood flew from his mouth and he was knocked out cold. He rushed to Dakota's side, touching her cheek where a welt from being slapped appeared. Parker, you found me, she said, her tears flowing, and felt the warmth of his lips when he kissed her. Where are the keys to the cuffs, baby? He asked, breaking the kiss. In the pocket of his jacket, she sniffed, wanting to be free so that she could wrap her arms around him. CJ went and found the key and handed it to Parker, As soon as she was free, she flung her arms around him, burying her face in the crook of his neck and bawled like a baby. He held her so tight, his arms crushing her to him. "You're safe now, baby. He'll never hurt you again. That is my promise to you." Taking her face in his hands, kissed her so passionately, as if he hadn't seen her in years. CJ handed Parker Dakota's dress and he helped her put it on. Then looking over at Ben, who moaned and was coming to take her outside. "I have some unfinished business to take care of," he said to CJ. "What are you going to do?" she cried out, grabbing onto his arm. "Go with CJ," he said, nodding to his friend, who took her arm and started pulling her out the door. "This won't take long," Parker said, and walked over to where Ben was cowering in the corner. She turned to CJ. "There," and panic showed all over her face. "You have to stop him," she cried out to him, who still had a hold on her and wouldn't let go to stop her from running in. "This is something he has to do. He has to fight for your honor." "You don't understand. Ben fights dirty." "Don't worry, Parker can handle himself." They could hear things breaking from inside the room. At one point, a chair came flying out the window. A crowd had gathered and someone had called the sheriff. 10 minutes later, everything became quiet and Dakota and CJ looked at each other, both wondering what had happened. The door opened and Parker walked out, bruised and bloodied. Dakota ran to him and he picked her up, her legs wrapping around his waist. "Jesus, Parker, what have you done?" she said, touching his face and wiping the drop of blood from his lip. "You didn't kill him, did you?" As much as she would love to see Ben 6 feet under, she didn't want Parker going to prison. There was no way she could live without him. "He's alive," he answered, then looked at CJ. "You might want to take a look at him." "Sorry, I'm off duty," CJ smirked. The sheriff showed up, a middle-aged man with a beer gut that hung over his pants. He told CJ to check on Ben, which he did under protest. Sheriff Carter then took Parker's and Dakota's statements. "So this guy kidnapped and tried to rig you. What else can you tell me about him?" She told him everything, about the club he owned and the girls he forced to work for him, some underage. She also told him about Ben's new club, and that the police were looking for him back in New York. CJ came back out and said Ben needed to go to the hospital right away. He had broken bones, a fractured skull, and his pelvis crushed. The sheriff stared at Parker. "I'm not going to press charges now, but I might have to later. I have your address, so I'll be in touch." He then saw the blood coming through Parker's shirt. "You're bleeding, boy." Hearing Dakota cry out, he squeezed her hand. "It's just a cut." Ben pulled a knife out from around his ankle and tried to stab me. "I'm okay." "You best get this little lady home. She doesn't look too good," the sheriff said and walked away. CJ walked over and lifted Parker's shirt up and checked his wound. "It's not deep. Don't need stitches." "The sheriff is right. Let's go home." He went to get their horses, leaving the two alone. Looking over his shoulder, saw them kissing and chuckled to himself. Even after everything, Parker still couldn't keep from kissing her. Parker lifted her up onto his horse, had her turned around so that when he got out she was Saturday facing him. Her legs were around him, her arms over his shoulder, resting her head against his chest. It was getting cool out, but the warmth of his arm around her, while the other hand steered the horse, kept her warm. "Chad," she said, lifting her head to look at him. "He's fine. Becky's with him, and I'll bet by now Dawn and Calvin are there." He didn't care if Ben lived or died, and if he had to go to prison it would have been worth it. At least now she was safe and free from that bastard, and if he lived, would be spending a good portion of his life behind bars. CJ rode alongside them, and when he saw she had drifted off, talked to Parker. "You hurt him real bad. Did you have to go that far?" "He's lucky I didn't kill him, but this way he'll wish I had," Parker replied. He knew Dakota was asleep. Her arms still around him were losing their grip on him. He tightens his hold on her so that she wouldn't fall off, kissing the top of her head. If he hadn't gotten there before Ben forced himself on her, he would have killed him, regardless of the consequences. "Well, he's going to live, but we'll be in pain for a hell of a long time, Parker. But I don't blame you, bro. I would have done the same thing if I were in your shoes." It was dark by the time they made it home. CJ took her in his arms so that Parker could get down from his horse. She woke up when she felt different arms around her, and like a child she reached out for Parker, who took her from the arms of his friend and carried her inside. Dawn and Calvin were right there, waiting by the door when they saw the three coming. "Oh Lord, look at the state of you two. Get her inside," Dawn said, brushing the hair from Dakota's face, the way a mother would do to their child. Placing her gently on the sofa, he sat her down next to her. "We're home," baby. Sitting up, she looked around for Chad. Where's Chad? He's asleep upstairs, honey. You must be starving. What say I make the three of you something to eat? Dawn said, giving her a hug as a tear fell down her face. I'm so glad you're okay. Thanks, Dawn, and I am hungry. Everyone left and went into the kitchen, so that Dakota and Parker could be alone, placing his hand lovingly on her cheek. His thumb caressing the bruises. Tears clouded his eyes. When I saw you lying on that bed, handcuffed to it, all I could think about was how I let you down. What are you talking about? She placed her hand on top of his. I should have been there to protect you, but I wasn't, and I'll never forgive myself. Seeing him close to crying touched her heart. It showed her just how much he loved her, and she cupped his face in her hands. You listen to me, Parker Stevens. You didn't let me down. You can't be standing over me every second of the day. My God, man, you came for me. You saved me, and in more ways than one. Because of you I know love. I'm a mother and will soon be your wife. All I ask is that you never stop loving me. Never will I stop, he said, and put his arms around her. He lowered his mouth, devouring her lips in a deep, passionate kiss. They pulled apart when CJ's voice boomed out. There they go again. Can't keep their hands off each other. In walked all three, carrying plates of food and drinks. After the meal of meat and potatoes, peach pie for dessert, the Fishers left. Dakota went and checked on Chad before going to take a bath. She had just got in the tub when Parker walked in, watching as he stripped down and got in behind her, pulling her back against his chest, held her. They spoke no words, just held on to each other. But when they got out, and before she could dry herself off, he turned her around to face him. I love you so much. You make me laugh and cry. You're the best part of who I am. Oh, Parker, she said, tearing up and putting her arms around his neck, as he carried her to bed and laying her down got on top. Both knowing how short life could be, how they could have lost the other one, made love slowly. He was tender, touching and caressing, wanting what they were sharing to never end. Her lips were soft and tasted sweet when she kissed him. Her fingers felt like feathers as they moved over his back. Her slender leg moved up and down his leg. His tender love-making turned into one of fiery passion. He entered her swiftly with one hard thrust, moving inside her with so much depth and speed, and hearing her purr like Moenas drove him to the brink. Knowing she was about to reach a peak, let loose, coming with her. Later she snuggled up so close to him, he felt as though his bones were being crushed, but he didn't care. Parker. Yes, baby. I want to have another baby with you. You want another one? Yes, don't you? She asked, looking up at him. Of course I do. I want lots of kids with you. But we just had Chad. Shouldn't we wait just a little while? She started laughing and gave him a playful slap on the chest. Not right now, silly. I mean in a year or two, whenever we're ready. Oh, okay, but we can keep practicing too then, he said, and rolling her onto her back climbed on top. Let the practice begin, he says as his mouth came down on hers. Chapter 29. Morning, Dakota said when she opened her eyes and into his. How long have you been laying there watching me? About an hour. Now that's a little creepy, she said, and reaching up stroked his cheek with the back of her hand. God, how she loved this man, and he looked so drop-dead gorgeous for first thing in the morning. I can't help it. I love waking up and seeing that you're next to me. Pulling her into his arms, ran his hand down her body, feeling every curve, and just when he went to kiss her, Chad's crying could be heard over the baby monitor, and he growled, my son has terrible timing. Crawling out from under Parker, she got out of bed. Smiling, she pulls on a robe. We can finish this later. You can count on it, baby. He got up and pulled on a pair of jeans. You get Chad and I'll go heat his bottle and put on the coffee. As she was about to walk out, he grabbed her hand. Are you okay? You went through a lot yesterday and I'm still worried about you. Putting her arms around his neck, she reached up and kissed him. Now that I'm with you, I'll be okay. I'll get our son and meet you downstairs after I change him. When she walked into the kitchen, carrying Chad, the coffee was brewing and the bottle was ready. Parker was looking at the wedding bands and looking up, smiled when he saw them. In just 2 more days, we'll be married, and I can't wait to wear this band and show everyone that I'm married. He took the baby from her so that she could enjoy her coffee while he fed Chad. This was how they did things, taking turns. One would change and feed the baby, while the other one enjoyed their coffee while making breakfast. Parker loved giving the bottle but was not thrilled about changing diapers. More than once forgot to cover the little guy and got pee all over him, which made Dakota tear up from laughter. "So you still want to marry me and you're not having second thoughts?" she asked as she started scrambling the eggs. "Yes and no. Yes, I want to marry you, and no, I'm not having second thoughts. Hell, woman, I would have married you long before now if you had let us. I wanted a church wedding, where I could wear a nice dress and not waddle down the aisle. I also want to see you in that suit again." She went over and kissed him. She couldn't wait to be married to him. Even if Emily were to show up now, it wouldn't bother her, because she knew Parker loved her and would always be faithful. She trusted him. Kissing her goodbye, he headed to work. He no longer had to worry about Ben. That night the women were having a get-together, and the men were going to the bar to celebrate. Parker didn't want a party, but CJ, being the best man, insisted. He only hoped that CJ had the good sense not to hire a stripper. Later CJ showed up for Parker. The women were already there and were drinking wine, some already half in the bag, and seeing him chanted for him to strip. "Sorry ladies, no can do. Have to take my buddy here to the bar." Putting her arms around Parker's neck, kissed him. "Don't do anything you regret." As much as she trusted him, there were women out there who would try and take advantage of him if he were to get drunk. "I will only have a couple of drinks and come back home." He looked over at the women, who now turned their attention on him, shouting out for him to take it all off. "I only hope they are gone by the time I get back. The way they are looking at me, I'm afraid I'll get attacked." "I'll protect you," she said, giving him one last kiss, then sent him on his way. Turning and going back to the women, she laughed. "Hands off. That cowboy belongs to me." Parker had every intention of having 1 or 2 beers and then going home, but the guys there had something else in mind for him, and kept feeding him some beer and challenging him to a game of pool. It was close to midnight when he looked at his watch and grabbed CJ's arm. "Look, man, you got to get me home." "Not yet, bro. We have a surprise for you," CJ said, and putting his fingers in his mouth and whistling. A chair was brought to the center of the room, and Parker was pushed into it. Music started, and a woman came over to him wearing a skimpy costume, covered in glitter. He was drunk and not moving away quickly enough. The woman straddled him and started grinding into him. Catcalls and whistles rang loudly throughout the room. The reality of what was happening sobered Parker up enough to realize what was going on. Putting his hands around the woman's waist, lifted her up onto her feet. "No one sits on my lap except the woman I love. And you, sweetheart, are not her," he said to the woman. "Look, cowboy, I've been paid to give a lap dance. If I don't, I will have to give the money back," she said, pouting. "Fine, give one." He waved over CJ, who was grinning. Parker pushed him onto the chair. "Give him a lap dance," he said as he walked away. He was pissed at CJ for hiring a stripper. Knowing Dakota's past and how she felt about it, he then phoned for a cab. He wanted to be home with his family. Dakota woke when she heard the door downstairs opening, so getting out of bed she headed down, only to find Parker staggering and bumping into the furniture. "You're drunk," she stated the obvious. He gave her a lopsided grin and slurred his words. "Maybe a teeny bit." He held up his thumb and index finger and tries to put them together. "Come to me, woman." Shaking her head, she went over and dodged his advances towards her. "Let's get you to bed, cowboy," she said, and helped him up the stairs. Once there and reaching the bed, she made him sit, and when he did, he pulled her down and they both lay on the bed, with her on top of him. "Now I'm going to rock your world." Cupping the back of her head, started kissing her, but as quickly as it started, it stopped. She started laughing when she heard his soft snoring and knew he had passed out. Moving the hair from his face, lowered her head and kissed his lips. "I love you." Getting that, she removed his shoes and pants, but has to struggle to get his shirt off him. When she finally managed it, she noticed the glitter. There was also some lipstick on his collar. Parker woke with a pounding headache. His mouth was dry, and when he looked over at Dakota, she wasn't there. It was early, and he didn't think Chad would be up yet. So pulling his jeans on, went down to the kitchen, filling a glass with water from the tap, started drinking, and turned around. Dakota was sitting at the table with her arms crossed, and she looked pissed. "I'm sorry that I got home so late, baby. I was only going to have 1 drink and leave, but the guys kept buying me drinks, and then we got to playing pool, and one thing led to another." "What was her name?" she snapped. "Who?" Parker asked, confused. "The girl you were with, that's who." She stood up and threw his shirt at him. "Her lipstick is on your collar. How could you?" His mouth dropped open and he shook his head. "I wasn't with anyone, I swear." "Then how do you explain the lipstick and the glitter that's all over your chest?" she asked, a look of disgust on her face. Parker looked down and saw some glitter, and he tried to remember everything that happened at the bar. It's not what you think. The guys hired this. He stopped talking, not wanting to say that word. Hired what, Parker? A stripper? Go ahead, you can say it. I didn't know they were going to do that. Did you sleep with her? Did she give you a lap dance? As hard as she tried, she couldn't stop the tears from filling her eyes. He stared deep into her eyes, not believing that she could think such a thing. God, no, Dakota, I love you. I would never betray you. Then why are you covered in a stripper's glitter? When he went to touch her, she backed away. I was drunk. It was getting late, and when I said I was going home, someone pushed me down into a chair, and the next thing I knew, this woman was straddling me. So you let her give you a lap dance, she said, interrupting him. No, I lifted her off me and put CJ in my place. He grabbed her arms and wouldn't let go when she tried to break free. I had nothing to do with that woman being there, and I was mad that someone had the nerve to hire her. There's only one woman I want sitting on my lap, and that's you. If you don't believe me, you can ask CJ. He'll tell you. She looked into his eyes. They were so sincere, and she knew in her heart that he was telling her the truth. I do believe you, Parker. I know when a man has too much to drink, all common sense goes flying out the window. I would die if you were to be one of them. He placed his hands on her shoulders. I will never cheat on you, no matter how drunk I might become. To be honest, I never drank as much as I did last night, and I never will again. I love you, baby. His mouth came down hard on hers, forgetting the throbbing headache when she wrapped her arms around him, picking her up, laid her down on the table, knocking everything off. His hand went under her nightgown while he kissed her. His flaming desire for her turned him into a crazed animal. Her hands went to his pants and, undoing them, slid them down. He rubbed against her cat, that was wet, and entered her with ease and moved up and down, thrusting harder and deep into her. Though it was what you call a quickie, it was satisfying for both of them. She hugged him tight to her, never wanting to let him go. I love you, Parker. He lifted his head to look at her. You are the only one I want, now and forever. Tomorrow you will become my wife and me your husband. Finding himself getting hard again, started moving inside her slowly. I will think of this moment every time we eat our meals here, and will smile like a fool. Grabbing the back of his head, pulled him down. Shut up and Fukemi already, she said, pulling him further down to kiss him. Whenever he touched her, she couldn't control her urges. He had a way of getting her hot and wet. Standing up, she put back on her gown while he stood there watching her. You're so damn beautiful. I can't believe you are mine. I'm all yours. I hear Chad. She looked at the mess on the floor and smiled at Parker. You made this mess. You clean it. After she left the room, he grabbed his pants and put them on just as he heard the front door opening and closing. He was just zipping his jeans up when CJ walked in. CJ saw the mess on the floor and Parker doing up his pants, and knew what had just taken place before he walked in. You dog, he said, giving his friend a thumbs up. You really have to stop walking in like that, CJ, he said as he started cleaning up the mess. If he had walked in 5 minutes ago, he would have caught them in the act. What are you doing here so early for anyways? Just checking to see how you're feeling. I'm okay now, but because someone hired that stripper, I almost lost Dakota. She thought I slept with the woman when she found her lipstick on my collar. Shit, Parker, I hope you explained that nothing happened. Yeah, I did. It took some doing, but she finally believed me. Are you sure? CJ asked, looking concerned. Taking a damp cloth, he smiled at CJ and wiped the table down, remembering what they had just done. Oh yeah, she not only believed me but forgave me for coming home wasted. Chapter 30, The Morning of the Wedding, Part 1. Dakota was awakened by a pair of lips on her neck and a warm hand fondling her breasts. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She asked, opening her eyes. If you don't know, then I'll have to do this, he said, climbing on top, lowered his head, his mouth coming down on hers, his erection pressed against her, and he moaned. I'm going to make you scream my name. Placing her hands on his chest, held him back. Sorry, cowboy, you're going to have to wait till tonight. There is so much to do before the wedding, and Dawn and the others will be here any minute. Now get off me and put that thing away. She pointed to his erection and couldn't help but laugh when he rolled off and started whining like a little boy. When Chad started crying, Parker jumped out of bed and threw on a pair of pants. I'll take care of him if you want to go shower. Going over, she put her arms around his neck. Thank you, and I promise tonight I'll make it up to you. She reached up, giving him a kiss that had him once again aroused. Moving away, she shook her head. God, you get horny so easily. Yeah, "Well, that's what you do to me," he said over his shoulder when he walked out the door to get Chad. Damn, he was hoping to get lucky before Dawn whisked her away for the day. It had all been planned out. She and Chad would be spending the day at the Fishers. CJ would be staying here with him. The wedding was set for 2 o'clock at the church. The reception was going to be at the Fishers ranch. They would keep Chad overnight, so that he and Dakota could have the night to themselves, with no interruptions. They had decided to postpone taking a honeymoon until Chad was older. She wasn't ready to leave him for a week or more yet. The four of them were in the kitchen, Dawn cooking breakfast when Dakota came down all dressed and showered. She smiled as she looked at them, her heart full of love for this new family of hers. The Fishers were like the parents she never had, and CJ was like a brother. Parker was the love of her life. She felt blessed. The two younger men were behaving in their usual way, horsing around. "I think Dakota should marry me instead. I'm way more man than you are," CJ joked, putting his arms around her. Parker put him in a headlock, pulling him away from her. "Over my dead body, bro. You'll never be the man for her." He wrestled him to the ground and stopped when Calvin snapped at them to stop. "Get up, you two, before she decides not to marry anyone. God, I swear you two will never grow up." Calvin laughed. "Now let's eat. There's much to do before the wedding, and you boys will do the washing up. Maybe that will settle you both down." After they ate and Dakota had packed what she needed for her and Chad, she was ready to leave. "I'll see you later at the altar," she said, giving him a kiss. He turned to the others. "Give me a few minutes alone with my bride-to-be." He shook his head at CJ. "That means you too, pal." When they were gone, he pulled her into his arms. "I can't bear the thought of being apart from you for the next few hours. I love you so much." His mouth came down hard on hers. His kiss was intense, passionate. His hands tightened around her waist as he pulled her even closer to him. Her moans vibrated against his mouth, her arms pulling him even closer if that was possible. After several moments, the sound of a car horn blaring had them pulling apart. She stopped at the door to look back at him, giving him a smile that had his heart bursting with love before getting in the car, and they drove off. CJ nudged Parker in the arm. "We better do the dishes or Mom will have both our heads on a silver platter." "My mom and stepdad called this morning. I forgot to tell Dakota. They're really sorry. They can't make the wedding but are in Africa on business. I better call her and let her know they wished us all the happiness in the world." He reached for the phone, but CJ took it from his hand. "You can tell her later. We've got to get you ready. Besides, Dakota will be too busy to talk." Dakota spent the day with Dawn, getting their hair and nails done. Calvin was kept busy making sure the outside would be ready for the reception later today. "It's time to put on the dress, honey," Dawn said as she carried the very dress she herself was Wednesday in. It was a simple dress with lace and beads hanging from the back. It made her proud when Dakota said she would love to wear it, and it was a perfect fit. "Thank you for letting me borrow it. It's so beautiful," she said, gushing over it. "My pleasure. I know Parker will go wild when he sees you in it." Noticing Dakota's frown Saturday her down, the gown on her lap. "What's wrong, dear?" "I'm just overwhelmed. I grew up with no one who cared about me. I made so many bad choices, and now, with Parker and Chad, I have a chance at real happiness. I hope I never do anything to ruin it. You and Calvin treat me like family, so kind and loving." She looked up at Dawn, her bottom lip quivering. "Why couldn't I have had a mother like you?" Dawn lifted Dakota's chin up in the palm of her hand. "Think of me as your mother, because honey, I think of you as my daughter." She wiped the girl's tears away. "No crying now or you'll ruin your makeup. Let's get you into this dress and over to the church." Slipping on the dress, Dawn helped. She did the back up for her. "Turn around and let me have a look at you." She looked her over. Shaking her head, went over to her jewelry box. "You need a little something." She took out a gold necklace and matching earrings. "Here, this will make everything more perfect." Dakota smiled when she took them from Dawn's hand. "This is the set you lent me the night Parker proposed to me." "I remember. Here, let me do it up for you," Dawn said as she did the hookup on the necklace and placed her hands on Dakota's shoulder. "You look so beautiful and I want you to keep them." She turned around, touching the delicate chain. "I can't. These belong to you." "Well, now they are yours. Calvin has given me so much jewelry over the years. I'll never be able to wear them all. Let me grab my camera and I'll start taking pictures." "Dawn, how am I ever going to thank you for all you've done for me?" "Just be happy." Calvin knocked and walked in as his wife was snapping pictures. "Good, you're here. Stand with Dakota and I'll snap some shots." Dressed in his best suit, he went over to Dakota. "Look at you. So beautiful. He turned to look at his wife. I remember the day you wore this. I cried when I saw you, and you look as beautiful today as the day we got married. Dakota watched the two as they rushed into each other's arms and kissed. She hoped that she and Parker would have the same kind of love, one that never faded, where the passion stayed strong. The two guys got into their suits back at the ranch. Parker kept on doing his tie. He just couldn't seem to get it right. His palms were sweaty and were continually running his hand through his hair. CJ poured them each a stiff drink, handing him one. Here, drink this, bro. Man, you are as nervous as a cat on a hot tin roof. Relax, will you? He said, and did Parker's tie for him. I am nervous, CJ. I am about to get married. Are you having second thoughts about marrying her? He asked, taking a swallow of his scotch. Hell no. I want to marry her more than anything. I just don't want to ever hurt or disappoint her or Chad. She has been hurt so much in the past, and I can't understand how her own parents could have treated her the way they did. He sat on the edge of the sofa and took a long sip of his drink. I wish I could explain the way she makes me feel. My thoughts are always with her. The way she smells, her body. Oh hell. All she has to do is brush up against me and I become so damn horny. My snake rock hard. I lose control and have to have her no matter where we are. She knows how to please me in every sense of the word. CJ held up his hands. Woo there, bro. I don't think Dakota would appreciate you telling me all this. I know. Sorry. I hope that someday, CJ, you find the woman who will make you feel the way Dakota makes me feel. We may not have known each other that long and have a lot to learn about each other, but I do know she and I were meant to be together. She's my destiny. That's great. But if we don't get to the church with the flowers, so that it can get decorated, Mom will kill both of us. Giving Parker a shove towards the door. There were people waiting for the flowers before the ceremony was to begin. Pulling up in front of the church, they both got an earful for being late, as they started taking the flowers from the back seat of CJ's car. Parker stood at the back looking to the front of the church and said to CJ, in less than 2 hours I'll be a married man. You'll be a dead man if you don't get busy placing these flowers. CJ handed him some and led the way, telling everyone where they were to be put. An hour later and the church was ready. People started coming. In these parts just about everyone showed up for a wedding. Being a small town, Parker was well known. Many of them would be going back to the Fishers after for the party. It was getting near that time. CJ turned to Parker to straighten his tie. Well, it's time to go up front and wait for your bride to show up, unless she's changed her mind and takes a runner, CJ said jokingly. Chapter 31. The Wedding Part 2. Parker was about to head down the aisle to the front of the church when CJ grabbed his arm. Wait, you do have the rings right. He reached into his breast pocket and, not finding them, began to search frantically for them. Oh my God, CJ, I must have forgotten them. He ran his finger between his neck and collar, felt the sweat forming on his forehead. How could I be so stupid? We can't get married without them, he cried out. CJ covered his mouth and tried to stifle his laugh. Just teasing you, bro. I've got them, he said and handed him the bands. Parker's eyes narrowed. He didn't see the humor in what his friend pulled. Seriously, CJ? No. Today of all days you pull a stunt like this on me. He started wrestling with him, trying to put him in a headlock, but stopped when Dawn's voice snapped. You just stop that right now. When are you going to grow up? Going over, held out her hand. I need your band. Parker. Taking it, she gave them both a shove. Get to the front. It's about to start and Dakota will be here any second. She shook her head as she watched them heading towards the front. She waited until she saw Dakota and Calvin walk in, and gave the signal for the music to begin. Being the maid of honor, she was to walk down the aisle first. Calvin kept his eyes on Dawn. She wore a long red dress, her hair up, and his heart swelled with more love than he already had for her. She was stunning. When the bridal march played, he took Dakota's arm and looked down at her. You ready to become Mrs. Parker Stevens? I have never been more ready for anything in my whole life. Smiling, she took a deep breath. Her hands were shaking and she was glad that Calvin was there for her to lean on. As they made their way down, she glanced over at Martha, who was holding Chad, and she smiled. Her eyes went to Parker, who was watching her intensely with a huge grin on his face. She saw him running his finger through his collar, and knew how much he hated wearing a tie, and yet he was doing it for her. When they got to the front, she handed her bouquet to Dawn and took Parker's hands. They couldn't take their eyes off each other. Shall we begin? The minister asked. Wait, stop. Dakota spoke up, earning her a hurt look from Parker. "There's something I have to do," she said. Reaching up, she undid his tie and the top button of his shirt. "Is that better?" she asked him. When he saw her walking towards him, the butterflies danced in his stomach. She looked like an angel. His angel and his love for her grew. At first, he was scared that she didn't want to go through with the wedding, but when she undid his tie, knowing how uncomfortable it was for him, put his hands on her waist, pulling her close. "You are an amazing woman. I love you." The minister cleared his throat. "Shall we begin?" The vows were said, and when the rings were placed on their fingers, there were tears in both of their eyes. "I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride." Parker didn't need to be told to kiss her as he wrapped his arms around her, his kiss long and deep, only breaking apart when everyone called out for them to get a room. Making their walk down the aisle stopped where Chad was. Picking him up, Parker carried him out with his arm around Dakota's shoulder. The next hour was filled with good wishes and Dawn taking tons of pictures, for which she made Parker do up his tie. Now it was time to go back to the Fishers ranch to party. The newlyweds Saturday in the back of CJ's car, Chad in between them. "Are you happy, my wife?" Parker asked, reaching over and holding her hand. Her radiant smile gave him the answer he wanted. "I'm the happiest woman in the world, my husband." She leaned over and kissed him. At the reception, Chad was taken to bed by Jane, who volunteered to babysit. Parker kept his arm around Dakota. "Have I told you how beautiful you look?" he asked, kissing her. "Not in the last hour, so you're due," she said as she once again loosened his tie and top button. She would never get tired of hearing him tell her. She giggled when he nuzzled her neck with his mouth and whispered so that only she could hear him. "When I get you home, I'm going to do things to you that will have you coming over and over, screaming for mercy," he growled when CJ came over and got in between them and handed them a glass of champagne. "Gather around, everyone. I want to propose a toast to the newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Parker Stevens. I hope you two will always be this happy," he said, raising his glass to the couple. "I feel as his friend I can honestly say these two are meant to be together. But there is something I have to do which might earn me a punch in the mouth." Before either Dakota or Parker realized what was happening, CJ handed him his and her glass. He then pulled her into his arms and planted a big kiss on her lips. Red crept up Parker's neck to his face, giving CJ an icy stare when he let go of her. CJ smiled and shrugged at Parker. "I had to do it, bro, just once." Dakota was shell-shocked. Though it meant nothing, she wasn't sure how Parker would react, and looking at her new husband wondered if a fight would break out. But he only shook his head at CJ. She let out the breath she was holding in, when though he wasn't pleased was going to let it go. "Once is all you get," Parker said and slapped him on the back. He then took her in his arms. "This will be the one and only time another man kisses you. You okay with that?" "Yes," she said, wrapping her arms around his neck. "I love you so much. Now kiss me, cowboy, and show me how much you love me." Later, Parker was standing with a couple of the guys. Dakota had wandered over to the women when CJ came from inside the house and hurried over to him and whispered something in his ear. Parker looked over at Dakota, who was laughing and having the time of her life. She was happy, and he couldn't help but worry about why the sheriff was here and how it would affect her. With a worried look on his face, he went inside, CJ right on his heels. The sheriff was standing with Calvin and turned to him. "Mr. Stevens, I hate to do this to you on your wedding day, but I'm here to take you in. You're under a test." He pulled out the cuffs just as the music started and someone, using a microphone, announced it was time for the bride and groom to start off the dance for the night. "Please, Sheriff, let me have this dance with my wife," Parker pleaded with him. He couldn't leave her this way, had to have a few more minutes with her. "Come on, Sheriff, what's a few more minutes?" Calvin said, his heart going out to the newlyweds. "This is not normal procedure, but okay." He looked back at Parker. "You have 10 minutes. If you're not back here by then, I'll come out there, and I really don't want to do that in front of all your guests." "Thank you," Parker said and rushed outside where Dakota was waiting for him. He took her in his arms as the music started up, holding her close and swallowing the lump that was lodged in his throat. "I want you to know how much I love you and am proud to be your husband," he said, his voice cracking. Sensing the change in his mood, she looked up into his face and saw the worry lines creasing his forehead. "You're acting strange. Is something wrong?" Her smile had turned into a frown, waiting for him to answer. "It's nothing." "Don't lie to me, Parker. I can tell you're keeping something from me." With his arm around her waist, he stroked her chin with his other hand as they continued swaying to the music. "The sheriff is waiting for me inside the house to take me in." "What? Why?" I'm under arrest for beating up Ben. I don't want you to worry. I'll go down and make bail and be back in your arms in no time." The song was over and giving her a kiss took her face in his hands. "I love you. Stay and enjoy the party. I'll be back." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Enjoy myself? How can I do that knowing you're behind bars?" "Stay here," he said. Getting her one last kiss left her standing there and headed inside. The sheriff was looking at his watch, handcuffs in his hand. Dakota stood there watching as he walked away. The blood was pumping through her veins. No way was she going to do what he told her, and picking up her dress ran to where he was. She stopped dead in her tracks when she saw Parker with his hands cuffed behind his back. "No, leave him alone," she cried out and ran over to him. Throwing her arms around his neck, sobbed. She wouldn't let go. Baby, look at me." When she did, he smiled weakly. "I have to go, but I'll be back before you know it. I love you. Now you have to let go of me." When the sheriff tried to remove Dakota, Parker snapped at him. "Don't you touch her." Dakota and the Fishers walked out to the police car with Parker. "Give me a minute with my wife." It broke his heart to see her like this. Her face red and blotchy, eyes bloodshot. Her breath stuttered when she sobbed. "Be brave, sweetheart, and take care of Chad till I get back. Kiss me." Giving him her lips, he kissed her with the hunger of a man who was afraid he wouldn't see her for a long time, wishing his arms were free to hold her. The sheriff finally had to yank him away and put him in the back seat. CJ held onto Dakota when she tried to open the door to get him out, sobbing. Parker stuck his head out the window. "CJ, take care of Dakota for me." "I will, bro. Don't worry, Parker. Dad is going to meet you down at the station." The car drove off, and he ushered her inside and took her to the family room, where she collapsed on the sofa, burying her face down into the cushion. Sitting down next to her, he took her in his arms and held her, her tears wetting his suit, but he didn't care. Her heart was broken, and he promised to take care of her while Parker was gone. He feared that might be a long time. He could get months behind bars, what with the injuries Ben sustained, but he wasn't about to mention this to her, not until they knew for sure. Chapter 32, The Wedding Part 3. As she let CJ comfort her, all she could do was think about Parker, wishing it were his arms around her. She was riddled with guilt. It was because of her he was in this trouble. If only she hadn't come here, he wouldn't have beaten up Ben and gone to jail. She looked up when Dawn entered the room carrying a drink in her hand. "Here, honey, drink this." She handed Dakota the water. "Thanks, Dawn. Have you heard anything from Calvin yet?" It had been 2 hours since he was taken away and her world had come tumbling down. "Not yet, but I'm sure he's doing everything he can to get Parker released." She sat next to her, took a napkin and wiped Dakota's face. "I have to go say bye to the guests. They're leaving now. I'm sorry the party was ruined. You went to so much trouble for me and Parker," she said, her words catching in her throat. "Don't you worry about it. We'll have another party to celebrate your marriage later on." Dawn looked over at CJ. "Stay with her." CJ nods. "You don't have to stay. Go see your friends," she said and leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes. "I'm not going anywhere. You look exhausted. Lay down and get some rest." He stood up and laid a pillow down and watched her. Once her eyes were closed, he gently tosses a blanket over her. Dakota had drifted off to sleep from sheer exhaustion. Dawn was in the kitchen putting away the leftovers, so CJ went in to help her. "How is she?" Dawn asked. "She wore herself out from crying so much. She's asleep." "That poor girl. She has been through so much, and now she might have to spend her wedding night alone. It just isn't fair." After warming Chad's bottle, she looked at CJ. "I'll go feed the baby. You stay close to her in case she wakes up." But when they entered the living room, Dakota was sitting up, holding Chad in her arms. Seeing the bottle in Dawn's hand, reached out for it. "Thanks. I'll feed him." She stared down at her son as he greedily sucked on the bottle. Her heart ached. He looked so much like his daddy, she thought. After he was fed and changed, Dawn took him back upstairs to bed, leaving Dakota with CJ. After the baby was settled and asleep, she got up and went outside. CJ asked if he could join her and she nodded her head. "Your parents did an amazing job out here. I'm just sorry it all got ruined." Her breath stuttered when she speaks. A tear trickled down her face. CJ took her shoulders in his hands. "They don't think of it like that. I know they are happy you and Parker are married. Dad will do everything he can to get him out. But it's been 4 hours and we've not heard anything. Let's go back in. It's getting cold and you're shivering." He took her arm and they head back inside. Sitting down, she squeezed her eyes shut to try and stop the tears from falling. Footsteps were heard approaching, and when she opened her eyes and looked, she saw Parker standing there with Calvin and Dawn. Her chest began rising and falling rapidly. Getting to her feet, she stared into the eyes of her husband, Parker. His name came out in barely a whisper as she ran towards him, where he pulled her into his arms. Lifting her up, his mouth came down on hers. Setting her down, he cupped her face in his hands. "Please don't cry, baby. I'm home." Oh, never mind. I don't care now that you're home," she said, throwing her arms around him, hung on for dear life, and had no intentions of letting go anytime soon, even when Dawn hustled them into the living room, and they all sat her down. "So tell us what happened," CJ said as he handed them all a drink, except Dakota, who didn't want one. With his arms placed firmly around Dakota, he explained, "The sheriff was going to keep me behind bars till the judge came back from his fishing trip on Monday. Calvin went and tracked him down and convinced him to come back and look over all the information, hoping to get me released on bail." He looked at Dakota and using his thumb wiped away her tears. "The judge and I go way back, and he owed me a favor," Calvin said, holding Dawn's hand. "He made some calls after reading the reports. Ben is on the mend and the police have been looking for him. He has a list of charges the length of your arm from drugs, human trafficking, and abuse. He had underage girls working for him against their will. There's more, but the bottom line is the charges against Parker have been dropped." "Well, I'm not completely in the clear," Parker spoke up. Fear raced through Dakota and she balled her fingers into his shirt. "What do you mean?" "I've been given a year's probation." "That's right. So you better not get into any fights or he'll be behind bars," said Calvin. Dakota looked at Parker. "He won't. I will not be apart from you ever again. Is that clear, Mr. Stevens?" "Okay, that's enough talking now," Dawn said, and standing, looking at the newlyweds. "You two go home. We'll keep chat for a couple of days. Don't worry about your chores. Calvin will send someone over to do them. I know you only wanted us to keep the baby overnight, but after everything you've been through, you need this time alone." After agreeing and checking on Chad, they head back to their own home. She sat her close to him. It was like she was afraid he would vanish into thin air if she didn't keep a hold of him. He drove with one hand on the steering wheel, the other around her shoulders. At the front door, he scooped her up in his arms and carried her inside, not putting her down. He kicked the door closed and carried her straight up to their bedroom, her head resting on his broad shoulder and arms around his neck. Inside their bedroom, he set her down. His eyes went to the champagne sitting in the ice bucket. "Want a drink?" She shook her head, her eyes locking with his as she slipped his jacket off and started undoing the buttons on his shirt. Running the tips of her fingers across his muscular chest, leaned over, her lips lightly caressing his chest and moving up to his neck. "All I want is you," she said into his neck as her hand travels down to the top of his pants. Parker usually liked being the aggressive one when it came to sex, but he closed his eyes and let her take control. His little buddy instantly stood at attention when her hand reached in and wrapped her fingers around his erection. Her mouth sucking on his neck was driving him mad with desire, and he wanted to fling her onto the bed and have his wicked way with her. But he also wanted to take it slow the first time as man and wife. His pants and briefs were being pulled down, and reaching his ankles kicked them away, standing before her totally naked. "Not fair," he said through ragged breath. "You're still dressed." He turned her around, his lips kissing the back of her neck as he attempted to unfasten the strands of beads that held the top of the dress together, cursing when he was unsuccessful. "Fouquet, how are my big fingers supposed to unhook these blasted things? If we didn't have to give it back to Dawn, I'd tear the damn thing." She let out a giggle. "Just slow down, cowboy. I know you can do it." His member was pressing into her, and she felt the pool of dampness between her legs building, and wished he'd hurry up. She heard his sigh of relief when it was finally unfastened. His mouth went to her neck and moving his lips along her neck as he slowly and seductively pulled the zipper on her dress down. It fell to the floor when he slid the straps over her shoulders. She gasped when he turned her around. His mouth came down hard on her, crushing them. His kiss was so demanding, so forceful, adding fuel to her already burning desire. Still, in panties, their lips locked together, he walked her backward toward the bed. There he places his one hand on the bed, his other behind her back, supporting her head as he lowered them down onto the bed. He heard her disgruntled moan when he pulled away from her mouth, ending their kiss. Cupping her breast, he takes it in his mouth, tongue flicking over the erect nipple before sucking on it. Her moans getting louder when he switched to the other one. His hand moved down to the top of her panties and slipping his hand inside rubbed her clit, his thumb caressing and teasing. He moved his mouth down, his hand ripping her panties in his haste to get to her, spreading her legs apart, and putting his mouth to her cat blew on her wet opening before licking her clit, his tongue going deeper as she squirmed, rocking against him. Her screams were like music to his ears. "Parker," she cried out, "I'm so close, oh please don't stop." He was relentless as he kept licking and sucking, bringing her over the edge, her release making her body twist and turn, her nails digging into his back when she called out his name. Wiping his mouth, he moved back up on top of her. The tip of his hard snake was hard against the softness of her thighs, grinding against her damp cat. "Now I'm going to make love to you with my snake. I will not show you any mercy no matter how much you beg." She wiped his forehead, which was damp from sweat. "Go ahead, cowboy. Give me everything you got." Grabbing a fistful of his hair, pulled him down for a kiss. "I will not ask for mercy," she could have sworn. Her eyes rolled into the back of her head as he rode her hard and fast. Her insides felt as though they would burst from how deep he filled her. His snake moved up and down. The bed shook, headboard knocking against the wall. The sound of flesh on flesh slapping together vibrated throughout the room. Their releases hit them both like a bolt of lightning and they collapsed, exhausted with sweat soaking their bodies. Pulling the sheet over her, she watched as he got up and poured them both a glass of champagne, loving the look of his ash, but also the front when he walked back over to the bed and got in, handing her one of the glasses. "I love you, baby, and I will devote my life to making you happy. You will never cry again." Cupping her chin, pulled her close for a kiss. His smile widened when he looked at her. "You're my wife." "God, I love the sound of that." "My wife," he repeated. "I love you too, my husband. I am so happy, with you home and that bitch Emily back in Paris. We're going to have a wonderful life together. I will make you a good wife and mother to your children. I trust that you'll never hurt me, mentally or physically." Taking the glass from her hand, placed them on the table and laid her back down. "No one will ever hurt you again." She opened her arms and legs as he embedded himself inside her, his mouth consuming hers with a savage hunger of a man deeply in love and lust. Chapter 33, Epilogue. 3 years later, Dakota took Chad to CJ's office for his checkup. He was just getting over a cold. He was dressed up in his cowboy suit, hat and all. Seeing his uncle, he ran into his arms. "How's my boy?" he asked, picking him up, sat him on the bed, looking at Dakota after examining the little boy. "You look a little pale. Are you okay?" "I've been feeling tired lately." She then smiled. "I think I might be pregnant." His smile widens. "Well, there's one way to find out. Hop up on this table and we'll check you out. I'll get my nurse to watch Chad." When he was done checking her out, said he'd be back when she was dressed, he returned moments later with Chad in his arms. "It's official. You're pregnant. I'll write you a prescription and start taking them right away." "Do you know how far along I am?" 6 weeks. "Does Parker know he might be a father again?" "No, and I don't want you to tell him. I want to wait for the perfect moment." She left the office smiling, thrilled that she was again having Parker's baby and knew he would be over the moon. Now the question was, how would she tell him? She wanted it to be done in a special way. Fixing dinner while Chad played with his toys, she heard the front door open and knew Parker was home. Parker came strutting into the kitchen and held out his arms for Chad, when he squealed "Daddy" and ran to him as fast as his little legs could move. Giving his son a hug, looked over at his wife, who was smiling back at him, so he walked over to her. "Something smells good," he said, leaning over to kiss her. "I'm making pot roast." "I wasn't talking about the food," he answered, putting Chad down, who ran back over to his toys. "It's you that smells good and I want to eat you." When he turned her around, taking her in the folds of his arms, she squealed when he started nibbling on her neck. "Behave yourself, lover boy. Your son is watching us and you know he picks words up easily." Parker looked over at him. Chad was watching them and smiling. Then he shocked his parents when he said, "Eat you." "See what I mean?" Dakota said, shaking her head. "You're right. I'll be more careful about what I say around him, but as far as kissing you, I want him to know how much I love you, and it's good for couples to show affection." During dinner, he said he would take Chad riding and asked if she was going with them. As much as she loved riding ever since he had taught her, she didn't want to risk a fall or the bumps. "I think I'll sit this one out. You two go, but be careful. Hold on to him." Parker's birthday was coming up in 2 days, so she decided to tell him about the baby then. A birthday present she knew he would love. They were having a get-together with family and friends to celebrate. Dakota even invited a couple of single women she's recently met, hoping that maybe CJ might hit it off with one of them. To this day he still kept playing the field, never settling down with one woman. She was worried he'd never grow up, but then he seemed happy with the way things were. The night of the party, Dawn was with her in the kitchen helping to dish out the salads and other finger foods they were serving to go with the barbecue the men were taking care of. Offering Dakota a beer was surprised that she turned it down. "Since when do you turn down a cold beer?" "I'm just not in the mood." "You're pregnant," Dawn said a little too loudly. Not so loud, Dawn. "Did CJ tell you?" "I'll kill him." No one was supposed to know, until I had a chance to tell Parker. "CJ never told me." "Then how do you know?" "Oh honey, you're glowing and not drinking is a sure sign. Why have you not told him yet?" "I was waiting for tonight to surprise him." "You won't say anything, will you? To anyone?" "No, only Calvin. We don't keep secrets." "Now don't worry, he won't say anything to Parker." "No." "How far along are you?" Dawn could hardly contain her excitement, and was dying to tell her husband. "About 6 weeks." "What about 6 weeks?" Parker's voice sounded from the doorway. Walking over to them, he put his arm around her. Dawn and Dakota stared at him for a moment. "I was just telling Dawn that in 6 weeks I was going to join the ladies' book club." She swallowed the lump in her throat. She didn't like lying to him, but figured it was a small one and that he would forgive her. Grabbing a couple of the platters of food, he kissed her cheek before walking out. "Why do I get the feeling you two are up to something?" "Don't be silly. Now go take those ribs out to the guys," Dawn said, giving him a light shove toward the door. Turning back to Dakota, she smiled. "That was a close one. You better tell him soon." "I will." Going over to Parker with every intention of telling him about the baby, he wrapped his arms around her. "Let's sneak away to the barn and you can give me my gift," making his meaning clear when he pulled her closer, his mouth going to her. Putting her hand on his chest held him back. "I do have a gift for you, but it's not that." Before she could tell him, a guy called out, "You ready for the competition next week, Parker?" Her head turned sharply to him. "Competition? What competition?" He cleared his throat. He was going to tell her but kept putting it off. "I agreed to enter the bull riding." Seeing the look of horror cross her face, he continued before she could speak. "Just this one time." No, I won't let you." "Baby, the money is too good to pass up. We can do so much with it. Expand the house. Go on that honeymoon I have always been promising you." She pushed him away. "You also promised me you would never do it again. Last year Clinton got hurt and now he'll never walk again. I need you to be safe, and I don't give a damn about the money or a trip. I already gave the men my word." "Well, fuck you and your word," she hissed and stormed into the house. CJ went over to Parker when he saw what went on between them. "What's up? Why is Dakota so upset?" "I told her I was going to the competition this year." "But you promised her you wouldn't," CJ snapped, knowing this would upset her and that wouldn't be good for their unborn child. "Damn you, Parker. I think you better get in there and talk to her. Tell her you'll drop out." "Why should I?" "Because the stress won't be good for her or the..." He quickly shut his mouth before he let out her secret, but not soon enough as it dawned on Parker what he was about to say. "You were going to say, baby, is she pregnant?" "You better ask her that," CJ said and unclenched Parker's hands from his collar. He found her curled up on the sofa, alone. He went on Saturday next to her and saw she had been crying. Another promise he had broken was to never make her cry. "Baby, why didn't you tell me about the baby you're carrying?" "Damn CJ, he wasn't to tell you. I was going to, tonight, but I find out what you're planning to do and decided not to. If you do this, Parker, it will break my heart. I need you to be safe, not just for me, but for our children." He wiped her tears away, cupping her face in his hands. "I once told you I'd never make you cry, and here you are, shedding them. I'll drop out of the competition. You and my children are more important than money. So if you're happy being married to a poor rancher, well, here I am." She flung herself into his arms, pulling him down on top of her. "I think we better take this upstairs," she said when his hand roamed up her leg, his mouth savoring the taste of her flesh. Picking her up carried her up the stairs to their bedroom. Chad was asleep and the guests were busy partying and wouldn't miss them for at least a couple of hours. 7 months later. "Parker, wake up," she said, shaking him. "What is it, baby?" He opened his eyes and found her staring down at him. "The baby's coming." No, next week." "Yes, you fool, no." He jumped out of bed and pulled on his clothes. "I'll call CJ and Dawn. She'll come watch Chad." He raced towards the phone and had to stop to think of the number. His mind frowned for a second, getting her overnight bag from the closet. He then helped her down the stairs. They didn't have long to wait till Dawn and Kelvin got there. CJ was already on his way to the hospital. Dakota had an easy birth, and not having known the sex of their baby beforehand were thrilled when CJ announced it was a girl. Leaning down, he kissed both mother and daughter. "We had a little girl and you did good, baby. I love you so much. What will we call her?" he asked, beaming with pride. Ellie Stevens," she answered. A single tear of happiness ran down her cheek. She and Parker have finally gotten what they've always wanted, each other and a family. They would never be wealthy money-wise, but rich in so many other ways. The end. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. This helps others discover the story too. Hit the bell icon for the latest updates, and stay tuned for more thrilling books.